think, I'm not sure. Too many people that would have had Sinner winning in straight sets here on their Roland Garros bingo card.
Yeah. Totally agree.
Yeah, we get to speak to a lot of fellow commentators, journalists, former players, and I don't think today when we got on site the words straight sets were ever uttered by anyone that I spoke to. I don't know about you.
Yeah, same. And we're not there yet, are we?
Oh, no.
But his level's not dropped, has it? At all, really. 2.5 hours.
I mean, he hasn't lost a set this tournament.
Yeah.
That's how good Sinner's been.
31 in a row now at the majors.
Some heavy artillery. For some of the discussions, is the similarities in Sinner's tennis to that of Djokovic. Both take the ball early, such good movers. Of course, they were both good skiers when they were younger. Incredible timers of a tennis ball. They suffocate you on the return of serve. Because Marco Pamici and Uli on the left used to both be part of Team Djokovic, didn't they?
That's right. Marco was a track and field athlete, wasn't he? Back in the day. Worked with many players. Prior to Djokovic too. Didn't get the bounce he was expecting to.
Actually, Sinner was asked about that in his press conference after he beat Djokovic, and he said, yeah, there are a lot of similarities. And I grew up watching Novak very carefully. He used to practice with Djokovic a lot in Monte Carlo. Both coached by Riccardo Piatti.
Avantage Sinner.
Yannick's brother actually was working on the slopes as well up until recently. I believe he was a medic for some of the big downhill races, I believe, on the slopes. That time Alcaraz, whose drop shot's been on the back burner, as we mentioned,
Égalité.
has played a good one here.
Yeah, and then he's turned on the afterburners. He's done well to get there. That ball was low. Just scoop up the back of it. Make sure you get that necessary net clearance.
His return, as we highlighted, hasn't always been of the highest order, but there was a nod there, as if to say, yeah, I'm getting there. Incredible level. And Senna has been broken for the second successive time.
Alcaraz mène 3-2.
Wow, what a point. PlayStation tennis that was, just pinging it back and forth. But it's Alcaraz who's got control of the joystick now.
Jill, how did that look from down there?
That was ridiculous. That was some hard hitting, but the patience that Alcaraz found in that point at just the right moment, incredible ball striking. Just putting a little bit more pace in that rally as well, Alcaraz.
I know it's going to hurt a little more as well, because then he was up 40-15 in that game.
Yeah, that corner shot that I said previously that Sinner had been covering a little bit better. It's the fact that Alcaraz now has definitely upped the pace there, so it's a little bit tougher for Sinner to get over there.
Been outdone in the baseline points, isn't he? But it's not the case in this set. He's won 15 to Sinner's 10 of those points from the back of the court in this third set.
Tell you what, momentum in any sport is such a valuable commodity. Alcaraz has got it right now, and he doesn't want to let go of it. He wants to keep it firmly in his grasp.
40-30.
It's given his camp a lot more to be happy about.
And even the miss hits are finding the court now with effect. And the man from Murcia has won 4 games on the bounce here to lead 4-1 in the third.
Fabulous point.
Beautiful late spring evening now, just gone 6:15 here in Paris. Getting Sinner, so then to keep alive this third set. I guess, Jill, we're not too far away from conditions changing a little bit. Is that fair enough as we head into the sort of middle part of the evening?
A little bit. I mean, you would think with the sun going down, it would get a little cooler, and I think it is on that track, but not quite yet. The last few games, though, the breeze has picked up a little bit. But I don't necessarily think it's affected the speed of the court or the way the ball's bouncing off the court yet. Now, yes, you're right. I think the longer this match goes and the cooler it gets, then it's something more to discuss to see how the players adapt.
Can you just tell us how hard that is?
That was ridiculously hard. No, but you can see it as they're lining up for the ball, and it's interesting because Sinner just giving a little smirk with how much faster the ball came back after he pretty much hit one of the hardest forehands of the match, just appreciating, I think, the athleticism and counteracting the pace there from Carlos.
I love those little smiles, actually, that both of them do, because it just sets the ego aside for a second, doesn't
Yes,
it?
absolutely. I think it's more of an appreciation. I mean,
Yes.
sometimes we see it if they're upset, if one of the players upset missing a ball, but I think it's a complete appreciation and respect for each other.
Yeah, most players' full power goes up to 10. But, you know, Alcaraz has got that little button that he can just edge over to an 11.
Merci.
No one else has.
Recovery from that position. Sinner once again on the chase.
15-0.
But as awesome as his power is, so is his deft touch. He's got plenty of creativity. It's on full display in this point. Cool as you like. First point, trying to serve out the set. Shot was deadly in the opening 2 sets. It's got to be one of the hardest backhands on tour. It's ferociously swift. And then you couple that with the depth that he's able to keep. It's so tough to defend against.
Yeah, it was averaging 75 miles an hour off that side coming into the final. Alcaraz, for reference, was at 67 miles an hour average.
Looking for the Hollywood forehand there was Alcaraz. Once again, he ends up making an unforced error off of it, unfortunately.
A lot of Spanish flags adorning Philippe Chatrier today. Sinner was looking for it though, wasn't he, again? Very cool when he arrived at the ball there too, wasn't he?
Yep. Just wondering if these warmer conditions, drop shot not as effective. It'll bounce a little higher, ball will be livelier.
The world #1 does break back in this third set. Alcaraz not able to shut the gates. What an effort that was. It's 5-4.
Reprise.
I think the DJ's playing this song for Carlos Alcaraz right now.
Watching intently over at the Place de la Concorde.
Merci.
This early evening here. It's a loose forehand for once.
He's not going to miss out there. It's the right play. The net cord denying Sinner a winning volley and just teeing things up beautifully for Carlos. Thank you very much. You see how good that was?
Oh, it's exceptional. And the match that has just ticked into a fourth hour might be about to head into a fourth set.
S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît.
It's game on here on Philippe Chatrier. The defending champion wins his first set of the final.
Zimmerman, Dornstein.
Alcaraz seals the third with 3 breaks, 6-4.
We are in the Spanish capital for the 4th ATP Masters 1000 event of the year. Oh, that's a heck of a shot. A battling victory for Casper Ruud, and he's into the Madrid final. Yes, what a hit. Another big victory for Jack Draper. The second Masters final.
Two players who have been ruthlessly efficient in getting to this stage so far.
Oh, that is incredible.
What a stellar start.
And that's a bit of daylight robbery from Casper Ruud. This is anyone's now. It is the biggest title of Casper Ruud's career. Finally, he can celebrate a first Masters 1000 crown.
Jannik Sinner has never won a match that has gone longer than 3 hours and 48 minutes in his entire career, Nick.
Les joueurs sont prêts. Merci.
Now would be a good time to change that.
S'il vous plaît, monsieur.
Six straight points for the Spaniard.
0-15. Merci.
In the veins.
I mean, as you say, to stay as composed as that takes someone very special.
S'il vous plaît. Merci.
He's got to hold his level. He's got to hold his level. The Murcian Maverick is back.
You might want to rename him the Murcian Magician if he pulls this one off. 9 of the last 10 have gone his way.
Merci.
2 break points. Wouldn't you just know it? Having been on the brink of defeat, Carlos Alcaraz defies the odds and brings us back to parity in the fourth.
Can never count this guy out. Never. And as well as Sinner has been playing in this fourth set, it's actually Alcaraz who's just topped him. From love 40 down in the previous game.
Merci.
He's just been lights out. Anyone who's ever played this game at any sort of level knows that when you have had match points and you haven't converted, you have a sinking feeling inside your chest, and it can weigh you down. And you've got to fight it. Tennis still to be played out here.
This is a big call. It's going to be called good, and that'll be 30 love, I think.
Yannick's made that decision quite easy for the chair umpire.
Merci.
The pendulum right now firmly with the Spaniard. I think that is 13 of the last 14 points. And he's loving every minute.
Absolutely ridiculous. Can you believe it? Simply outrageous. Utterly flawless.
against it.
Do you want to get to know me?
Can he find a way to stem the flow?
Of course, including this set and the previous two as well. That's on 3 occasions that Sinner has failed to serve out the set. In the second set, he served for it, couldn't convert, eventually won it in the tie break. Was tail into the third, got back on serve to 4-5, but dropped his serve immediately. And again in this set, boy, wouldn't he love a quick hold right here, right now.
He's seen a fair bit in his years coaching this great sport.
That's the shot that Sinner needs to misfire. The forehand of Alcaraz has been so good. But it can be porous at times. That's a nuclear forehand. 40. Of course, he came back from 2 sets to love down in order to win, didn't he?
That's right. Of course, had the rain delay, didn't he, that helped him as well. Quite good enough with that one though. And Sinner able to stop the bleeding and take this 4th set all the way.
Well, the tiebreak that he played in the second set was watertight.
Merci. Merci.
Great reply. Couple of early mini breaks here.
And this guy can just rewrite the geometry of the court with shots like that. It was a huge point, 3-love. And you feel like you got your opponent at arm's length, but now suddenly Carlos still looming large in the rearview mirror here.
Deux partout. Merci.
Much needed first serve there for Alcaraz. This one's going to need some forensic investigation.
It's good, Yannick.
Oh, what a time to lick 2 lines.
It's not like he's been serving a whole lot of them either, is it?
3-2 Alcaraz.
Again, you've got to go back to that 2-love point, Nick. Alcaraz stepping up to the line at love 3 versus 1-2. It's a massive psychological turning point.
Merci.
Produces those 2 serves.
Jill, what's the sense courtside right now?
It's just, the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. I feel like you can feel the tension a little bit in center. It's amazing because you just, as soon as you give your opponent one moment to breathe, both of these guys take advantage of it. And I feel like Alcaraz just has a little bit better sort of demeanor about him, just a little bit more confidence.
He's only made 3 of his last 8 first serves. Needs one now.
Amazingly, he's won 16 of the 18 tire breaks he's played at the majors since the start of last year, including the one here. There's Sinner. How much would he give to win one more right now?
Merci.
It's gone long.
6-3.
Sinner turns away. I'm sure even Spike could have scripted this one. Set points for the Spaniard to take this final into a 5th. A staggering recovery. Carlos Alcaraz takes the Roland Garros final all the way. Saves the championship points. Takes the 4th, 7-6. Man's thoughts right now, he's as calm as a cucumber. Usually.
But I'll tell you what, Nick, is a raging storm inside of him right now.
I'm sure Neil Diamond was what he had in mind either, but regardless, that's what he's got. I mean, how do you recover from here? How do you straight set.
It's so hard. I mean, the irony is last time they played an epic, Sinner had a match point in the fourth set in that quarterfinal at the US Open. It was a routine backhand that he missed. Went on to lose that one. I'm surprised he hasn't gone for a change of clothing, just to slow the whole match down, gather his thoughts, just have some sort of a timeout. Because the crowd have got what they wanted. They've been chanting Alcaraz, Alcaraz, Carlos, Carlos. They wanted to see this one go 5.
They'll get just that.
Merci.
Just looking down the court, Sinner looks like he might be struggling a bit.
You get that impression, Joe?
Yeah, just the reaction in particular after that point just looked like the longer that went, the more that he just felt like he had to press a little bit and just looked flustered with that. He took a long time getting out of his chair. Yeah, Carlos is just so on top of the ball right now. And I was going to say, Sinner took a while to get out of his chair, and the whole time Carlos was giving 6 or 7 fist pumps to his team in the box. That's how good he's feeling right now.
Sinner's not made a first serve so far in this game. He's taken his time. Was the president of the Spanish Tennis Federation.
Left, premier service.
he received that at the minute. The perfect drop shot, but the reaction at the end of the point tells you all you need to know. Sinner's hurting Rob.
It certainly is, Nick. Both physically, as we saw there, but no question mentally. Because the man on the other side has just been relentless. His forehand in particular has come good, and has come good just in time. Tail end of the previous set, early stages of this one. The forehand quality, the last 4 games, has been at a 9.5. Sinners has dropped off dramatically. It's the double whammy.
Merci, mesdames et messieurs.
And his average speed on the forehand is 88 miles an hour in the last 4 games. He's been tattooing it.
As Sinner just looking a little forlorn right now after every mistake that he makes, just looking up at his box, just trying to get some encouragement, some energy out here.
If you're wondering how many times a Grand Slam final has been won from match point down, I can tell you it's 10. But it hasn't happened here, Rob, in 21 years, is it? Of course, it was the All-Argentine affair that day.
Guillermo Coria having 2 match points before eventually losing to Gaston Gaudio. Coria was never the same after that loss.
Yeah, big props to our friend Max. He does a great job. A wonderful database of tennis stats.
And of course, the last time it happened was at Wimbledon. Back in 2019, Novak saving those 2 match points against Roger. But here, 2004.
Alcaraz-Man, 2-0.
Rudolph Beckham Jr. Oh, word is he amped up.
Es buena también. Venga, vamos.
The obvious question here is how is he going to keep these points shorter? But there's just no real, there's no easy solution, is there, to that? It's not.
So true, Nick. In the odd serve volley, maybe. It was a late call. But the call was correct.
Cancel. Competence. Competence.
So relatively quick hold, and that is of great value right now to the world #1 Nusets, who's desperately trying to cling on. Early stages of the fifth.
FIA Formula 2, here we go.
All pushing hard, giving it everything.
Could we see records broken? Whoa, almost contact. Oh, the driver's in trouble. That will have cost him. Who's going to be the next driver to go to F1? The battle is on.
What an intoxicating battle this has been. for 4.5 hours. Too far away from the longest Roland Garros men's final ever now as well.
Merci.
Wonder whether we're going to dictate more points right now, whether we may well see that shot introduced more and more as well. Having a bit more time that he didn't have earlier on in the match to employ it.
Spot on, Nick. You just feel like on the first shot now, Sinner's having to defend right away, just on his back foot more often.
I'm just thinking as well, with the slightly cooler conditions, if Alcaraz is just controlling the ball a little better now than when it was lively and hot earlier.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's definitely gotten cooler, and it kind of allows him to swing a little bit more freely, which is what he was searching for when he was making some mistakes. And I think you're right. I think now he just feels like he can just swing through it a lot more.
Just reacting up towards his team. I think that's the first time I've seen that from him.
40-30.
Unflappable for 4.5 hours. Here it is. Early and pacey.
It's good response from him as well after getting flustered. After he hit that winner, a nice positive response from him. Good fist pump to his team.
This could be the second win Sinner needs to get back into this match, but there is no doubt. After each of these long and bruising rallies, he's taken a slow walk, a very slow walk to his towel.
Good second that was.
I mean, how are those serves at 1-2 in the fourth set tiebreaker? Ace wide, ace wide. And he's come up with another hugely impressive serve right there. How good this guy can be. Authoritative, athletic, but right there, the artistry from Alcaraz is jaw-dropping.
Sinner. Well, I don't know how much a ticket cost today, but I'd argue they got value for money. This has been one of the best major finals in recent times.
This one, three of the last four previous matches they played went the distance. This makes it 4 of the last 5. The margins between them are paper thin, Nick, but as we know, it's been Alcaraz who's come out on top.
Just a fraction slower to get out to the backhand, wasn't he? And it makes all the difference.
Alcaraz.
Imagine the body blows they're going to be for Sinner. Put himself in there, Joe.
Yeah, it's just quite a big different feel on each side of the court. I mean, that was the first time I've seen Sinner just throw his racket on the ground. That's the most frustration you'll see from him, but the energy on Carlos is on my side right now. Just the energy from him is completely so uplifted, as you would imagine.
Tail end of the fourth set, Sinner was white hot. After having the 3 match points, when he had Alcaraz at 3-5, love 40, it was Alcaraz who turned the tables. And he has been unstoppable since that moment.
Desperate lunge from the Italian. And this guy will make the most of it. He's trying his best, isn't he, not to give too much away.
He's definitely got the crowd behind him, Carlos. Every time he puts his fist in the air, they are cheering even louder.
Tennis intelligence from Alcaraz, it's incredible. And then you couple that with his foot speed. It's just a nightmare to play against. And he has been the kryptonite for Sinner in the last couple of matches they've played against one another.
Slow second serve actually did him a favour there. Yannick Sinner will reduce the arrears in the fifth. Still only the one break here. Well, I can tell you that you are now officially watching the longest men's Roland Garros final in history, surpassing the match between Mats Wilander and Guillermo Vilas back in 1982.
What a player Mats was. Of course, won here when he was 17.
Not sure how he pulled that off. His feet, somehow, the traction that he lost here. This was a heck of a dig. Yeah, remarkably, that match was only 4 sets long as well.
That, of course, was Mats's very first title here. And he had lost the first set. And in fact, he was telling us just the other day that Vilas had set points in the second set to take us 2-0 lead. And he ended up saving those set points, winning the second, and then Vilas was arguing with his boxer, because Ion Tiriac at the age of 17 to beat the guy who was the doyen of clay at the time.
The doubles in this set from Alcaraz. First set numbers have actually dropped a little, haven't they? He's only going to make 10 of 21 for what it's worth in this fifth set.
What have we here? Another backhand of rich quality.
Well, a couple of points ago, Sinner was starting bouncing up and down. He jumped out of his chair. So I was like, okay, this could be a change. And yeah, out of nowhere, unbelievable backhand down the line.
Disappointed with that return. It's a bit of a low-hanging fruit, wasn't it, for Alcaraz to exploit. Sinner, I think here, does he think the serve is out?
It is. I think the mark's there.
He did hesitate after the return. He didn't quite start moving. There was just a moment where he did stop.
And when everything's going against you, Jill, you need something like that to go your way, right?
Exactly.
You need the help from the chair umpire.
I mean, he didn't want to take the risk of stopping the point just in case, but yeah, obviously some frustration.
And it was clearly outright. Again, it always begs the discussion about electronic line calling. Some of you might be. Don't have it here at the French Open. And That was a massive miss.
Yeah, Amelie Mauresmo actually held a press conference this morning where she was asked about that. And she says that'll be in a couple of weeks' time. They sit down after the event and they go through, review what's happened and what's worked and what hasn't. Certainly didn't rule it out. So we shall see what the future holds in that department. Have to think it's inevitable, wouldn't you? Regardless of what's happened right now, but...
Yeah, we just say that, you know, there were one or two questionable calls. This was absolute beauty. And I just think, Nick, over the course with electronic line calling, like we say, 2 calls, I reckon every day you walk around the grounds, there must be 20, 30, 40 disputed calls. When you leave it down to the human eye. Sometimes it's about picking the right ball mark, not even necessarily whether the ball was in or out. That's just another layer that you sometimes have on this surface.
Well, a quick game is what he needed, and a quick game is what he might get here. Fine job Sinner's done there. You'll get 60 seconds with which to buy to recover. It's 4-3. The Rolex Monte Carlo Masters will be our base this week as the world's best tennis players compete for the first Masters 1000 on the clay.
What a tussle.
Matteo Berrettini sends the top seed packing.
Lorenzo Musetti making magic in Monte Carlo.
Carlos Alcaraz moves into his first final at the Monte Carlo Country Club.
It's an arm wrestle we have here. Lorenzo Musetti, he's into the biggest final of his career.
What a fantastic start this has been. Alcaraz bounces back. A first victory at the Monte Carlo Country Club. From being on the brink of defeat, from staring down the championship points. This young man from Murcia stepping up to win this title once again.
It's the $1 million question. Can he continue to keep that forehand under control?
Done so well there because the second serve was a good width, and he's been able to wrestle it down. And he looked to be a little off balance. Mum can hardly watch.
S'il vous plaît.
Yeah, it is a filthy forehand. It's not only the angle, but the power at which it was hit.
He found the energy to track that down. Jill, give us your view of that.
I don't know if you can hear me. Its atmosphere is insane. I actually didn't think he was going to get to that, and when he got there, his drop shot just completely died. Incredible effort from Yannick.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Merci. Light, première séquence. S'il vous plaît.
This is why sport is the best form of reality TV.
It's the first time sin has been broken since 3-all in the fourth. Excuse me, Alcaraz has been broken. We all saw that coming, didn't we?
Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Les joueurs sont prêts.
On we go.
Merci.
No scripts here, Nick. No scripts here.
I will actually give you some credit because of the change of ends. You actually turned the mics off and said to me, I think he might get broken here.
Because
Alcaraz's forehand.
it's amazing how that shot can hurt him at times. It can be his greatest ally. And also his greatest weakness. It's his ally now. 40 forehand winners coming off the record of Carlos. Suddenly, he's found some meaningful first serves. I think it's fair to say the first serve has been elusive throughout this match for Sinner. He's only made 55% of them throughout the duration of this match.
Yeah, and that was a similar number to what it was against Djokovic, wasn't it? 2 days ago.
S'il vous plaît.
Coming down though a little more regularly now.
15. S'il vous plaît.
When you're going up the line when you're that far wide, obviously it's a slightly smaller channel to get into, but not really been a problem for him, has it? Just pulled that one. Didn't he deal with the missing halfway through the rally so well, Sinner?
Champagne tennis.
Avantage Sinner.
That guy knows how to be cool under pressure. Antoine Dupont, one of the best in his discipline. Sinner, top of the pile of his.
S'il vous plaît.
Exceptional return. As you said, Robbie, Sinner has made 16 of 19. Excuse me, won 16 of 19 first serve points in this set. That's only the third time Alcaraz has won against the first.
Boy, he would love to get out of this game. Again, it's one of those games where he's been up 40-15. He looks alive again. Adrenaline coursing through his veins.
Sinner.
Well, they'll be able to say they were here when this match unfolded. This match will be talked about for many years to come. Top quality. And Sinner has found another gear. He's dug in. And he's back in front. 3 games in a row for the world #1 here.
Oh, I think that was in or out. Let's check again. Was it in? Was it out? What say you, Hawkeye? The ball was in. Talk about fine margins. That was in or out. There's tennis for everyone right here on BN Sports.
The last couple of matches at the majors, US Open 2022, 5 hours, 15 minutes. Here last year, 4 hours, 9 minutes. This one, 5 hours, 14 minutes.
Staggering.
How good is this? Absolute brilliance.
I mean, to take the pace out of the half volley in the fashion he did was extraordinary.
What a skill merchant. They both are.
Merci.
Almost like he had too much time on that forehand.
Yeah, his reaction is reflective of most, you'd suggest, in here.
I mean, he has got no business winning that point whatsoever.
Merci.
On the line.
Yes, he has. He's cleaned it. And it's a return that he's just begun to hit a bit more, isn't he, in this fifth set, that one up the line. An early ball.
And the serve's getting away from him. It's almost like he can't drag it cross-court. Inch perfect.
S'il vous plaît. Avantage Alcaraz.
It's another mic drop moment from Alcaraz.
6 jeux partout. Mesdames, Messieurs, un jeu décisif à 10 points va maintenant être disputé pour décider du vainqueur du match.
And fittingly, after 5 hours and 20 minutes of the most enthralling contest.
Everybody's on their feet down here. I mean, from the photographers to all the media to all the fans. Unbelievable point.
And Nick, when we
Merci.
talk about being clutch, Alcaraz has an incredible deciding set tiebreak record. He's 11-2 in his career.
Yeah, this is the first major final to be decided on a tiebreak since the US Open in 2020.
Alcaraz's only loss at a major in a deciding set tiebreaker was against Matteo Berrettini. The other one we mentioned earlier, the Cincinnati final against Djokovic.
Alcaraz.
It's just unplayable.
Alcaraz.
Worth remembering, of course, this tie-break, first to 10. Long way to go.
Flood the court and see if this guy can walk on the water.
4-0, Alcaraz.
Here's something else.
Merci.
Couldn't stay with him, could he? Tidal wave of attack. Sinner had to deal with.
5-0, Alcaraz.
And Alcaraz is halfway there already.
S'il vous plaît.
And he did this against Sinner in the finals of Beijing in a deciding set tie-break, Nick, if you remember. Down 3-1. He played 5 points in a row that were just unstoppable and stole the match away from Sinner. And he's doing it here again.
Yeah, when we think of great major finals, we think of Federer Nadal, don't we? Wimbledon 08. And would suggest this might even trump that.
5 hours and 25 minutes. This one has been ongoing.
S'il vous plaît.
He's unplayable. 7 almost perfect points from the man from the Murcia. It has been extraordinary.
S'il vous plaît. Alcaraz.
9 points in a row. Finally, Sinner wins one.
Well, a bit of respite. Much needed as well.
Alcaraz. Merci.
Did Alcaraz do well to get the ball out of his feet off the return. Sinner had to take it on. It was there for him. And it's slipping away on the world number one. Five and a half hours of the most enthralling drama.
S'il vous plaît.
It's Carlos Alcaraz that defends his title at Roland Garros. Surely one of the greatest matches ever played on Philippe Chatrier. Utter heartbreak for the world number one.
Carlos Alcaraz!
Sinner denied. It's a miracle from the man from Murcia.
He saves 3 match points 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. We thought we were done and dusted. An escape like we've almost never seen. He makes it 5 from 5 in Grand Slam finals. What a player, Nick. What a player. What an athlete. What an artist.
And what a group of people behind him as well. He is so unique, isn't he? And to be able to stay firm, stand tall, with this man standing on the brink of winning this thing for the very first time.
So close to getting there. It's one for the ages. Alcaraz 7-6 in the 5th. Jaw-dropping tiebreak. Cold stone killer in the clutch. Proves that under the pump, that's when he plays his best tennis. You've got a spare thought for Jannik Sinner as well. He played his part every single one of the matches that these two guys seem to play are just special. US Open, he had a match point, and of course Alcaraz slipped through his fingers on that occasion, and he has done it again at a major, this time in a final. What an advert for the sport, though, these two are.
Yeah, surely one of the best finals that we've ever had here at Roland Garros. Undoubtedly in recent times, because the quality was sustained, wasn't it? There was no real ebbs and flows, yes, occasionally, but throughout the course of 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
It's quarterfinals time here in the United Arab Emirates. Nerves of steel from Talan Griekspoor. The biggest win of his career. Scintillating from Tsitsipas. It's a third Dubai semi-final for the number 4 seed. Contour Ali's through to the biggest semi-final of his career. It is Fauja Aliassime who is safely into the semi-finals. We are down to the final 4 in Dubai.
Quality keeps on coming.
That's a statement semi-final performance from Stefanos Tsitsipas. Fauja Aliassime is into the final here in Dubai.
We're all set for a fantastic showpiece match.
Oh, that's confident play from Tsitsipas. Stefanos Tsitsipas stands above the rest here in Dubai.
Plus longue finale et peut-être une des plus belles finales de l'histoire de Roland Garros.
Just confirming Mark Murray, that was the longest final in Roland Garros history. And good luck to all those spectators for going to sleep tonight, because that might be a bit of an effort.
5 hours and 29 minutes was in the end. Of course, Andre came back from 2 sets to love down to win his only title here against Andre Medvedev. Gaston Gaudio saved 2 match points here before beating Guillermo Coria. That was way back in 2004.
And you know, it's funny because when all is said and done here, going into this final, the conversations were around one guy has a level above the other, but the other guy tends to have a fairly stable high level, and that is exactly how it panned out at the end. One guy hit absolute peak level, as if Sinner was incredible throughout, but those last 7 or 8 points from Alcaraz were better than anybody can play this sport right now.
And that's what we spoke about. He has that button that he can crank to 11 where everyone else's stops at 10. And the opening 6 points of the tiebreaker were just jaw-dropping. We were left gobsmacked by some of the shot production, the artistry, the athleticism, and the tennis intellect.
On va pouvoir le raccompagner une dernière fois, Yannick Sinner.
On the surface to defend this title, Nick.
The only Rafa and Guga this century, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, of course, going back a little further, Bjorn Borg did it, Yvonne Lendl did it, Jim Courier. And in the 90s, it was Sergi Bruguera who went back-to-back in 93, 94. And just creeps in now behind Rafael Nadal as the youngest man to win 5 Grand Slam titles in history. And Rafa's got him by 1 day. 22 years 34 days for Carlos today, 22 years, and 33 for Rafa to win 5 majors.
Fabulous point.
Oh, think that was in or out? Let's check again. Was it in? Was it out? What say you, Hawkeye? The ball was out. Talk about fine margins. That was in or out. There's tennis for everyone right here on BN Sports.
FIA Formula 2, here we go.
All pushing hard, giving it everything.
Could we see records broken? Whoa, almost contact. Oh, the driver's in trouble. That will have cost him. Who's going to be the next driver to go to F1? The battle is on.
Hi, I'm Alex Seminole,
France TFO,
Lorenzo Musetti, Andrei Rublev. Make sure to watch the ATP Tour
and watch all the ATP action here
on BN Sports.
A dream Doha field has been cut down to 4. We've got plenty at stake. Oh, some point. Andrei Rublev delivers in Doha once more. Jack Draper books his ticket to the final in Doha. Welcome to the culmination of what has been a thoroughly absorbing week. Some serious sting attached to that shot. Andrei Rublev gets the break. Here's another comeback on the cards here. Andrei Rublev becomes a two-time champion in Doha.
Coming under pressure from McClellan and DeWolf. This a three-way battle for 7th position. Frustrating race for these guys. Not able to use all of the track. Ah, somebody did go through the front door. Oh, I tell you what, that was hard. That was a hard landing. That was DeBuy. So Emile DeBuy from Belgium landing on his coccyx. Hopefully he's okay. But just the nature of the ground, where you get on the gas just at the takeoff point, so a lot of riders will, if it's yeah, you see the way maybe the flags are still there. When you're on the gas, if you've got a really long tabletop, the riders will not shut off on takeoff. They won't blip. Good to see him up on his feet though. But sometimes they just blip. And as they do that, when the ground is soft, obviously causes the dirt to break away again, and then you get a hook on the takeoff. And Emile DeBuy there, just unfortunate to catch one of those holes. And that's what sent him out of the moon roof and back. Definitely sent him into orbit anyway. Having a nightmare race here in race 1. Wasn't great in the qualifying race, having fallen at the second turn to get back to 16. He's out of the race now, for now. Follow the leader through some of these turns. You see DeWolf going offline there, and then the back end just waiting to pick up. Sounded like Roger Harvey then, didn't I? Nervous look over the shoulder there from McClellan. Didn't get it quite right on the run up to the jump. That brings DeWolf right onto the rear wheel. But once he gets there, still can't find a way through. Here's Prunier heading up an 8-wheeler now. 4 riders fighting over 6th. Carlos Racialis, 9.5 seconds further than the field. We haven't seen him, the home rider, having his best ride here so far this year. Just behind the number 1, we got a Damo sneaking into view, coming into the tabletop, into the double now. 5 riders are going to be fighting over 6th place then, anytime now. seconds. Langenfelder still there in second, gaining ground on Adamo and De Wolf at the top of the championship. Everts is in third in the race, nearly 9 seconds behind the German. Then we've got Van Aert having a great ride in fourth place. The 3:17 hasn't been inside the top four since race 2 in Argentina, the opening round of the season. Did get a 6th and a 5th in Portugal, but they were heavy conditions. McClellan finally at the start of the straight finds his way past Thibaut Beniston, who's now back under pressure from De Wolf as McClellan advances into 7th place. And De Wolf around the outside. 2 positions in about 200 metres for Beniston, and Adamo's going to come through as well. So McClellan 7, De Wolf 8. Losing 2 positions in quick succession then. Adamo knocking on the door of the Yamaha man. Quentin Prunier properly on the ropes now. The WZ rider on that KTM in black. He'll defend that inside, slows everything up here. Camden McClellan reads it well though. The Monster Energy Triumph gets alongside him down past pit lane. He moves up in the 6th. So too, Beniston and Adamo into that right hand at turn 5. So with 7.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Adamo just behind this freight train of riders. Lisa Leyland is down in pit lane and she's got an update on Valerio Latta for a Honda HRC who is out of the race. Let's go down to Lisa.
Yeah, I just grabbed a few words with the mechanics from Team HRC. We just saw Valerio Latta unfortunately retire from the race. Basically what Valerio was saying was the bike was overheating, he had no power, he couldn't even get over the jumps at one point, so they brought him in the pits. They tried to make something work in the hope that he could go back out on track. Unfortunately that wasn't the case, so they're going to go back to the paddock and see what they can do, but it was a tough race for the Team HRC rider.
Thanks for the update down there, Lisa. Kai de Wolf finding his way around the outside of Quentin Prunier. Thibaut Beniston also finding his way past fellow countrymen. That's 7th and 8th place now for those two as Prunier drops to 9th. And Adamo closing in as well, looking to find his way past the rider in black. The Red Bull KTM does slip up the inside of the WZ rider. Prunier now down to 10th. Meanwhile, Sasha Kuhnen out on his own in 5th place. In 1st place with a 5-second advantage. Langenfelder's just set his best lap of the race so far. So here's Sasha Kuhnen. He bagged the Vauxhall shot right at the start of the race. He was over on the middle of the gate, look, up out of the seat immediately. Chucked it in, round the outside, got good drive, came out with his 8th Vauxhall shot of the season. Langenfelder right there behind him in 2nd position. 24 black plates now for Sasha Kuhnen. Didn't need to go right to the inside. His teammate was right there, Langenfelder. They were pretty much side by side going down past pit lane into turn 2. 3.6 seconds between Kuhnen and Langenfelder. Just under 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Red Bull KTM 1-2 and a startless Husqvarna there in 3rd place with Liam Everts.
Everett's about 11.5 seconds further back. Here's Carlos Raceless. He's in 5th place at the moment for Monster Energy. Yamaha Factory MX2 just had a bit of an issue there through the waves, just lost his footing on that right peg. But what a solid performance this is for Raceless. Coming here with a 3rd in the qualifying race, his best qualifying race ever since he joined the class halfway through the championship last year. And at the moment, in terms of his race finishes in 2025, he's had a few top 10s, but this one, if he can stay there, or even if he drops to 6, they will be his best finishes of the season. Langenfelder, well, decided he might fancy this. 203.5 to a 206.4. That gap was 2.2 a moment ago. It's less than that now as we hit the end of the sector. Around about now, let's have a look. That gap 2.2 down to 1.1. He halves it all of a sudden. And Langenfelder getting his claws into Sasha Kunin potentially for a race win. The boys down in the Takali garage. They won't care which way this goes, but if it's Langenfelder who takes the win, of course, then he'll gain another 3 points on the championship. Put some distance between himself and Adamo. We'll worry about that in a moment. Because on lap 14 here, all of a sudden, there is next to nothing between the top 2 in the race. Sasha Kunin and Simon Langenfelder there in the yellow boots. So it's one thing closing down the gap. Maybe there were 1 or 2 little mistakes. Unless Langenfelder just quite simply turning it up, because the fast lap time there, 203.5, the fastest of the race, would suggest that he's been saving something for the last few minutes here in this first MX2 race. Happy with his pace early on. Didn't want to push, didn't want to blow a gasket. Physical gasket, that is. And now he's got Sasha Kunin right there where he wants him. The next thing is trying to find his way onto the rear wheel and make that pass happen. Easier said than done. When you've got a racetrack that is just starting to be very, very go offline as he tried desperately to make a pass on Camden McClellan, who's still ahead of him, by the way. Bit of a twitch there from Langenfelder, then he didn't get the distance over the step up, so he just had to use his body to soak up the impact on landing on that step up, which also Adamo falls down to 11th place. Maxim Grove parked. Beach Dasbro. Back markers coming in thick and fast as the 2 leaders come through. Langenfelder more efficient as he hits those waves. Less than a bike length in it as he gets back onto the rear wheel of Sasha Kunin. Tight on the finish line, isn't it? 28 seconds. Does it take 28 seconds to get from here to the finish line? Because they've got to go through these couple of corners, back behind the pit lane there, and then the run to the finish. I think we're going to get the 2 lap board this time around. Especially with the ground as heavy as it is yet. We're into the last 10 seconds of the race. Raceless on the side of the track there, went for a bit of a water bath through the waves. Hopefully he maintains that 5th place, but that's going to bring Camden McClellan a little bit closer in 6th. 2 laps to go. The 2 Red Bull KTMs of Kunin and Langenfelder continue to lead the way. Langenfelder looking for a way past his teammate to try and take those 25 points and those extra 3 points. Because he may need them later on in the year, might need them later on in the day, you never know. This time he sails up and over the step up. Gets back onto the rear wheel of Kühnen, but time ticking away for the German. Jumping long look over the next hole. Perfectly illustrated there from the drone. You can use the downside or where you've been landing, then it creates that next hole, if you like, that next bump. These guys going longer for a different landing zone. Langenfelder searching for new lines around the outside, thinking, why did that one work? He was more efficient through here a lap ago, but about the same this time around. That gap still hovering around about 1.3 seconds. As we get closer to the one lap board. You've got a feel for the mechanics though, haven't you, this year? Racking through the spares budget. Sprockets, chains, brake pads, brake discs. Engines as well, probably. Oliver up to 14th, so he's had an up and down race. Oliver, mistake there for the race leader. Can't afford any of those because Simon Langenfelder will pounce if he's close enough. Well, that outside line's working nicely now, isn't it? Watch this, just goes in a little bit deep, folds in front, uses all that upper body strength to get himself out of trouble. Into the final lap we go. The two riders here separated by less than a second. At the end of 15 laps, we're on lap 16. Liam Evans coming into view any moment now to hit the line in third place, 16 seconds down. That's going to be a top 3 finish for Belgium. Not had one of them since he finished second in race 1 in Lugo. That was round 8, this is now round 11. Good response this though from Sasha Kühnen. All of a sudden he's blown out to a 2-second advantage over Langenfelder. And it looks like Simon Langenfelder happy to take the second place on offer here. Because if Andrea Adamo stays where he is in 11th place, the gap between first and second is going to go out to 19 points. A massive gain, a massive swing in favour of Langenfelder. Remember, he arrived here 3 points down at the start of the weekend. 7 points clear after the qualifying race, 19 after the first race. All of a sudden, racers who had that off-track excursion a couple of laps ago through the waves. He's now under attack. He's going to need every one of the fans out here to get him over the line in that 5th position. McClellan not going to let up though on the Monster Energy Triumph behind him. Outside, inside, outside. McClellan gets alongside him. And McClellan moves into 5th on the final lap. Meanwhile, making his way towards the line and the checkered flag. Sasha Kühnen wins race 1 here in Latvia. Dwarf down again. Perez getting ready to go by him, so he was in 7th place. Benestow's got through. Perez couldn't quite make it happen, so picks himself up in 8th position for now. Again, Perez trying to get his Spanish elbows out into the side of the ribcage there of the number 1. Oh, he tries to lean on it. Brave move that. Dwarf then in 8th. What an end to the race. Sasha Kühnen with his 2nd win of the season. But an up and down one for Kyle Wolf, the former red plate holder and reigning champion, defending champion. miles from home through this left-hander now. That's the run towards the finish line. Kyle Wolf crosses the line in a disappointing 8th place. Let's go down to Lisa. She is with Sasha Kunin, a 2-time race winner this year, and a 2-time race winner here in Latvia as well.
Sasha Kunin, congratulations. A great job out there. You took the foxhole shot, you turned it into a race win. Great comeback after yesterday, but you were under pressure from your teammate.
Yeah, no, I was just playing around with him. He was, I make a big mistake in one corner, and then he was in my back. But yeah, I was just playing around. I had a bit pain in the wrist, but okay, we managed to win and to show everybody we can be on top.
Okay, thank you, Sasha.
Sasha Kunin then takes his 2nd race win of the season. In the end, despite the pressure from Langenfelder after a couple of self-inflicted mistakes, it was a comfortable win. 3.2 seconds the Belgian had over the German. Evans picking up 3rd. All 3 riders in a good position to get their way to the podium come the end of the weekend. Show you the highlights of the race then, shall we, before we go anywhere else?
Viņš jūt, ka brauc mājās, un to ir labākais rezultāts šajā sezonā ar Kārlim Reiselim. Tagad mazā attelpā, jo otrais.
Round 11 of the FIA Motocross World Championship, the MXGP of Latvia here at the Zelterzerks in Kegums. The MX2 race 1 burst into life after overnight rain left the circuit a little bit worse for wear, but it was Sasha Kunin who grabbed his 8th foxhole shot of the season with Simon Langenfelder, the new championship leader, just behind 2nd, Evans 3rd, Van Aert 4th, the Wolf 5th. The Wolf would have an up-and-down race. A great start, but then an early fall for the 51 of Oriol Oliver as the 47, the home rider, Carlos Reslis, found his way up into 5th. The Wolf down, not for the first time. Adamo fell as well in the left-hander. He picked himself up and would eventually get back to 11, but he would have another fall later on as well that pushed him back down to 11. Meanwhile, at the other end, De Wolf was trying to find his way back up towards the leaderboard. He found his way past Brunier. That put him in the 7th on lap 11. Final lap around the outside. Captain McClellan got the better of Raceless, pushed him down into 6th. McClellan crossed the line in 5th place. But it was a cruisy win in the end for Sasha Kunin, his 2nd win of the year. Langenfelder 2nd, Evans, McClellan, in top 5.
Organizatori izsaka pateicību Latvijas.
Take a look at the results then, and it was a 2nd race win for the season for Sasha Kunin, picking up the full bag of 25 points. Langenfelder 2nd, Evans 3rd, McClellan, Raceless, Benetton, and the Wolf.
Sacensību posma norisi. Paldies Ogres novada pašvaldībai.
There we saw 8. It's 9 for Guillaume Perez, Victor Brunier, picking up 10th ahead of Andrea Adamo, David Maceres, Julius Mikola, Oriol Oliver, Kaz Vog, and Philippe Olsen. Hold them. Behind them we had Scott Smulders, Magnus Smith, Rowan Tolsma, and Maxim Rowe. At the top of the championship though, Simon Langenfelder, who started 3 points down before the weekend and started today 7 clear after his win in the qualifying race on Saturday. Sasha Kunin, Simon Langenfelder now finds himself 19 points clear at the top of the championship. Take a look at the foxhole shot then, and for the 8th time this year, Sasha Kunin with the black plate, 25 now in his career in MX2. He's rapidly becoming the next Prado in terms of gaining those black plates, isn't he? Fans on their feet earlier on today. They're just taking a bit of a breather now, soaking up this Latvian summer. Take a look at some of the best moments then, shall we? best moments then from that MX2 first race, where Sasha Kunin's win now brings it back up to 5th, ahead of Thibaut Benestog. More in a moment as we take a quick break. Join us in about 3.5 minutes' time. We'll return for MXGP Race 1. See you then.
The wait is finally over. The very best in all the land. PSV, champions of the Eredivisie.
It's the MXGP of Latvia. We return to the Zeltazerk circuit here, just on the outskirts of Kegums. And it's round 11 of the FIM Motocross World Championship. MXGP Race 1 just a moment away. And as we arrive here, Jeffrey Herlings bounced back to form 1 week ago in Germany, claiming his first race and Grand Prix victories of the season. And with it, career win number 108. The Bullet has won in Latvia no fewer than 8 times. And since his first victory back in 2020, he was victorious here when we came here last year. And surely the Bullet starts as a favourite again here today. But you cannot count out the top 2 in the championship, Roman Fevre and Lucas Kunin as well, as they look forward to joining the party as they continue their battle at the top of the championship in MXGP. Roman Fevre arrived here 36 points clear of Lucas Kunin, but in the qualifying race it was advantage Kunin. That gap now down to 35. We'll see the highlights in a few moments' time. Of course, the racetrack here, if you're joining us for the first time, 1,750 metres long, that starts straight into the 180 right, past pit lane left, where the arrows are. We used to turn left 90 degrees there and come back down over those couple of jumps through the run towards the finish line, but we just go a little bit deeper over the crest into turn 3, and then it's a 180 turn 4 and 5 before we rejoin. The rest of the track pretty much the same as it was when we came here last year. As we said, Jeffrey Herlings, the winner here last year with a first and a third. And of course, he was victorious in the qualifying race for the first time this year, where 7 riders now have won a qualifying race in 2025. Start straight being prepped ahead of MXGP Race 1. So before we go anywhere, our report this week focuses on the rookies new to the championships in 2025.
One of the things we constantly talk about and wonder about in MX2 is how the top riders from EMX 250 fare when they move into MX2 full time. And last year we had one of those seasons where the EMX 250 championship was way and above beyond what we've had in previous years. The top 3 all moving into MX2 in 2025. Of course, the champion, Matis Balin, Valerio Latta, who was 2nd, and Kaz Volk, who was 3rd. Last year, they won every single race between them. It'll be interesting to see how they would do. And as we reach the halfway stage of the championship, maybe have a quick look as to how they're doing.
Volk is the only rookie to have not gone to a full factory team. He's with the Van Venrooy squad. They are a Dutch-based team. They're hugely experienced, and he's sharing the awning with his sister Lynn, who's fighting for her first WMX title. And on the whole, his setup this year looks like a very good fit for him. He's had many top 10 results, and he's really shown that he's one of the strongest non-factory riders in the class.
Valerio Latta is probably the standout performer so far. He had that qualifying win in Germany. It's been great to see the progression. It's been calm, it's been measured every step of the way. He's not in a hurry, but I think the second half of the season will definitely see a change in how the Italian goes about his racing. Maybe those race wins for real on Sunday. More podiums, they will start to come into play sooner rather than later. Mattis Valland looked like he was probably going to be the guy from last year's EMX 250 that was going to sort of carry the torch, if you like. We saw it in Argentina, great starts, you know, in the qualifying race and things like that, and he certainly looked like he had the pace on that factory Kawasaki. However, a couple of crashes here and there. He's been forced to miss 2 or 3 rounds early on in the championship as well, and now he seems to be trying to re-find his feet again. So it's not been easy, and it's just another thing that highlights how difficult it is to come into MX2. You're in it to win it, and you're not going to win it if you're going to bin it. And that's been the case, if you like, with Mattis Valland more often than not.
Yeah, rookies in MX2, obviously finding it tough at the moment, but not doing too badly in the greater scheme of things either. Of course, the championship a lot longer than they used to, double the length of the championship they used to using. But anyway, let's go down to Lisa Lennon. She was on the grid a few months ago. She caught up with a rider at a big crash last week, missed the German Grand Prix. Ruben Fernandez, before that, a rider we've not really seen much of last year because he was injured, ran better most times.
So we're almost ready for the first MXGP race of the day, but let's grab a few words with a rider that we haven't caught up with for a while, have we, Roan? It's Roan van der Moestijk from KTM Kozak team. Roan, halfway through the season now, how would you reflect on the first part of your year? What have you learned? What can you improve moving forward?
Yeah, the first part has been up and down, let's say. I've had a quite good result in Sardinia, in the sand. But yeah, MXGP is tough, so I have to learn, and it is actually my first full year, let's say, in MXGP, because last year I was injured. So yeah, I'm keeping learning, and this is a track that suits me well from the past, so I'm looking forward to the races.
And actually, I was just going to say that as well. You've actually got second overall here in your MX2 days. You've got a double race win victory here in your EMX 250 days. Apart from it being sand, what is it about this track that you think suits you?
I think just that sand on top and then the hard thing underneath, you know, that's what I like. And I've done well in the past, so let's aim for the same this weekend. I want to say hello to the trainer. He's back home watching on the sofa, and I will make sure the throttle goes open.
Great to catch up. Thank you. Now, I want to grab a few words with Team HRC's Ruben Fernandez, mainly because we didn't see much of you in Germany. It didn't go to plan for you. What happened from your seat, and are you okay?
Well, yeah, I've had a big crash. It was a really high-speed crash, and I had to go out of race that weekend in Germany, but then I had everything checked at home, make sure it was not serious injuries. It was just a big impact and some damage and collarbone. But it's all good, you know. It's I still feel very sore, and I have a little bit difficulties to breathe. You know, it's still a little bit hard from the impact there. There is no injuries, but you know, it was a really big one. So definitely not 100% and struggling this weekend to keep up, but doing all I can and trying to take as much points as possible. Yesterday was worked out well for me, so hopefully we can do the same today and keep up with the guys.
Okay, thanks for chatting to us. Thank you. Ruben Fernandez there. Good luck to all the guys. It's time for MXGP Race 1.
Since we arrived here first thing this morning, where it was pretty much underwater. I feel sorry for the 125 and 250 riders, but props to the track crew once again. They've definitely been earning their peanuts this year, haven't they? Take a look at what happened in the qualifying race yesterday. Here's the highlights. Beautiful blue skies and a dry racetrack awaited the MXGP riders. The final race of the day. See that boggy patch there as they went down the start straight, but it was Herlings who came away with the whole shot alongside Koonin, who he pushed to the outside there as well as Jeremy Seawer. Or was it Fernandez, wasn't it, there in second position? So Fernandez there in second, then Koonin there in third. into second as we swept through the left-hand turn. Febvre on the charge as well. He didn't make the best start. It wasn't bad, but it's just the fact that Hurlings and Kuhnen were already ahead of him. He then pushed on, got his way into the rear wheel, and Fernandez moved into third on lap 3, but that's where he would stay. But he did. Even though he took a few roost sandwiches during the race, he did get himself onto the wheel of Lucas Kuhnen. Hurlings was right there ahead of him, and for a while, the three of them were pretty much wheel to wheel. There was a bit of a moment there for Kuhnen as he bounced long against the turn, stayed up on two wheels. He then pushed his way onto the rear wheel of Hurlings. Febvre wasn't going anywhere either. And this final lap, Febvre tried to make a lunge past the young Belgian. Didn't come off though. He would cross the line in third. Lucas Kuhnen would cross the line in second. But for Jeffrey Hurlings, his first qualifying race win of the season. 7 riders now have taken a pole position in 2025 in MXGP. Great atmosphere here in Latvia, there always is. Smiley, happy people, aren't they, in this part of the world? Hurlings, your winner from Kuhnen, Febvre, Fernandez, Koldenhoff and Bonacorsi, with Bogas, Van Donnick, Watson and Seaworth. They were your top 10. Championship now, Roman Febvre and Lucas Kuhnen separated by 35 points. It was 36 at the start of the weekend. Koldenhoff moves up to third. He's only 2 clear of Maxime Renault though. Jeffrey Hurlings is only 99 points off of Glenn Koldenhoff. Hurlings is in 10th. Koldenhoff is in third. Are we going to see a late charge in the second half of the season for Hurlings to get himself into that third place? Come the final round in Australia. It's not impossible. 10 rounds to go, 9 points around, or thereabouts. Let's take a look at how the riders line up. Jeffrey Hurlings on pole for the first time this year, and becomes the 7th rider to win a qualifying race and start on pole for the main races on Sunday. Of course, he will go to the inside gate number 1, first one available to him. Lucas Kuhnen will go to the line second, ahead of Roman Febvre, Ruben Fernandez and Glenn Koldenhoff. Brian Bogas will go to the line in 7th, just behind Bonacorsi, but it was pretty much static from there, just behind Bogas. We had a little bit of movement, Van Donnick up and down, sharing positions with Ben Watson, Jeremy Seaworth, but it was Van Donnick who crossed the line in 8, Watson 9, and Seaworth 10. Iago Hietz came from outside the top 20 to finish in 11th. Dylan Guadagnini, Calvin Solana and Max Speeds, Roman Bushline, Cornelius Tondale. Maris Pompis, the Latvian, started in 8th and stayed there for the first 4 or 5 laps before eventually fading. I think he fell actually around about lap 8 down to an eventual 17th position. Isaac Gipting, not pleased with his position there, but obviously had issues on the opening lap, never really recovered. He will go to the line in 24th place. Jeffrey Hurlings, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing, for the first time this year will line up on pole position, round 11 in the MXGP of Latvia. 7 riders have lined up on pole so far this year. Roman Febvre, 3rd in the qualifying race, 35 points clear of Lucas Kuhnen. He knows all too well a good start is needed, especially now that Hurlings looks like he's almost fully fit, because he can now get in between the battle between Lucas Kuhnen and Roman Febvre and take points away from either of those. So what would have maybe been 3 points between first and second might now be 5 points between first and third, let's say. So we are at a very interesting point of the season. Yes, it's only halfway, but they are some of the parameters that these riders are now having to deal with. Another rider in the mix. Brian Bogas, good qualifying for him in 7th position for Fantic Factory Racing. His teammate Glenn Koldenhoff was the best of that Fantic trio, with Andrea Bonacorsi just in between them in 6th place. And there is Bonner. So 5, 6, 7 for the Fantic trio. The circuit probably in better shape than it has been all day so far. There's Jeremy Seaworth. He goes to the line in 10th place for Aruba.IT Ducati. finished just behind the 9:19 of Ben Watson. Mattia Guadagnini goes to the line in 12th. Still trying to work his way into full fitness after the issues that he's had so far this year. Perfectly prepped start straight, getting drier all the time. As MXGP Race 1 prepares to do battle for 30 minutes plus 2 laps around the Zelter circuit here. Lucas Kühnen engaging his mapping to give him the optimum getaway. The Fly Racing 15-second board up for the first time this weekend, then MXGP Race 1. Herlings, Kühnen, Febvre inside gates as they prepare to go down the right-hand side into a 180 right turn. That is turn 1. Who will it be that grabs that all-important Vauxhall shirt once again? Getting strong. Good jump for all the 3 guys. Fernandez bouncing like a ping-pong ball. Kühnen, did he learn from his mistakes from yesterday? Well, he does go wide, and it's a drag race. Oh, they were very close, weren't they? Kühnen, I think, has grabbed the Vauxhall shot over the line. It was very close. And Febvre bouncing off of Herlings, who went too deep into that turn. A good start. You can't afford to make mistakes. Kühnen languishes in that turn. Herlings takes over the lead immediately. That's great for Febvre, but he gets pushed back to 4th. Over the line then. Herlings, Kühnen, Bogus, the lead panting rider, then Febvre in green. Does not want to get stuck behind Brian Bogus. Holding off in 5th. Fernandez recovered well after banging bars down the start straight for 6th. Watson, a great start for him in 7th place as well. So Ben Watson on the Beta in 7th, Bonacorsi 8th, Van Oostdijk 9th, Balada in 10th, Renault, Seawer, Mandonic, Hint, Guadagnini, Speeds, Sterry, Talvico, Noah Ludwig and Isaac Gifting. But it's Herlings who leads the way. The rider who has won around here no fewer than 8 times in the past. Won his qualifying race on Saturday. Managed to deal with everything that Lucas Kühnen threw at him. And Herlings looking like he's back to his MX2 days here, going on a sprint best, trying to open up an advantage. It was 2.1 at the last split. By the time we hit the next split, it's down to 2.3 or out to 2.3. Bogus trying to go with Herlings and Kühnen. Febvre just getting left behind here as he tries to figure out the racetrack. And then Koldenhoff, who was a 2-time winner around here in the past, also in the mix in that 5th place. Febvre, we saw once he got into 3rd place, he was able to whittle down the gap to Herlings and Lucas Kühnen quite quickly to join them in that battle for the win. It just came up short, wasn't able to find a way by. If he was frustrated in the qualifying race, he's going to be equally frustrated now because yes, the circuit is drying out, but there are too many soft, sticky parts of the racetrack where if you take the wrong line, you may pay the price. He's got to be mindful of that, but at the moment, he's about 7 seconds off of Herlings at the end of this first lap when they hit the line in a moment. Herlings a 2:0.110 lap time. Kühnen a 2:03.3, the gap 3.8 seconds. Bogus 2:04.4, Febvre a 2:05.4. Herlings 5 seconds quicker than Febvre on that opening lap. Oh, and Febvre landing heavy in those waves. Had to back off, lost vital ground. Bogus ahead of him in the back end, just getting the wrong side of the berm at the top of the hill as well. A couple of quick mistakes in quick succession for the number 3, the championship leader. He'll lose another 4 points to Kühnen if he stays like this. Herlings nicely picking up the front wheel over that single coming out of the turn. A mistake in the previous corner allowed Herlings to get better drive. Kühnen knew that it was coming though, didn't he? He looked across to try to defend. Herlings was going through anyway. Bread and butter conditions for the Bullet. This sand race coming at the right time for the number 84. Lucas Kühnen, 3 6 seconds further back. We know he can also compete in these conditions, but he's just losing out to the 5-time champ at the moment. Plenty of time to work his way into this race though. And he might do, you know. Might just take a couple laps just to sort of figure out a few things here and there. If Herlings just sort of sits back and enjoys that time at the head of the field, you never know, Kuhnen could spring a late attack in the race. Wouldn't that be something? Right, Fevre knows he can't afford to hang around. Looking for different lines, anything, as he's sandwiched between the two Fantics, Bogas and Koltnoff. Sounds like a law firm, doesn't it? This time, Lucas Kuhnen, the fastest rider on track, as he equals the lap time of Herlings last time around at 2 minutes, 0.009. In fact, it's quicker than Herlings, but they are in the same second, 2 minutes. 0.6, 2 minutes, 0.0. Last time around for Herlings and Kuhnen. Fevre, 10.8 seconds off the lead. As Roman Fevre figures out a way to find a way past Brian Bogas here. We are getting ready to go down to Fantic in pit lane with Lisa Leyland. She's getting ready to speak to Louis Foster, the team owner of Fantic Factory Racing MXGP. Let's hear what he has to say about the weekend so far.
Louis Foster's, we have Brian Bogas, he's the top Fantic at the moment, P3, good to see him up at the sharp end. What feedback has he given you so far?
Yes, Brian is doing really well at the moment, but we saw already some improvement the last few races, but also during the week he becomes stronger and stronger, and actually he really likes this track, so happy to see him on P3 at the moment.
What does he like about the track?
Yeah, especially the sandy track, but also the layout of the track, everything. He has here good memories, so yeah, he really likes it.
And just finally, all three riders in the top 10. So far, so good.
So far, so good. Keep fingers crossed, so let's see what comes out.
Best luck to the team. Thank you, Louis.
Roman Fevre just a little bit front end high as he doubled into that left-right chicane a moment ago. A little bit Evel Knievel-esque. Couldn't quite dab that back brake quick enough, could he? But just looking a little bit frustrated here, not able to do anything about Bogas ahead of him. Meanwhile, in 7th place, what a great start this is for Ben Watson. He's only 2.3 seconds behind Fernandez, 1.9 ahead of Bonacorsi, the third of the Fantics in the top 10, in 8th place. And Ben Watson in that 7th position, capitalising on a fantastic start, probably because of his 9th as well. Got a good gate pick from the qualifying race. Hopefully we can pick him up sooner rather than later. Watson on the 919 MRT Racing Beta. So far, it's only got 3 top 10 race finishes during the season. Got an 8th in race 1 in Sardinia, got a 7th in race 2 in Switzerland, and a 9th in race 1 in France. Eyeing up another top 10 race result here. And here is Ben Watson on that 919 MRT Racing Beta. The tall Brit, former MX2 Grand Prix winner, of course. Grew up racing a lot of his schoolboy motocross in sandy conditions like this, but he's just started to steam a little bit here. Not sure if that's just because he's been parked behind a rider ahead of him and just getting roosted, or if there's just something going on with that machine. Hopefully it sorts itself out. But Ben Watson there in that 7th place at the moment, yeah, looking down, knows he's got an issue, but right until it breaks. Hopefully it makes it through to the end of the race. 21 minutes to go though, plus 2 laps. Could be a long race for Watson. He's got Fernandez just ahead of him. Fernandez only about 2 seconds further up the track there for Honda HRC. Yeah, it looks like it's settled down a little bit here, doesn't it? So far so good then for Watson in 7th. Meanwhile, further up the field, Bogas and Fevre fighting over 3rd place. Koltnoff just getting dropped there in the background at the moment. Fevre still likes that inside, doesn't he? But it's very, very heavy through there. Bogas gets a bit of an advantage coming out of that turn. And that leaves Fevre with a lot more work to do. At some point, you're just going to have to say, you know what, and a mistake there from the Frenchman as well. At some point, you just have to say, okay, some lines I'm going to have to follow, but others, like that deep left-hand turn, maybe that's not one of them, where I've got to go offline. 16 seconds down on the leader, Herlings, who's only 3.8 clear of Lucas Kühnen. Both those two lapping in the 2 minutes. 0.4, 0.6 sectors. Bogus at 2:03.0, his best lap of the race so far. Febvre at 6/10 off. Komarov 2:03.5, quicker than Febvre by about a tenth. The gap's still hovering around 3.4 seconds, so Herlings can't afford to switch off here because Kühnen will pounce if given the opportunity. But getting a near perfect start. Definitely got through the first couple of corners where he needed to be, Jeffrey Herlings. Mike Kühnen just warming up, that gap coming down to 2.8 seconds. Yeah, sector 3 being told to work. 30.4, 30.0, Herlings Kühnen. Sector 1, 31.6, 30.9. And then sector 3, 32.6, 32.6, almost identical. Give or take a couple of hundredths. Lucas Kühnen definitely looks comfortable, doesn't he? In that second position, then he overjumps. Maybe pushing too hard, just ran it too wide. Fortunately, Febvre wasn't there, ready to capitalise. Because he's too busy dealing with Bogus back there in 4th place. Gap 3.5, losing time then this time around, the young Belgian. Tell you what though, the difference between riding a 450 and a 250 in these heavy conditions, so different, so much more enjoyable. You just get into those deep turns, you just open up the throttle, just pulls you out. You're not waiting for something to happen at the rear end. Down the back straight. Nervous looks on the faces from the Ducati side of Red Bull KTM, which is where Lucas Kühnen resides. Jeffrey Herlings, the Austrian side, of course. Get another split as they get out of this left-right on the run towards the city jump. Is he finding his way back onto the rear wheel? He gained 4 tenths in sector 1. This time around, Kühnen, 3.2. Lost a couple tenths in sector 2 to Herlings, but Romain Febvre kicking himself that he wasn't able to find his way past Herlings when he had the opportunity at the start through turn 2 and 3. Herlings got his elbows out, dug in. As he also knows if he's got to win this Grand Prix, he's got to do it from the front. Can't afford to give Kühnen and Febvre an opportunity. Can't give him a leg up. Kolthoff joining the punch as well. Still 3 seconds behind Fernandez in that 7th position. Febvre, Kolthoff, Fernandez, Watson all putting in their best laps last time around on lap 5. We're now on lap 6. Yeah, Febvre now just deciding to take that outside and thinking, you know what, why wasn't I using that earlier in the race? Because he didn't lose time that time around to Bogus. He's had 6 laps behind Bogus and not able to find his way past. Gifting and Panzer. Oh, I tell you what, he snagged his arm on the way through there, didn't he? Panzer coming off worse. As Gifting goes through to 20th place. Every point counts. Perfectly illustrated there as Gifting scythed his way down the inside of Jan Panzer. Take a look at the start again, shall we? See how crucial it was as over on the left-hand gates. The riders, they line up. Kühnen came in hot. Herlings had a nice tight line. Kühnen with the foxhole shot. Look how Febvre got squeezed between the two KTMs. Then Hurling's buried his way into that sand. Febvre got his way into second, but then in the next couple of corners lost out to the Bullet, who then quickly found his way into the lead as he moved past Coonan a couple of corners later, and it's Hurlings who continues to lead by 3 seconds over the Belgian. 8 Vauxhall shots for Lucas Coonan, just like his brother in MX2. Breathe is the message for Romain Febvre there. Couple of pulls on his tear-offs as he continues to eat wet sand off the back of that Fantic ahead of him. Bogus goes inside. He's going to get locked down. This time, Febvre tried to get a drive around the outside, not able to find his way by. See how the track is getting chewed up. Horrible little flaws on takeoff. Saw that in the previous races over this part of the racetrack, especially on the finish line jump. Hurlings coming out of turn 3 into turn 4. Just on the back wheel. Pretty static. Same positions since they started. Hurlings, Coonan, Bogus, Febvre, Coldenhoff, Fernandez, Watson, Bonacorsi about 1.3 seconds behind the Brit. Then Van der Moosdijk and Calvin Milana and Dominic Kietz. Quite an inning. Renault disappointed with that in 14th place. But he was also 18th in the qualifying race, so he would have been over more middle to the left outside gates. Difficult to get a start from out there. Closing in on Febvre, who's all over the back of his teammate, Brian Bogus. But no doubt, as we go down to Antti Pyränen, who's waiting to speak to Lisa Lehnen, he can see the frustration that Romain Febvre is facing. Difficult to find his way past the 2 guys ahead of him.
Antti Pyränen, it would seem quite a frustrating race there for Romain in 4th.
Yeah, indeed, he had a good start, but Bogers was able to pass him, so now he's stuck a little bit behind him. But yeah, it's difficult. It's so one line in the track. All the other lines is wet and only one dry line, so it's very difficult to pass.
Thank you.
Yeah, not the easiest of conditions. Massive overnight rain on Friday into Saturday morning. Track just about came good at the end of the day for the qualifying races, and then we had a massive deluge again through the night and early hours of this morning, leaving much of the racetrack underwater. So props to the track crews for getting us into this position, but you can only do so much. Of course, we do get a break for about 1 hour after this race, where they can maybe do a little bit more work, maybe open up some of those outside lines, take away some of the softer stuff. But not easy if you're Romain Febvre. You saw from the start highlight a moment ago, he was sandwiched between the 2 KTMs going past pit lane into turn 2. Past Hurlings coming out of turn 2, who just hit that turn solid. But then the next couple of corners, he lost too many positions and now finds himself there in 4th, where he's been for the entirety of this race, behind Brian Bogus. Bogus in that 3rd place. And you have to race to the conditions, of course you do. Got a 4th in race 2 in Spain, Kozar in the mud. His best result of the season so far, Brian Bogus. Looking to eclipse that here this weekend if he can. A little bit off balance there, but Febvre not close enough to capitalise on that mistake. Again, Febvre going searching. He's not used to being nearly 30 seconds down on Hurlings in 2025. Because that is the gap between 1st place Bullet and Romain Febvre in 4th. The team can see it. Antti Pyränen, the team costs him time. As he said, pretty one line, you can't really make the difference out here, which is why Hurlings was so convincing when he made his move on Coonan right at the start of the race to get back to the lead. Plus 2 to go. What does 29 seconds look like? Well, as Fevre went through the left-hander after the finish, right, left. The other side of the board, you saw Hurlings coming back in the opposite direction. Oh, mistake there from Fevre. Fortunately for him, he's able to hang on to that 4th place, but Koltnoff has got close. All of a sudden in 5th. Koltnoff in a fight for 3rd place in the championship with Maxim Renault, but Koltnoff on 3:44, Renault on 3:33. Fernandez on 3:20. Fernandez in the race is 6th at the moment. There he is. Right, look at the gap coming down between 1st and 2nd all of a sudden. 31.3, 30.2, sector 1. 31.6, 31.2, 33.3, 33.1. An all-round better lap for Coonan compared to Hurlings. He's going to look up and think, you know what? I'm following the fastest rider in the world in the sand. I've had a gap of about 3 seconds and now 1.3 seconds behind him. They have an opportunity to find a way past here. Look at the difference in lap time, 2:04.04. Hurlings and a 2:01.8. The consistency of Coonan paying off on that lap. So it's down to Hurlings now to dig in deep just to try and reassert his advantage over the young Belgian. And we'll see what the gap is as they get out of these next couple of corners and start their journey back down the back straight here, because it was 0.96 of a second a moment ago. As we hit the end of the first sector now, 30.6 and a 31.3, the gap going back out to 1.6. So Hurlings coolly pulling that distance over Coonan. Oh, Fevre down out of 4th place. Simple error in turn 7, the left-hander. So all of a sudden, Watson's going to hit the 6th, and Fevre down to 7th as they re-emerge back down the back straight. Hurlings, Coonan, Bogus, Koltnoff, Fernandez now 5th, Watson 6th, Fevre in 7th, Polaccorsi behind him in 8th place. Does everything right here, but watch the fold, watch him fold the front. Just too soft. Expected more from that berm just to hold him in, it didn't. He just tips over. Frustrating mistake that from the Frenchman, who's now got to dig extra deep. Well, it took him 10 laps to find his way past Bogus. He's now got to find his way past Watson, Fernandez, Koltnoff, if he's just to get back to where he was a lap ago. Looking across to see what's going on around him. Between 1st and 2nd, still hovering at 1.2 seconds, and Van Vincent's there. The Latvian moves aside, doesn't want to get involved in the battle as Hurlings and Coonan come through. Tense times for the 2 Red Bull KTM teams. Will it be Hurlings or Lucas Coonan? Will it be the older, experienced head of Hurlings that wins out, or will it be the young, the youthful exuberance of Coonan that comes out on top in race 1? Coonan definitely looks like he has the upper hand at the moment. his way past Hurlings in the latter stages, the last 5.5 minutes of this race. And Coonan believes he can win this, you know, from here. Remember, it's easier to follow than it is to lead. Opening up the track there, sweeping through turn 2 with a bit more commitment and speed. Oh, mistake there from the number 84. Almost threw away the lead. He's definitely under pressure here from Coonan. What an impressive performance this is from the number 96. Didn't expect this when Hurlings got to the front, right at the start of the race. Watch this, just comes in too hot, just too deep. That threw Coonan off a little bit there, actually, because he wasn't sure, oh, do I go left or right? He almost froze. Back with the leaders. And the gap still nothing between them. Fans on their feet, loving what they're seeing here in this first race. But Coonan with good speed here down the back straight. Oh, just too deep there for the rider in second. Manages it well though. Difficult conditions, heavy, one-line turns, deep ruts through the waves, but the speed at which these guys go through them, you wouldn't think it. Always looking one step ahead. 1.3 it was as they hit the city jump a moment ago, but again, Coonan quick to get back onto the rear wheel at the 84. Oh, I tell you what, it's going to be a long 3.5 minutes, +2 for Jeffrey Hurlings. Getting Coonan's line down past pit lane, more to the right to open up that second corner. Just a little bit better, more efficient. This time he gets turn 5 right, or turn 4. Managing the gap. Right, 13 laps complete, gap stabilising now to the tune of about 1.4 seconds. Fevre finding his way past Watson. Goes in deep round the outside. Fevre now up in the 6th. Still at 1.46 seconds. Traffic ahead of Hurlings. Right where he doesn't want the traffic. He's going to go to the inside here. We've got Wade Yellows in the background there. Is that one of our front runners? Yes, Bogus has gone down from 3rd. Bogus down from 3rd. Koldenoff inherits that 3rd place. Off 3rd, Bogus 4th, Fernandez 5th, Fevre 6th, Bonacorsi 7th, has gone through on Watson, Watson down to 8th. So I wonder if Watson tipped over there a moment ago, actually. Anyway, it's all change within a couple of positions inside the top 10. No change for Hurlings and Coonan. That gap just over a second between the Bullet and Coonan. Koldenoff 3rd now. Bogus 4, Fernandez 5, Fevre 6, Bonacorsi 7, Watson 8, Van der Moosdijk and Vlaanderen rounding out your top 10. Fernandez and Bogus. Well, I'll tell you what, he got some speed there, didn't he? Got the distance as well. Fernandez finding his way up in the 4th place. 3 laps to go. A proper bruising encounter between these two, isn't it? A little bit off balance there. It's going to cost him some time. The experience told him, as soon as he lost balance at the bottom of the hill there, just back it off. Case, if you have to, soak it all up. That's exactly what he did. Heavy conditions due to that overnight rain. Oh, just comes to a brief stop there. Coonan. Cost him half, 3/4 of a second. Watch this. Oh, just off balance. Was 1.3, the gap now going out to 2.1. What's that? An opportunity lost there, or is he going to dig deep to try and get back onto the back end of Hurlings, or is Hurlings home and dry almost, barring any mistakes of his own? Kearns has moved up into 10th, he's found his way past Calvin Melandrin. Fevre, meanwhile, in 6th behind Bogus. Bogus, though, possibly starting to fade here. We saw Fernandez go through for 4th a lap ago. Then hands full in 5th with Romain Fevre. Colton on his own in 3rd. Fernandez 4th, but the battle here now between Bogus in 5th, Fevre in 6th. Fevre needing every single point he can to minimise the points lost to Coonan in this first race. Germany, Romain Fevre. Wasn't a good day. Well, if I'm on a podium and it still wasn't a good day, then that's a good day. Dives down the inside. He was looking for new lines around the outside as well, though, wasn't he? Desperate to find his way past. 2-lap board out on the left-hand side as these two hit the line at the end of 15 laps. Fevre decisively cuts his way to the inside. Making it difficult for him. Gap between Hurlings and Coonan back down to 1.2 at the head of the field, meanwhile. Wow, Coonan, sector 2, almost a second quicker than Hurlings. Romain Fevre in 6th place at the moment. Haven't seen him there since race 1 in Switzerland. Going into the final lap. Hurlings and Coonan separated by about 1.2 seconds at the last split. Hurlings takes the 1-lap board. Coonan follows him through 1.4 seconds further adrift. Done through there for the 96. Meanwhile, Colton off 3rd, Fernandez 4th, Bogus 5. This is Bogus coming towards us in red and white for Fentic. Fevre, desperate for points, needs this pass. Solid performances from the Dutchman ahead of him. Fernandez just going out of shot there. Fevre losing ground here though. As he's just thrown to the town mount. At decided, you know what, too many mistakes, I'll take my 6th place. Whether I like it or not, watch this here, just comes to a bobble. Tried that inside move again, didn't he? Didn't work out for him. Meanwhile, handful of corners to go. Back marker between Herlings and Kühnen. And Jeffrey Herlings, who got his first race win a week ago in Germany, looking to make it back-to-back race wins. And just his 2nd race win of the season. Couple more corners to go as the rain starts to fall for the first time today. The run down to the finish. Herlings will master the young pretender. He wins race 1 by just over 2 seconds. His 2nd win of the season. 207 race wins now for the Bullet in his career. And his 305th top 3 race finish. With this Herlings who wins, Kühnen 2nd. We have got to wait almost a minute for Korknoff to come through in 3rd. Such was the pace of the top 2 riders in race 1. Still waiting for the Hoff to come through as the heavens open for the first time today. Bogus and Fevre 3.7 seconds behind.
Trešā vietā ir Glens Kolderkops brauc pāri finiša līnijai, tā ir 20 punkti un trešā vietā.
Third, Fernandez 4, Bogus 5. Fevre crosses the line in 6th place.
No 5. vietu izcīnā Brians Bogers, Nīderlande, un 6. vietā sezonas līderis.
Down to 28 points. Between 1st and 2nd in the championship.
Not
the most entertaining race, probably, but it was fascinating at the same time, especially the battle at the sharp end between Herlings and Kühnen. And then the situation with Fevre, the championship leader, struggling to find his way past Bogus, then making that mistake, losing a couple of positions and then having to fight back for 6th. He still leads the championship, but he would have wanted a much better race. But he lost that opportunity early on, didn't he? He got himself, he got him into 2nd in the first couple of corners, then quickly fell back to 4th, and from there, he just couldn't get on terms. But let's go down to Lisa Leyland. She is ready to speak to Jeffrey Herlings. 2 race wins now, back to back.
Jeffrey Herlings, congratulations. That's back-to-back race wins for you. You've definitely come into a good run of form at the moment, but Kühnen was pushing you the whole way.
Yeah, I did. I tried to overtake him quick because I'm quite much on the clutch, and I tried to get my radiators clean because if not, it's with these circumstances, it's hard on the bike. So we managed to lead from the first lap, managed to pass Lucas, and then yeah, obviously lead old moto. And on the end, he was really charging. But when you're leading, it's hard to try new lines because you don't know the guy up behind you what he's going to do. So anyway, very happy with my first moto win of the day, and looking forward to the second moto.
Good luck for the second race.
Definitely easier to follow than it is to lead. Kühnen having that advantage, knowing where he can switch things up a little bit. That was one thing that Jeffrey Herlings wasn't able to do, just try new lines, because if he did, then he would obviously run the risk of trying something that didn't work out. Guess what? Kühnen would have been there ready to take full advantage. But he does manage to bring it home. 1.3 seconds to get between Herlings and Kühnen come the end of the race. Herlings moves up to 9. He's 4 points clear of Jeremy Seawer now after that second win of the season. As the umbrellas go up. Let's take a look at what happened in race 1. Here's the highlights coming up. In the first MXGP race here in Latvia, the gates dropped. It was dry. It was trying to be a little bit sunny, but we had those wet conditions early on. Lucas Kuhnen, Jeffrey Hurlings duked it out for the Vauxhall shot. Febvre right there between them in third. He then found his way past Hurlings, which was crucial, and easily moved into second place. But then Hurlings around the outside found his way back past the Frenchman on this opening lap. A mistake here from Kuhnen also allowed Hurlings to sneak on by, which was critical. And those two then provided the fireworks throughout the race at the top end. Febvre was in fourth, struggling to find his way past Bogus. He then tipped over, went down to seventh place. Then she found his quickly past Ben Watson, and then later on in the race managed to secure sixth. But at the sharp end, Kuhnen was starting to close in on Hurlings. This was Febvre going around Watson as he moved into sixth with about 4 laps to go. Ruben Fernandez wasn't done either, blasted into fourth with that pass on Bogus on lap 14, but it was Jeffrey Hurlings who came away with the win, with Lucas Kuhnen second, Koltnoff, Fernandez and Bogus being the championship leader. Febvre was sixth. Give me the result then of the race. Hurlings wins it from Lucas Kuhnen, Koltnoff, Ruben Fernandez and Brian Bogus. And we got Romain Febvre, Andrea Bonacorsi and Ben Watson. Good ride. Good to see Ben Watson on page 1. Jago Kietz 9 and Ryan van der Moosdijk 10 for Cossack KTM. Then Verlaine, Van Donnik, Renault, Guadagnini, Spies, Siwa, all those guys struggling on the racetrack here this weekend. Jorgen Matthias Talvico, Albi Ferrato, Isaac Gifting and Jiri Havisto. What does that do for the championship? Well, Romain Febvre started the weekend 36 points clear. After the qualifying race, he was down to 35 points clear. It's now 28 ahead. Take a look at the Vauxhall shot. And it was Lucas Kuhnen for the 8th time this year. And Vauxhall shot. Number 14 for the Belgian. Boys take control of the Vauxhall shot competition, 8 apiece. In MX2 and MXGP respectively. Twin minds think alike and all that. Anyway, take a look at the best moment, shall we? Jeffrey Hurlings wins race 1 as Lucas Kuhnen gains ground on Romain Febvre at the top of the championship. We'll be back in just over 1 hour's time with more action from the MXGP of Latvia. From Kegums, we'll see you then. Bye for now.
Serie A is back for a new season of Italian soccer. Feel the passion of Europe's top soccer league. 20 teams battle to win the iconic Serie A Championship trophy.
Barella, beauty!
This is Serie A, the home of Calcio.
circuit here in Kegums. It's round 11 of the FIM Motocross World Championship. This is the MXGP of Latvia. And we are about an hour's drive southeast of the capital, Riga. And this sand circuit always proves to be one of the most challenging circuits on the calendar, just because of the sandy nature. It's quite hard and firm and choppy underneath. But when you add in a little bit of rain as well, as we had Friday and overnight Saturday, then of course it's a little bit softer, and that also adds to the mix. We've got a fantastic track crew here though, and right now the circuit, probably the best it's looked all day. MX2 Race 2 is just a moment away, and when you think of where we were at the start of the weekend, Andrea Adamo arrived here on his Red Bull KTM with a 3-point lead ahead of Simon Langenfelder, with Langenfelder winning the qualifying race on Saturday and Adamo failing to score points with his 11th place finish. That meant heading into race 1, Adamo was now 7 points behind Langenfelder, and after race 1, and we'll see the highlights in a moment, Langenfelder now 19 points clear. So far, so good for the German, who lost his red plate a week ago at his home Grand Prix in Germany. He's looking back to take it back, and take it back with a vengeance here today in Latvia. You can hear the riders out on their sighting lap ahead of MX2 Race 2. And it was a bit of a slow burner, but there was a lot going on as well, all up and down the field. The racetrack, 1,750 metres long. The usual 4 intermediate sectors as well. Slight change between turns 3, 4 and 5 in that configuration. Other than that, as you were, business as usual here in Latvia, and there's been a great atmosphere here all day as well, all weekend actually. Start straight there, perfect view, 95 metres down into that first turn. But before we go anywhere, let's take a look at the highlights from that first race, shall we? The first MX2 race then got underway, and it was from the middle of the gate. Number 19, Sasha Kuhnen, with his 8th foxhole shot of the campaign. Simon Langenfelder, your championship leader, tried to go with him, and you'll see how soft it was in places on this racetrack. But it was Kuhnen who led the way, Langenfelder second, Evers third, Milan the Kawasaki fourth, DeWolf in 5th place. Oriol Oliver had a good start, but then he fell down to 8th on the opening lap. Carlos Racheless, the home rider on the 47, he moved up into 5th place early on and stayed there for almost the entirety of the race as Kai DeWolf sampled the dirt on more than one occasion. He eventually came home in 8th place. That was Adamo, centering his screen, tipping over as he had another difficult race. Adamo would eventually come home in 11th. DeWolf would fall again later on, down to 8th place, despite finding his way past Quentin Prunier on the WZ Racing KTM here on the 319. Final lap, the home rider got passed by Camden McClellan, who started outside of the top 10 to carve his way back to 5th. But it was Sasha Kuhnen who went on to win for the second time this year from Langenfelder, Everts, Milan and McClellan. Anyway, a few moments ago, Lisa Lehner was down on the grid. She caught up with Simon Langenfelder, a rider who has extended his lead at the top of the championship. Before that, Quentin Prunier, who came home in 10th place.
We're almost ready for the penultimate race of the day, but let's speak to WZ Racing's Quentin Prunier, who had quite a good showing in that first race. You got a rare good start, which was brilliant. You're hovering around P6 for quite some time. You dropped down to 10th, but honestly, that was a good race for you.
Yeah, actually the rhythm was quite alright. I had a good start finally. Pretty solid the first 15 minutes until I was keep trying until the last 5 minutes, you know, but I just lost a bit of rhythm at the end, you know, when the guy started to pass and stuff. But yeah, I was just pushing hard all the moto, you know, just giving my best, and yeah, finished with the top 10, which is solid. I wanted obviously a bit more, but compared to yesterday and the last 2 GPs, I'm gonna take it and, you know, just try to give the maximum in both motos and just finish it, just go till the end, give it all, and we see what's gonna happen at the end, you know.
Okay, since your first race, we've had sunshine, we've had more rain, we've had sunshine again. How is the track different compared to that first race this morning?
Actually, I don't know. I haven't seen the track yet.
compared to this morning, the tracks, there's more of a hard part. Obviously, they ripped the track, so it was pretty soft, many soft spots, you know, so that was the difficulty of the moto, you know, just trying to get some traction out of the corner and, you know, just going out good, because obviously everybody here have really good bikes and stuff, you know, so you have to fight to, you know, to keep up with everyone and stuff. And yeah, track stuff for everyone is the same difficulties for everyone, so just try to give the best, have the best lines and stuff, and you know, we just give it all till the end.
Okay. Have a good race. Thank you. Let's grab a few words now with Red Bull KTM Factory MX2 rider Simon Langenfelder. Simon, in that first race, you were P2. Couldn't make that pass in the end, but honestly, a massive point swing in your favour in terms of your championship fight.
Yeah, I had a good start, but couldn't turn in the first corner. I don't know what happened. And then Sasha was in front, so he was quite quick in the first few laps. So he made a bit of a gap, but in the end I found a nice rhythm and I could close the gap, but unfortunately couldn't make the pass. I saw that the others didn't, weren't out front. So yeah, that's good for the championship, but I'm looking more on the race.
Okay. Like you said, you got a good start, but where is the best place to start and why at this track?
Yeah, here, because we're just like 22 riders, the most inside gates are the best because they usually close, like today they close 7 inside gates. So if you go to the 8th gate, it's usually the best choice, and I guess I'll go there.
Okay, have a good race. Thank you, Simon. Okay, good luck to all the guys. It's time for MX2 Race 2.
Yeah, coming into this second race, take a look at the potentials for the overall podium. Of course, Sasha Kuhn and Simon Langenfelder, Liam Evans, Mattis Ballan, Camden McClellan putting themselves in a great position for that. Let's take a look at the calendar though, first of all. Here we are then, second half of the season. From Latvia this weekend, we have a weekend off. We're just at the end of 3 in a row now, France, Germany, and here in Latvia. We have a weekend off, we go to Matterley Base, and then we've got a couple of weekends off before we head to Finland. Another week off after that before we go to the Czech Republic, and then after that, it's pretty much full gas right the way through to the final round in Australia, the MXGP of Australia at Darwin. Week off, and then we head to the Monster Energy FI Motocross Nations at Ironman, Crawfordsville. So it's pretty busy, as we said. When you think of the podium, implications this weekend, of course, Sasha Kuhnen, Simon Langenfelder, Liam Everts, Mattis Ballan, Camden McClellan, they all have a great shot, the first 5. After that, Carlos Rachlis, Thibaut Beneston, they also have a slender opportunity, so too does Kai de Wolf. Here's how the riders line up. But in terms of riders who have been on the podium in this MX2 class of 2025, Kai de Wolf and Sasha Kuhnen, they both stood on the top step, 23 and 24 respectively. And Simon Langenfelder was on the podium last year, 3rd overall, as was Thibaut Beneston in 2023. They're the only 4 riders in MX2 that have stood on the podium in this class here at the Zelterzergs. Look how much different that start straight looks ahead of race 2. Sasha Kuhnen grabbed his 8th foxhole shot and his 2nd race win in the first race. Can he do the same again? Can he go back-to-back wins and take the overall victory? It'll be his 4th podium of the season, but it'll be his 1st win as well. Simon Langenfelder started the weekend 3 points down on Andrea Adamo, who goes into race 2, 19 clear of the Italian. And Liam Evans eyeing up a podium. Hasn't been on the podium since his 2nd overall, round 6 in Switzerland. Of course, this is round 11. So another good solid start for the Astana Husqvarna rider. We'll see him there. Kai de Wolf, it's been a very up and down mixed weekend for the former red plate holder and defending champion. 8th in race 1. He'll be looking to salvage as much as he can from race 2. And if that is 25 points and a race win, then so be it. Anything to claw back some vital points to keep himself in the championship. Not that he's out of it by any means, of course. He is 23 points off of Adamo in that 3rd place. The Fly Racing 15-second brought up for the final time this weekend, MX2 Race 2, 30 minutes plus 2 laps. This is the MXGP of Latvia at the Zelterzergs circuit, just outside of Kegums. It's a 95-metre stretch down into that first turn. It's a tight 180 right. Who will it that gets the perfect jump? Langenfelder on the left-hand side, but coming in hot. Guillaume Perez on the triumph. Sacha Kunin trying to go with him. May have been Langenfelder who snuck up the inside as Kunin just fluffed his lines on the run into that first turn. Beniston there in second. But it's two KTMs who lead the way. Langenfelder, Kunin, Beniston third. Perez trying to nip up the inside in fourth. Evans in fifth. On the 26th, and Volk in there as well, moving quickly into fifth, and then just making a slight error, dropping back to sixth through the first couple of corners. De Wolf a few positions further back in around ninth. He's got Adamo with him as well. Over the line for the first time then. Langenfelder, Kunin, Beniston, Perez 4, Evans 5, Volk, Oliver, McClellan, De Wolf and Raceless. Adamo in 11th position. There he was, bottom of the screen, just getting through that left turn, turn 8. Look how much drier the racetrack is this time around. Hopefully the track crew has been able to open up the racetrack a little bit more as well, just to give the riders something else to get their teeth into, to create those passing opportunities. Faced with difficult conditions over the course of the weekend once again, but the second half of the afternoon, things looking a lot better. There's Adamo nipping up the inside of Valin for 12th. Langenfelder is who leads up, about a second between him and your race one winner. If it stays like that, of course, Langenfelder takes the overall. They will share the points. But in the event of a tie, as always, the result in the second race is what decides it. Over on the far side there, one of the KTM riders getting duffed up. Was it Volk? I think it may have been, yes. By both of the Husqvarnas as Everts and De Wolf came charging through over on that back hill. In fact, it might have been Oliver that got duffed up. It was. So Everts up to 5, De Wolf 6, Oliver 7. And De Wolf having a look at his teammate down the inside. Doesn't quite find his way through, and Everts at the inside in the next turn as the battle for the lead here. A little bit front end heavy for Sacha Kunin as he drops over that liquid molly jump. Langenfelder continues to lead for now. Sacha Kunin just with the fastest lap. Beniston third, Perez fourth. De Wolf did sneak through in the end, maybe on the run towards the finish line area. So De Wolf now in the 5th place. Thibaut Beniston, who was 7th in race 1. Oh, latter his weekend going from bad to worse. Didn't finish in race 1. Has to retire from race 2. 0 points on the board for the Honda HRC rider this weekend. Didn't score in the qualifying race either. So outside of the top 10 on Saturday. But look at Beniston eyeing up 2nd place, looking for a move on Sacha Kunin. Meanwhile, De Wolf trying to find his way down the inside of Perez for 4, just behind these two. Perez hanging on for now on that Monster Energy Triumph. In the turquoise green looking top, aquamarine. Oh, heavy landing, just a little bit off the race line there. Gives you an idea how soft it is off the race line with all the rain that we had. Perez in race 1, 9th. He'll be enjoying his time up here at the sharper end of the field. Your winner from race 2 a week ago in Germany. And a visitor to the podium in MX2 for the first time, and 2nd overall. Last time out. But for the Spaniard, that already seeming like a distant memory as he focuses on the latest stage, round 11 here in Latvia. Right, De Wolf looking a lot more up for it in this 2nd race. Swings to the outside of the Spaniard, lets him know that he's there, tries to carry more momentum. It would have been disappointing 8th place finish in the first race, trying everything he can to get alongside the Triumph, who will have the advantage around this outside over the Dragon's back, and he does. The Wolf seat mounts his way up onto the plateau, again carries that momentum around the outside. Wheelies his way towards the step down, carries more momentum, soaking it up, scrubbing his way through the waves. He's alongside the Spaniard. He's got a lot of work to do here, but this is for 4th place. He does just about get through there, but then Perez at the inside line forced his way through and maintains that 4th place position. Great stuff that from Perez. De Wolf has to go looking once more. So with 24 minutes plus 2 to go, Langenfelder and Koenen lead the way. Benetton third, but what a fantastic battle this is between Perez and De Wolf as they dispute 4th. Watch this here a moment ago. Perez down the inside, De Wolf. They almost came together here as De Wolf went through. Somehow Perez stayed up. De Wolf now in the 4th place. So on to the end of lap 3 here. And De Wolf now can see 2nd and 3rd ahead of him, Sasha Koenen and Thibaut Benetton. Simon Langenfelder, 2.7 seconds clear. De Wolf fastest this time around though, 2:02 exactly in terms of the lap times for him. 2:03 was the fastest lap in race 1, so we'll get the AUDJPY's fastest lap in race 2. This was De Wolf on Evans on the opening lap as he moved up into 5th. And then he found his way past Perez, but Perez managed to stay there until this moment, just a few moments ago. Perez, tell you what, if De Wolf was half a second late to getting on the gas coming out of that right-hander, those two would have gone down in a heap, and there would have been scrap metal parked at the side of the racetrack. But maybes and all the rest of it, that wasn't the case, it wasn't the scenario. De Wolf did find his way by, did take the fastest lap for now, and he now has Thibaut Benetton right there in front of him, and he must surely fancy his chances now for a victory in race 2, which is what we said at the start of the race. If a race win is all he can salvage from race 2, of course, that'll be more points on everybody. Langenfelder's not going to make it easy, neither is Sasha Koenen. Thibaut Benetton right there as they go down past pit lane, over the hill into turn 3, and it looks like De Wolf all over the back of Benetton. Meanwhile, Oliver is there, there's McClellan, these two just a little bit further back. Oh, De Wolf chucks it down the inside of Thibaut, the Frenchman who hangs on to that 3rd place for now. Will there be another fastest lap of the race this time around? Yes, Langenfelder, and then immediately Sasha Koenen, 2:01.467. De Wolf this time at 2:03.6. Clearly with a lot of work to do. 6.5 seconds down on Langenfelder at the moment in that 4th place. 1.9 behind Benetton, been a good response from the Frenchman on that Monster Energy Yamaha. Just the other side of the jump. Such a nice fluid riding style, but just not made it easy for himself this weekend. Adamo has just moved into 11. He's found his way past the JM Honda of David Braceras, Malkin 13, Grove 14, then Prunier, Nicola, Smulders up to 17, finding his way past Smith, who drops to 18, Tolsma and Olsen rounding out the points in 20th place. Here's Evans. Evans in sixth place on that 26. The start of the podium is very tight, just as it was a week ago. Langenfelder and Kühnen tied on points at the moment, 47. Everts on 35, Benest on 34, De Wolf on 31. Not a lot of room for manoeuvre if you're eyeing up that third step of the podium. Down past pit lane then for the fifth time. Second, third, Benestone, fourth, De Wolf, Perez fifth, Everts sixth. That's him on screen now, the number 26. Gil Perez, number 99, on Trinity Drive, losing contact with the number 1 of Kai De Wolf as he goes back after the Frenchman, Thibaut Benestone. For the number 47, Carlos Rachalis, the Latvian rider who held on to fifth until the last lap when Kevin McClellan came past him in race 1. But look at De Wolf, again, rapid through this part of the racetrack. No way through this time around either. Goes long, look how he jumps onto the downside of one of those holes that has formed the other side of the landing zone. Drive on the rear wheel when you come into land with that part of the racetrack. If you can do that, otherwise you land in the hole, then you take off again. No wheels on the ground means you're not propelling yourself forward as quickly as you could be if your wheels are on the ground. Rachalis and Olivet. So the Yamaha and the KTM. These two fighting over 7th position at the moment, and De Wolf has found his way past Benestone now as he moves into third. On to the next. Clear track, that's exactly what he's going to focus on. De Wolf, the gap between him and Kühnen though, about 3 seconds. It's only about 4.7 behind Langenfelder, the race leader. And usually, with 17 minutes plus 2 laps, in these kind of conditions, Kai De Wolf, you would expect to whittle down that gap, challenge Langenfelder for the lead and therefore the race win. But this is 2025, hasn't exactly gone to plan for Kai De Wolf in the last couple of 3 races, has it? Heavy landing there means able to cut back to the inside as Benestone misread the situation, thought De Wolf was to the outside. De Wolf faked, went back to the inside to take that third place away and set the fastest lap in the process. So those fast laps continue to come tumbling down. De Wolf with another achieve his fastest lap at the moment, 201.420. And he's hunting down Sasha Kühnen, the gap 2.6. And it continues to form. We'll get another split just before the takeoff of the city jump in a moment. Take another look at the start, shall we? It was pretty frantic, as always. Sasha Kühnen, 2 from the box, over in the middle to our left. He tried to get in, but as he comes in, he just rushes. Look, he runs wide. Perez with his feet off the pegs. Benestone bounces off of Kühnen as they fought over second and third place. But it was Langenfelder with a Vauxhall shot. Watch here, Perez on the 99. He loses footing around about now. Langenfelder just so. Crossing the stripe first. Here is Langenfelder, 2 seconds clear of Sasha Kühnen at the moment as he continues to lead. And with Adamo buried in 11th place, he's opening up a massive advantage over the Italian as De Wolf is closing in on Adamo, second in the championship chase. We'll worry about all the mathematical implications in a moment, but 13 points between Adamo and De Wolf in that fight for second. Here's there. The 51 with McClellan just ahead of him now. McClellan in 8th, Racialist in 7th. Another fight through the field. This is for the number 8, Captain McClellan on the Monster Energy Triumph. Well, with just under 15 minutes plus 2 to go. Put the flag out now. Simon Langenfelder will stand on the top step of the podium from Sasha Coonan and Liam Evans. Stars haven't been his friend this weekend. Fighting through the pack once more. Got up to 5th with a pass on Racialist in race 1 on the final lap. Here we are with 14 minutes plus 2 to go. He's got the Latvian in his sights once more on the Monster Energy Yamaha in red. This is going to be for 7th place if he can find his way past the number 47. The outside working a lot better than it did in race 1. Just behind the number 8, we have Oriol Oliver on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. And Valan just behind them. About another 2 seconds further back for Kawasaki Racing Team. And McClellan charging down, but not able to find his way through. Racialist hangs on for now. Nervous look over the shoulder. He realises he was in trouble. McClellan gets better drive, but then runs wide. It's going to be a drag race down to turn 2. This pass is not done yet, but McClellan controls the inside and hangs on to that 7th place. McClellan with clear track once more then as Langenfelder now sets the fastest lap of the race, 2:01.060. As he extends his lead over Sasha Coonan now to 3.7 seconds. De Wolf gaining another 3 or 4 tenths. He's 1.5 behind the Belgian. McClellan going looking. Looks across, see what's going on over there to his right. 8 laps complete, we move into lap 9. Langenfelder extending his lead to 3.4 seconds over Sasha Coonan. Langenfelder just set in the fastest lap of the race that time around with a 2:01.06. 2:02.5 for Coonan. De Wolf getting closer though, or he was a moment ago. It was 1.5, now it's out to 2, but again you can see Sasha Coonan just ahead of him around the turn on that number 19 Red Bull KTM. How hard is De Wolf having to work here for this podium? He's off the podium steps at the moment, 4th overall with 33 points. If he finds his way past Coonan, he will move to 3rd. His teammate will get bumped to 4th, Liam Evans. So still a long way to go, just under 12 minutes plus 2 laps here, this Latvian Grand Prix, the MXGP of Latvia at the Zeltazerg circuit, just outside of Kegums. Beautiful part of the world if you've never been here, by the way. Other than the heavy conditions, there's no excuse for these bikes to be running poorly, because we are not at altitude this weekend, very much at sea level. Wolf taking his time, isn't he, to work his way to the front. Langenfelder and Coonan making it very difficult for him, as you can see. Langenfelder heading to the line, 9 laps complete now. It's a 2:01.8 for him. Sasha Coonan responds with the fastest lap of the race though. We are talking little bits here and there, aren't we? De Wolf with his best lap, and that was 6 tenths quicker than Langenfelder, the race leader as well. So 2nd and 3rd place riders now pushing on towards Langenfelder, although the gap's still hovering around 3 seconds as Adamo comes into land on the number 80. Remember, he started the weekend with a 3-point advantage as the championship leader over Langenfelder. He's going to lose more ground to the German here today. And Adamo in 11th. The rider in green ahead of him on the Kawasaki is Mathis Valan. He's in 10th. Oliver has found his way past Racialist as he moves into 8th place. So Racialist now in 9th. And that's Racialist dropping down just ahead of these two. Adamo traction at the rear wheel. He's alongside the Frenchman, who's putting up a good fight here. Lets the Italian have it in the end, though, in the next right-hander in the turn 12. Adamo now up in the 10th. Sasha Coonan can no longer afford a comfortable time gap between himself and Kai de Wolf. The Astana Svana rider, the defending champion, number 1. All over the back of the Belgian now. Nice, sweet, sweeping move through turn 2 at the end of pit lane for the rider on the white machine. Langenfelder, your race leader, already heading back in the opposite direction. Sasha Coonan, the overall Grand Prix winner here last year. Oh! How close was de Wolf going to crashing there? Back end stepped out, got the wrong side of the track limits. It catches a hole in the side of the track. Watch this. There. Oh! Cost him a little bit of time. Undeterred, he goes back after Coonan. It has not been the easiest sand race for de Wolf this weekend. Simon Langenfelder, it's almost as if the German Grand Prix came too soon for him. As the leader of the championship with the red plate, heading home for the first time with that leader's red plate to his own Grand Prix. But this weekend, he's taken the bull by the horns, hasn't he? And relishing the fact that he's in red. Raceless and Adamo here, these two fighting over 9th place. Adamo fighting for his championship life here at the moment, number 18. Losing contact with Langenfelder at the top of the standings. And at the same time getting caught by de Wolf. Can't afford to lose more positions, more points. Gets good drive through here, so too does the number 47, the Racialist. Tries that inside move back and just swaps to his right ever so slightly. Looking to run it down the inside of the Latvian. Oh, tried to run it wide as well, didn't he, on the exit, but not able to. He's going to have to come back here, back onto the start straight. That's exactly how he lost a position to McClellan, and he loses a position to Adamo, although the Italian was a little bit more forceful on his way through into that 9th place. Mistake there. Looks back over his shoulder, sees de Wolf right there again. Time ticking away. Time running out for de Wolf if he wants to win this race as well. 5.5 seconds behind the leader, Simon Langenfelder. Stays as it is. De Wolf finishes 4th. Evans finishes 3rd overall. Evans all over the back of Perez. So 2 things can happen here. De Wolf can move into 2nd and stay there. But if Evans finds his way past the Spaniard on the triumph, then of course he should stay on the podium as well with that extra point difference. Here is Evans in white, the Astana Svana rider, 26, sandwiched between the two Monster Energy Triumphs. And whilst Evans is going after Perez, look how charged, look how hard Captain McClellan is charging once again, just as he did in race 1, around side of the top 12 to get to 5th. By the time the checkered flag fell, he's doing the same again here, goes around the outside. Look at the lines he's using, the momentum that he carries over that jump. Alongside Evans, Evans will keep him to his outside. McClellan tries to fight back with a creative line all of his own. These 3 riders fighting over 5th place. Evans, 6th on the 26, holding a tight line as McClellan chases the dirt around the outside. Probably loses a couple of bike lengths there as well. Langenfelder at the head of the field, 3.6, 4.3 seconds clear now of Sasha Kunin. Third, still not able to find his way through. Here he is, 1.5 seconds behind Sasha Kunin. And when you look at the difference in riders, Dwarf tall and rangy, a little bit heavier. Sasha Kunin, power to weight ratio, keeping him out of trouble, keeping it in that second place. Dwarf continues to push on here. Every time he gets close, Sasha Kunin responds, and it's either a mistake or just a little bit of harder riding from the number 19, who's eyeing at the podium once again for his third consecutive visit to the box. 2/3 in the second, it will be for the number 19 from the last 3 rounds in this triple header that saw us start in France. We were in Germany a week ago, Latvia now. Clean through there though, the 19. Dwarf on the other hand, a little bit more efficient. I think there's a lot of people expecting Dwarf to be up front, fighting for the Grand Prix victory this weekend, and hasn't made it easy for himself, has he? 6th in the qualifying race, 8th in race 1. The podium as it stands right now as well, with this 3rd place where he currently resides in race 2. Not giving up though, is he? He knows every point is crucial. Dwarf 6.1 seconds behind Simon Langenfelder now, the race leader, as he still tries to figure out a way to find a move that will work on Sasha Kunin. But look how different the racetrack is in race 2 compared to race 1. Yes, it's quicker, makes it a little bit more difficult to pass, but would you rather have this than what we had in race 1, where it's just one line and difficult to pass with the mud? I think you'd rather take this, wouldn't you? The racing's certainly a lot faster, a lot more intense. And the riders can move around the racetrack a little bit more than they did in race 1 as well. Still searching, Dwarf. Dwarf trying everything in the last couple of corners to get back on terms with Sasha Kunin. Looked like a right-left combination was going to work for him, but he's still searching for that move. Kunin hanging on here, but will there be a pass here at the end of the straight? Yes, there will. He just picks his front wheel up, gets out of the line, goes to the outside. And Sasha Kunin there, what was the hand gesture for? Now second, clear track between him and Langenfelder. Sasha Kunin not happy at the bottom of the hill a moment ago. We're going to replay the pass in a moment. Langenfelder over the line, 14 laps complete. The Wolf was 6.2 seconds behind, he's now 6.8 seconds behind. 3 laps to go. Has he bitten off more than he can chew? Or is he going to get his teeth into Langenfelder before the end of this race is done? No excuses now, he has cleared track. To get himself teammate just kicked him off of. He's to find his way past the number 99, Guillaume Perez. So far, Everts hasn't been able to do anything about the Monster Energy Triumph rider ahead of him. He's got 2.5 laps in which to do so, and if he does, he will be on the podium, third overall. They're just running out of options and ideas at the moment, the number 26, it seems. Is he waiting for a mistake from Perez? Currently sits there in 5th place ahead of him. There's his teammate McClellan, about 3 seconds further back in 7th position. But as the time ticks away, Langenfelder is being caught, or he was a moment ago. As we hit the 3rd sector, the gap was down to 5.7. It's now gone out to 6.9 again as De Wolf has a bit of a mare in sector 3, 33.3, 34.6 respectively, your race leader and his pursuer. The 2-lap board going out to Simon Langenfelder, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing. A 201.9 for him on his penultimate lap. De Wolf goes through a 202.7 and the gap going out to 7.7 seconds now. And now is the time where you say Langenfelder's race to lose, because De Wolf is not going to whittle down 7 seconds, nearly 8 seconds in the space of the final 2 laps. Sacha Kuhnen third. Was he shaking out after De Wolf went by him? Is that what he's dealing with here? Either way, he's going to be 2nd overall with a 1st in race 1, a 3rd here in race 2. Where's Adamo in all of this? 2.7 seconds behind Oriol Oliver and lapping about a lap slower than the Spaniard as well. So this is De Wolf during the race, up the inside of his teammate to move into 5th. That was on lap 1. He went around the outside of Perez as Perez just got offline. That was for 4 a couple of laps later on lap 3. Then he got up the inside of Sacha Kuhnen here to take over the lead. To take over that 2nd position. And that was just a lap ago on this part of the racetrack. He'll keep on pushing, but the gap growing between Langenfelder and De Wolf as we near the final lap of this MX2 race 2. There's Langenfelder on the infield right-hand sweep just behind pit lane on the jump now. In the opposite corner to his right, that is your gap back to 2nd and 3rd. Thibaut Benistant here in 4th place. It's going to be 5th overall for the Monster Energy Yamaha man. Swing of points in favour of Simon Langenfelder this weekend. Started the day 3 points, or started the weekend 3 points behind Adamo. He will leave here 32 points clear at the head of the field as we head to Matterley Basin in 2 weeks' time. Talk about bringing your A game to the 2nd half of the season. What happened a week ago, which wasn't bad, by the way, 5th overall, but maybe just not ready to lead the championship at home in Germany. Sacha Kuhnen is going to be 3rd in the race. He was a winner in race 1. He's going to be 2nd overall. His points in race 1, 25. His points in race 2, 20, which is where he gets his 45 points from. Guy De Wolf is going to be 3rd overall with an 8th in race 1, 13 points, 2nd in race 2, and Langenfelder off the side of the track. He had about a 7-second advantage. And Sacha Kuhnen goes through. Sacha Kuhnen's going to go 1-1 and win the Grand Prix. Or is he? No, he's going to go 1-2. Is De Wolf going to win the race? Langenfelder out of 1st place. Oh, he does go down. I wasn't sure if he saved it. But Langenfelder, final lap, out of first place. De Wolf will go through. He's a couple of corners away from taking the flag. He's going to win the race. Sasha Kuhnen's going to come home in second. Langenfelder is going to drop from first to third. And this will change the overall of the Grand Prix, surely. Sasha Kuhnen is going to take the top step with a win in a second. De Wolf will win race 2, but he was gifted that on the final lap. Sasha Kuhnen crossed the line in second, doesn't know that he's won the Grand Prix yet. Langenfelder disappointed, having thrown away the race and the overall Grand Prix victory on the final lap as he crosses the line in third. What a swing, what a way to round out MX2 race 2 in the Grand Prix here. De Wolf is going to be third overall, second for Langenfelder. And Sasha Kuhnen back-to-back wins now here overall, 2024, now 2025. Sasha Kuhnen, your overall Grand Prix winner. And that is a gift of points as well. 5 points back for Adamo. Oh, talk about topsy-turvy. Right, let's take a look at things here then. 5-1-5. Watch this here. There's De Wolf. That's what it means to him to win the race, but he can celebrate like he's won the World Championship, but he put himself right in the mix, didn't he? What a race win for De Wolf. From Sasha Kuhnen, Simon Langenfelder. Benetton 4, Everts up to 5th on the final lap. But it wasn't enough in the end. Watch this here, Langenfelder. Cross-rutted through the waves. All he had to do was bring it home. Off the side of the track. He'll be absolutely livid with himself. A gift of 5 points to Adamo, 3 points to De Wolf. De Wolf wins the race, but it's Sasha Kuhnen who wins the Grand Prix. Here he is with Lisa.
Sasha Kuhnen, congratulations, your first overall of the season. All changed there on the final lap. How are you feeling, and is your hand okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite okay. Just in the start, I had a collision with Triumph riders and hit my hand quite hard. So yeah, I couldn't push really whole motor. So I was just trying to survive a bit. But yeah, we win overall, back to back here. So we are really happy and looking forward to the rest of the season.
Okay, thanks, Sasha.
On to win the race, Kuhnen second, and with his win in race 1, that's enough for him to win the Grand Prix. Back-to-back wins now, his first win of the season. Give me the race results then, shall we? De Wolf wins race 2 from Sasha Kuhnen, Simon Langenfelder. Thibaut Benetton 4th, Everts 5, Guillaume Perez 6, Cameron McLellan 7, Oliver 8. Everts did make the move on Perez, but it was not enough to make the podium because De Wolf taking the win on the final lap. Adamo crossed the line in 9th, ahead of team Mattis Valland, then Carlos Rachlis, Volk, Braceras, Grove, Smulders and Smith. But all the action was at the sharp end, wasn't it? De Wolf coming away with the win from Kuhnen. Langenfelder falling from 1st to 3rd with 6-7 corners to go at the end of the wave section. That cost him the race win and the Grand Prix victories, cost him a few points in the championship as well, because he will now lead the championship by 27 points. In instead of the 32 that he was looking at before that fall. Sasha Kunin wins the overall. Langenfelder second, De Wolf third. Everts did find his way past Perez, but it still wasn't enough in the end, as De Wolf went on to win the race. Everts fourth overall. Benistan picking up the top 5 here this weekend from McClellan, Vallant and Perez. Racheless 9 at home. Adamo, a disappointing 10th place. Only 22 points on the board for the Italian here today. 22 points for the weekend as well, by the way. Timon Langenfelder regains the championship leader's red plate, but what could have been a 32-point lead heading into a 1-week break is now just 27, having lost 5 points on that final lap when he fell from the race lead to third. Adamo drops to second, and De Wolf, look, 10 points down on Adamo now. At the start of the weekend, he was 28 behind Langenfelder and 31 off the lead. So some massive swings in points here in Latvia today.
We just do one pair.
Take a look at the manufacturer's standings. Triumph move up to 4th at the expense of Honda, who've had a terrible time this weekend. No points on the board for Valerio Latta in all 3 races. Although he did finish the qualifying race, but just no points on the board. And of course, with the injured and absent Ferruccio Zanchi, Triumph taking full advantage as they head to their home Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time at Matley Basin for the British manufacturer. Take a look at the foxhole shots. Right at the start of the race. Race 1 was Sasha Kunin. Race 2. Oh, was it Sasha Kunin again, or was it Langenfelder? There was a dive one, wasn't there? It was Langenfelder just, but he'll be bittersweet about the results here because he should have turned that into a 25-point haul. Kunin leads away in that classification though. Get ourselves geared up for the podium then, shall we? For the MX2 category here, the Latvian Grand Prix. Third overall, Kyle Wolf got himself on the podium in the closing stages of the race. And the Stan Husqvarna rider, pleased with his podium. Back-to-back thirds the last couple of rounds in Germany and now here in Latvia, but he does pick up that race win to get that third overall. Simon Langenfelder, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing, second overall. Could have been a first, should have been a first. Will he be kicking himself over those 5 points when all is said and done come the end of the year? But back-to-back wins here in Latvia, Sasha Kunin. This year he goes 2-3. Sorry, this year Sasha Kunin goes 1-2. Last year it was a third and a first, wasn't it? But Davide Bicali with 2 of his boys on the podium there. First and second. Doesn't get any better than that if you're a team owner. Third overall for the Nissan Husqvarna of Kyle Wolf. Second overall to Simon Langenfelder, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing, but it's his teammate Sasha Kunin who grabs the spoils of victory on the final lap to win back-to-back here in Latvia and take his first Grand Prix victory of the season. What a way for that race to play out in the final stages. The LAMSF president hands the team trophy to Davide Bicali. They need a building just for the trophies, don't they, over the years? Antonio Alia-Portela, the FIM CMS director, hands the championship leader's red plate back to Simon Langenfelder. He took it in time for his home Grand Prix in Germany, left it there in Germany, or attached it to the front of Adamo's machine, takes it right back this weekend. But it's Kunin who will enjoy the national anthem of Belgium. first, second, third overall here this weekend. The two Red Bull KTM, Sasha Kunin and Simon Langenfelder. Kai de Wolf, third overall. We will talk to the top three in a moment. But let's take a look at the highlights from that second race, shall we? The second MX2 race under dry skies and a dry prepared racetrack as well. And it was Simon Langenfelder who just grabbed the Vauxhall shot ahead of Sasha Kunin, and he led the way down to start the pit lane straight into turn 2. Thibaut Beneston on the number 9 emerged second, Kunin third, Casbon in fourth, but Perez came by in the next turn. But as the race went on, the defending champion, number 1, on the inside of his teammate, Liam Evans, to move into 5th. He then got the better of Perez, or so he thought. Perez muscled him back out of the way for 4th, but eventually he got his opportunity again. Perez almost went down in the process as he got cross-rutted here. Could have taken them both out as well, but somehow Perez stayed up to survive until 6th. Beneston then did his best to stay there, but Dwarf moved by to 3rd on lap 6 of 17. Dwarf then found his way on the inside for 2nd with this pass on Sasha Kunin. And he was on the podium at that point. Simon Langenfelder had a 7.7 second advantage going into the final lap. He made this fall. He fell from the lead, he picked himself up in 3rd. Dwarf went on to win the race. Kunin 2nd, Langenfelder 3rd, and the win belonged to Sasha Kunin.
Sasha Kunin, massive congratulations. 2 good starts, 2 solid races. Nice to hold on to that race win in that first race and your first overall of the season. On the whole, it's been a good weekend for you.
Yeah, it feels really good to be back on the top step of the podium. It was a good weekend, let's say. Started out good, just in the quali moto I had a little collision with my teammate, but yeah, it's like it is. We just finished the weekend here with a win, so we are really happy and we're looking forward to the rest of the season.
Okay, thank you. Second overall today, we have Simon Langenfelder. Simon, mixed emotions for you. You threw away that race win, you threw away the overall victory, but you do walk away from this weekend with a championship lead. How do you reflect on your weekend?
Yeah, it was good until it wasn't. I think I will never make this mistake again. At least I will try. But yeah, I was riding really good starts, good riding. Speed was there, everything was there. But yeah, one mistake too much in that last lap. But yeah, still second, have the red plate, so it's good. But yeah, could be much better.
Thank you, Simon. Third overall today, we have Kai de Wolf. Kai, I guess a difficult weekend for you. You definitely seem more up for it in that second race. You were gifted that race win. How do you reflect on your weekend?
Yeah, struggled with a lot of pain still from last week. Tried to recover as best as I could. Wasn't good enough. The recovery wasn't fast enough. So yeah, it was a really tough weekend. Put myself in a tough position every time. Every time I crashed, got back on the right shoulder, hit it again. So it was a really tough weekend. But the second motor, we charged ourselves up and we gave it all. So we're not out of this fight. We keep fighting till the end. And I want to thank the team for sticking behind me, doing everything they can. So I'm really happy with this, and we keep working.
Okay. Thank you, Kai.
Kai de Wolf third overall this weekend. Simon Langenfelder second. Sasha Kunin, your winner. Back more in a moment, or back from Latvia in a moment with MXGP Race 2. See you then.
Is finally over. The very best in all the land. PSV champions of the Eredivisie.
GP Race 2 here, 30 minutes plus 2 laps. We're about an hour's drive southeast of the capital Riga. And the racetrack, as always, proving to be a real pain in the neck and a thorn in the side of some of the riders here this weekend. Challenging weather conditions early on, the circuit now a lot more raceable and rideable. It's high speed, but it still can be a challenge. Coming up in this second MXGP race. Some fantastic racing just a moment ago in MX2 race 2. MXGP riders making their way towards the end of their sighting lap. And coming into this final race of the season, of the weekend, where we have Jeffrey Hurlings victorious in race 1 from Lucas Koenig, Glenn Coldroth, Ruben Fernandez, Ryan Bogus. When you look at the amount of riders that have finished on the top step of the podium or finished on the podium here in this MXGP class, 13 riders of today's lineup all finished on the podium here, whether in MX2 or MXGP over the years. Jeffrey Hurlings, though, the rider with the most podiums, 10 in all, 8 of those the winner, 1 as a second place finisher and 1 as a third. Romain Febvre, he is flying the podium here this weekend. If he can get there from that 6th place in race 1, and of course he will be a 6-time podium boy here, because 5 visits, but he's yet to win around here as a pro motocross racer. And Kawasaki only have 2 victories around here, so he's looking to make it 3. But it's going to be a long time, 30 minutes plus 2 laps. He couldn't find the moves in race 1. He did fall from 4th place down to 7th before getting himself back to 6th. Of course, we'll see the highlights in a moment. But everybody else, apart from Paul Jonas, who's injured this weekend, Jago Kids, who has 4 podiums, and Roman Most, everybody else that's on the podium, only a 1-time visitor. Take a look at the highlights of that first race. And yeah, a near perfect track, but it was soft and stodgy in places. Lucas Koenen held a nice tight line. He managed to hold on for the Vauxhall shot, but watch what happens here. Febvre squeezed between the 2 Red Bull KTMs of Koenen and Hurlings. Hurlings dive bombs the second turn. Febvre gets up into 2nd. And then he gets held up behind Koenen around the next turn. Hurlings goes from 3rd to 2nd, and as Koenen makes a mistake here, Hurlings takes the opportunity, takes over the lead, and he led every single lap of the way, but it wasn't straightforward for the Bullet, nor was it straightforward for Febvre. He was in 4th, just after the halfway point, a soft crash in the soft berm, put him down to 7th place. He stayed there for a couple of laps before finding his way past Ben Watson to move into 6th. And then, as the race went on, Koenen started to get sight of Jeffrey Hurlings, and we had a fascinating contest between these 2 at the head of the field. This was Febvre going past Watson to move into 6th, which is where he would stay. Ben Watson would eventually lose a position to Bonacorsi to 8th place. Ruben Fernandez finished 4th, but it was Hurlings with his 2nd win of the season from Koenen, Coldroth, Fernandez and Bogus.
Meie sportista karjeras laikā 8 lielās balvas ir izcīnījis līdz šim Jeffrey Hurlings.
Look like they're enjoying themselves there, don't they? They look like they're at some tea party here this weekend, all sat there with the fold-out chairs on the bank. Perfect view of the racetrack, beer garden in the back. Anyway, let's go down to Lisa. She only had one time for 1 pre-grid, and it was Lucas Koenen, I believe, Red Bull KTM Factory Race, and let's see what he has to say ahead of race 2.
30 minūtes plus 2 apli.
Okay, we're almost ready for the final race of the day, MXGP Race 2. Let's grab a few words with Red Bull KTM Factory MXGP rider Lucas Koenen. Lucas, in that first race, you had good speed, but Hurlings really did give you a run for your money, didn't he?
Yeah, for sure. I got a good start. 3rd corner, I went on the inside. I was thinking was good, but was too soft. So he got me on the outside, and then just tried to learn and get him at the end. But lap traffic made it a bit difficult. We were on the pace, like we were pushing, and was good. But yeah, now second motor track is a bit drier also, so we try to get the same start and try to get up front and do the laps.
Yeah. Being second, you said you were trying to learn. What did you learn from that first race?
Honestly, when you have the Sandmaster in front of you, you can learn a lot. So, I mean, I see how we ride and how we manage this race also. So, no, I gained some good information, if I can say it like that. But yeah, now my brother also won, so I'm super happy for him. But now it's my turn to try to get the same. So, yeah.
what else you gained was actually some good championship points for your fight there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really thinking about it, just trying to learn and trying to beat Jeffrey in the set. That's the first thing.
Have a good race. Thank you, Lucas. Okay, good luck to all the guys here. It's time for the final race of the day, MXGP Race 2.
Take a look at the calendar then for the final time this weekend. We are now into the second half of the season, at the end of a run of 3 in a row, which saw us go to France, Ernée, Germany, Teushenthal, and into Kegums here in Latvia. A bit of a clean-up operation when the mechanics get back. It's been challenging with the weather conditions we've had pretty much most of the Grand Prix, actually. Spares budget being eaten through left, right and centre, but we'll be back at Matchley Base in 2 weeks from now for round 12. And then we'll have a couple of weeks off before we go to Finland, and then you see the rest of the calendar there. It gets very, very busy right there. September. Start being groomed once more. Ahead of MXGP Race 2, 30 minutes plus 2 laps. But lining up on the grid will be Jeffrey Hurlings on pole. 7 riders have won a qualifying race in MXGP this year. Jeffrey Hurlings the latest. He goes to line on pole position from Lucas Kuhner, Roman Febvre, Ruben Fernandez, Glenn Koldenhoff, Andrea Bonacorsi and Brian Bogus, with Brent Van and Donnick on the jam Honda going to the line in 8th place. Then we have Ben Watson on the MRT Beta machine going to line 9 ahead of the Ruben Ducati of Jeremy Sewell. And then we've got Thiago Kietz, Mattia Guadagnini, Calvin Melandrin with a slight knee tweak. Max Spies, Roman Mosdijk, Cornelis Tondel, and the rest of the riders there, as you can see on screen.
Andrea Bonacorsi, Italia, 132 on Brian Bogers. No, Nederlanders, 128.
Heading into this weekend, race 1, Roman Febvre had a 36-point advantage. It was whittled down after the qualifying race to 35. As we head into race 2, Roman Febvre, 28 points clear of Lucas Kuhnen now. Koldenhoff is up to 3rd. He's got Maxime Renault, 14 behind him, and then Fernandez, 11 behind the Frenchman. Jeffrey Hurlings victorious in race 1. He led all 17 laps to take his 2nd win of the season. Lucas Kuhnen found a chink in the armour, though, and started to whittle down the gap, and it was very close between them. Glenn Koldenhoff came home 3rd, but he was almost a minute down on the 2 KTMs. He'll be hoping for a little bit more competitive spirit in this 2nd race, but he's eyeing up a podium. He's a 2-time winner around here, Glenn Koldenhoff, the veteran of the sport. Ruben Fernandez here, 4th for Honda HRC, moved into 4th with about 4 laps to go. And Brian Bogus, what a fantastic ride for him in the top 5 once again, where we had 3 Fantics because the teammate Andrea Bonacorsi crossed the line in 7th place. An up and down race in the first one for Roman Febvre. Kawasaki Racing Team's rider there lost 2nd by the time he got to turn 3 as Hurlings came around the outside. He got bumped down to 4th when Bogus came through, and before long he was there trying all the race to find his way past Bogus. He made that slight mistake, dropped down to 7th, eventually came home in 6th, and the score report would probably say must do better. Ben Watson, MRT Racing Team Beta, what a fantastic ride for him in race 1. He was up as high as 6th, and with those kind of positions, probably suffering a little bit of altitude sickness, but he did come back down to earth with 8th, with about 5 laps to go as Febvre and Bonacorsi came through. But top 10 for Ben Watson for what, 3rd, 4th time this year. He'll take that, and hopefully he'll run with that into the 2nd race where he can get another top 10 finish. 9th overall is his best result so far, round 4 in Sardinia. Can he equal or better that here in race 2 in Latvia? Big hitters will be down on the inside gates, as you can see. Hurlings in gate 1, Kuhnen alongside him, then Febvre, then the 70th Fernandez. The Fantics all line astern there, I think, side by side of Koldenhoff, Bogus and Bonacorsi. The Fly Racing 15-second board up for the final time this weekend. MXGP Race 2, 30 minutes plus 2 laps. The circuit probably in its best condition of the day, reserved for the best riders in the world. Kickstrom now, a good reaction from Kuhnen. Hurlings will hold a nice tight line as everybody else runs wide. The experience of the 84, and he does exactly what he does in race 1. Febvre, this time, choosing not to get boxed in. He goes to the outside, the same 3 riders in the first couple of corners, and Bogus in there as well, and Bonacorsi even, sorry, in 4th place. Hurlings leads away. Kuhnen second, Febvre third. Now we've got game on. This is exactly what we wanted in race one, but we were denied it. Your top two in the championship, Febvre, your championship leader, who's third on that green Kawasaki, the young pretender to his championship lead, and therefore the run towards that world title. Kunin there in second position, and ahead of them, the Bullet, the five-time world champion, 108 Grand Prix victories under his belt. Which way is this one going to go? Bonacorsi, Fernandez, Kietz, they are 4, 5 and 6. Renault 7, a better start for him. Koldenhoff, Pumpers and Valandren. Watson in 16th place, doesn't get his good start this time around. That's going to scupper his chances at the moment of a top 10, but he does like these kind of conditions. Let's see what he can make of them. But up front, all eyes on Hurling's Febvre. Two Yamahas coming towards us here, Kietz and Renault. These two in 6th and 7th place. Koldenhoff just behind them. Your rider who finished third in race one. There he is in red and white. Then Marius Pumpers, the Latvian. Wildcarding here this weekend. A good start for him in 9th, head of Valana in 10th. Through the waves we go. You can see Hurling's already starting to pull clear of Kunin. 2 seconds clear almost. This is what he did in the first race. He didn't mention it in his post-race interview, but I wonder whether Hurling's just had a little bit of arm pump. Was just tightening up when Kunin got closer to him in the latter stages of the race. And now that he's had that first race, are we going to see a different Jeffrey Hurlings lead from the front here and just leave everybody else in the distance? That's what he's going to be hoping for. He's only had 8 Grand Prix victories around here in the past. Been on the podium 10 times. Could have had a couple of wins as well. More. But the Bullet in control at the moment. And that's the gap between first, second and third. Remember, the battle for the championship between these two riders here. Kunin on the 96, second in the championship chase. 28 behind Roman Febvre, your championship leader here with the red number plates that signifies he is the world championship leader. That'll come down to 26 if it stays like this. Of course, we've got a very long way to go. We've only just completed the first lap. Race 1 was a 17-lapper. I would imagine the circuit conditions are a little bit quicker this time around. 2 minutes 009 was the fastest lap, and Hurlings has already obliterated that with a 1:57.6 on the opening lap of race 2. Past the Marius Pumpers, Sewa and Jorgen Matthias Talvico have edged past Van Donning. Van Donning down to 14, Boger's up to 15, Watson down to 17th at the moment. That wasn't in the script for the MRT Beta rider. Ruben Fernandez here, Honda HRC, going through in 5th place. So better. Lucas Kunin, just a little bit squirrely into those waves. Here's Fernandez on the 17th, back after his big crash in Germany a week ago. Gunning for the 132, Andrea Bonacorsi. Bonacorsi goes too defensive to the inside. Fernandez says, well, if you're going to do that to the inside, I'm going to just run around the outside, move into that 4th place. Fernandez then, with his head down, he's about 3.5 seconds behind Febvre, who is in 3rd. Too many bumps and too many deep holes on that inside. Fernandez read the situation a little bit better. Breezes by the Italian. Behind the 132 is the 959 of Maxim Renault. Is it Jago Kietz actually? 93. Now 3.9 seconds clear. That's the biggest gap that he's had at the head of the field in the first or second race. But it's Kunin who's there again, second, just trying to work his way into this race as he did in race 1. Febvre 3rd, Fernandez 4th, Bonacorsi, Kietz, Renault, Koldenhoff, Valana, Pumpers. They are your top 10 after 2 laps. We've got 24.75 minutes yet to run. 2 laps on the end of that, of course. But it's Hurlings who's running away with it at the moment, but all eyes are going to be on this battle at the top of the championship between Kunin, who is second, Febvre 3rd, Guadagnini and Jeremy Seawer. And they're going after the Latvian Maris Pumpas, who's in 10th place. So Guada there on the 101, he's in 11th, Seawer in 12th. Seawer, 16th in race 1, Pumpas goes defensive here, around the outside for Guadagnini. Guada then up into 10th. Jeremy Seawer trying to find his way by, but no joy at the moment. Kids here closing in on Andrea Bonacorsi. Kids in 6th place. The Belgian on the Monster Energy Yamaha has had just one top 10 finish. That was an 8th in race 1 in Argentina. Here he is in 6th at the moment, going after 125 and 250 European champion Andrea Bonacorsi on that Fantic, the rider in red. Renault, his teammate, that's 3 seconds further back. In 7th, then Kolkov, Lana and Guadagnini. Kolkov has been off the charge here, actually, he's in 8th now. Very tight for the podium placings once again. Fernandez is there, 3rd overall with 36 points. Febvre on 35, Hoff on 33, Bonacorsi on 30. Gibbs comes into land here as he eyes up another rider. Stern faces Fantic look on as Bonacorsi, the lead Fantic rider in that 5th place, getting caught here by Iago Gibbs on the Monster Energy Yamaha. Guada and Seawer both finding their way past Pumpas this time around, so they're now 10th and 11th. Gifting up to 14th, finding his way past Talviku. Iago Gibbs bringing his A game here, definitely fancying his chances here in this 2nd MXGP race, isn't he? Iago Gibbs gets alongside and finds his way past Andrea Bonacorsi as he moves into 5th place on the number 93 Monster Energy Yamaha. Eyeing up his first top 5 finish of the season. The young Belgian. Bonacorsi there, just getting pushed back into that 6th place. Maxime Renault, the 959, teammate to Iago Gibbs. Also fancies his chance, and he's got Kolkov behind him, so the 2 Fantics, 2 Yamahas. They're in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Lana just behind him in 9th on the number 10. But with 4 laps complete, Jeffrey Hurlings 4 seconds clear at the moment. The pace has steadied. Both he and Coonan, both in the 58s, the 58.4 and the 58.7, respectively, for Hurlings and Coonan. Febvre 2.8 seconds further back and already nearly 7 seconds off the lead. Not going to be on the podium as it stands right now either. Roman Febvre, who's on 35 points. Fernandez, all right, he's having 4th in the race at the moment, eyeing up a podium with 2 4th place finishes. But 20 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. Can he bring it home in that 4th place? He managed that in race 1. No reason to suggest why he can't do the same again in race 2. He's got about 2 seconds over Iago Gibbs, but Gibbs was quicker last time around, significantly so as well. 159.8 for his best lap of the race. Fernandez was at 202. So expect that gap to come down, unless it was a freak lap that Gibbs put in. Once he moved into that 5th place with that move on Bonacorsi. Here's Renault. Chasing the speed around the outside as he goes in pursuit of the 132. Andrea Bonacorsi, still the lead Fantic rider in 6th position. And Gibbs is closing on Fernandez. So this will be for 4th place. Let's go down to Lisa. She is in pit lane with Jeremy Fontaine from Monster Energy Yamaha Factory MXGP. Let's hear what they have to say and what they think of the weekend, all in all.
Jeremy. Jago was 9th in that first race. He's currently P5. It's good to see him up at the sharp end.
Yeah, for a few weeks now, we changed the setup for the bike for him to help him to little bit drop and build up again, because it's not Jago. In the beginning, it's not Jago. He can do better. So we do something to help with the bike. And now I think every week we saw Jago coming better and better.
If he stays where he is and gets a top 5 finish, that would be the confidence boost he needs to finish the second half of the season.
Yeah, you know, if you make like some good result now, you build up again something and you take confidence. Now you need also to work on the start, because yeah, the start is really important. So if he can manage the physically and the bike, we can see Jago coming better and better.
Good luck to the team. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Jago Kids continuing to push on in that 5th place. Fernandez just ahead of him. Fernandez is on the podium at the moment on 36 points. Febvre is just 1 point shy. And Febvre at the moment losing ground weight. Actually, he's closing back in on Lucas Kuna. 1.2 seconds he is behind the Belgian. So if Jago Kids finds his way past Ruben Fernandez here, that will promote Febvre to the 3rd step of the podium. Here is Roman Febvre, but Febvre can also take destiny into his own hands here, because if he finds his way past Kuhnen, and you see that's not a 1.2 second gap anymore, then of course he will move ahead of Fernandez anyway to the tune of 2 points. And this is a real muscle flexing exercise now for Roman Febvre. He's allowed Lucas Kuhnen to pull clear, but now that he's reeling it back in, he's just sending out a message just to say, you know what, I'm the championship leader. You had your way in race 1 because no one can pass. You made a good start. You were second. I made a mistake in 6th, and all the rest of it. Blah blah blah. But this is a real opportunity for Febvre just to close in, find his way past, and just kind of nail that hammer a little bit harder, just to let Lucas Kuhnen know he ain't going anywhere. So was there a couple of mistakes in the lap of Kuhnen? Let's just have a quick look in the tail of the tape. 30.9 sector 1 compared to 30.4. Pretty much even, Stephen. Sector 2 and 3, 26.8, 27.0. I think it's just Febvre just getting closer. Here's Kiers. Getting closer to Fernandez, who bobbles at the top of the hill. Costs himself a little bit of drive, but he's still crucially ahead of the Belgian at the moment on his Honda. Getting closer all the time. But like anything, you can get close, but can you find the right line on the track at the right time to make that decisive move and make it stick? Fernandez just had his radar on there, just second guessing to the left-hand side and again to the right-hand side. What Kiers is doing, it's just costing himself a little bit of time. And that's allowed Kiers to get alongside him here, and he will have the inside line going into this next turn, this right-hander, but does it work for him? Yes, it does. Kiers, the Belgian, up into 4th place. Watch this, just wheelies it through there, stays out of the deeper stuff as well, so he's almost cut across the line there. Shows a bit of rear wheel attitude to the 70th Fernandez on his way through as well. Kiers now up in the 4th. And that'll put Febvre on the podium, 3rd overall. So the number 93 is about 16 seconds down on Febvre, who's ahead of him in 3rd place. Febvre has lost about 2.6 seconds to Kuhnen, despite having him right there in his line of sight a moment ago. The Belgian has flexed his own muscles in response to Febvre closing in on him and said, well, you know what? You can come at me all you like. I'm just going to find another gear and show you who's boss out of us two. Real cat and mouse game going on between the Belgian and the Frenchman, Kuhnen and Febvre. But with just under 15 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Herlings nearly 8 seconds clear at the head of the field, doing exactly what we expected him to do here in Namibia. So Jeffrey Herlings going in pursuit of Grand Prix win quickly got himself to the lead within the first 2 or 3 corners. Lucas Kuhnen was right there. Kuhnen probably thought, you know what? Had you on the ropes in race 1, I'll do exactly the same again in race 2, but Herlings has other ideas. 8 seconds clear now. Here's a replay of the start. Herlings will tiptoe around the inside. Kuhnen will run it too wide. Febvre also tips around the inside as well, look. And the 3 of them come out bar to bar pretty much. Herlings out drags Kuhnen down towards turn 1. And from there, that was the crucial move of the race. Also crucial was the fact that Kuhnen got himself into second as well, because had Febvre gone by, would we be looking at a different situation here, with Kuhnen maybe harassing and hounding the Frenchman, or would we have had a quick pass and a similar kind of gap? Guess we'll never know. But either way, Kuhnen doing exactly what he needs to do. And that's stay ahead of Febvre if he is to close down more points to show how serious he is in his quest to be MXGP World Champion. Of course, Romain Febvre looking to be MXGP World Champion for the 2nd time, but the span between those titles, a massive, staggering 10 years. It's got to be the longest wait in win history. Of course, we're nowhere near there yet. We're only around 11 of 20.
Things looking good for
Kuhnen though at the moment. 12.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go then. MXGP race 2 at the MXGP of Latvia at the Zelterzerk circuit in Kegums. Jeffrey Herlings nearly 9 seconds clear at the head of the field on his Red Bull KTM. Lucas Kuhnen 2nd. And Romain Febvre is 3rd. The gap between those two now 3.5 seconds. As Kuhnen regains control of his own race by putting some distance between himself and the Frenchman. Stays like this, Kuhnen will gain another couple of points at the top of the championship. And the gap should come down to 26 points. It's 28 at the start of the race. Here in 5th, he's got Bonacorsi and Maxime Renault breathing down his tailpipe as they battle over that 5th place. Fernandez doing all he can to hang on. Not easy when you picked yourself up off the deck at the very hard-packed circuit of Germany a week ago when he went hurtling down the circuit on the opening lap of race 1. Just to see him back here after that is pretty miraculous anyway. Gets caught around the inside though. Bonacorsi trying to get alongside him. They pretty much take off simultaneously. Bonacorsi, the big burly Italian, tries to force his way down the inside, but Fernandez equally is stocky. Keeps him back there in his place in 6th position. And with 10.5 minutes plus 2 to go, you put the flag out now. Herlings goes 1-1. Kuhnen goes 2-2. Febvre goes 6-3. Then we've got Fernandez, a point behind the Frenchman, 4th overall, and then Kolanov on 33 points. Bonacorsi under attack here from Maxime Renault for 6th position. Fernandez off the hook for now, as Bonacorsi was dealing with the Frenchman in blue. But the rider in black leading the way here. Fernandez in 5th place for Honda HRC. Just minding his own business, just trying to get through the weekend as best he can, without any dramas this weekend. But as quick as that, Bonacorsi right back onto the rear wheel. Threatens to make the pass on the Spaniard. And with Maxime Renault just there lurking in the background, all of a sudden we've got 3 riders vying for that 5th place once again. The 959 there in blue. Spanish Yamaha in 7th position. Wasn't happy with his 13th in race 1, only made 1 pass, but you look at all the riders in the first race, neither of them were making passes just because the conditions were so very, very challenging. The track a lot wider now in the fact that it's been worked on, it's dried out. Of course, riders will still favour a particular race line. Still don't want to take too much of a risk to get offline just in case it's unpredictably soft and boggy. With 8.5 minutes plus 2 to go, looks like the lap time of Jeffrey Hurlington, 1:57.690 on the opening lap, is going to be the AUDJPY's fastest lap of the race. Now that things are starting to break down and deteriorate in the second half of the race here. Renault thought about going down the right side. Bonacorsi closes him off. Both riders jump long into the holes. Bonacorsi still defending. Renault still searching. Makes a mistake on the exit of the turn. Loses contact with these two, but quickly back on to the rear wheel of Bonacorsi, who himself makes a mistake into that right-hander. Just behind Renault, we've got Koldenhoff looking at 5th overall at the moment after his 3rd in race 1. Disappointing that he would have had a bad start to the race. He's now in 8th. Which put money on between these two. Bonacorsi trying what he did a lap ago. This time he carves his way up the inside of Fernandez and does move into that 5th position. They liked it down there. And Renault believes now that he can find his way past the Honda. Watches here. Saw him rehearse it a lap ago, didn't we? Came from out of nowhere to get into within touching distance, and then this time around he executed perfectly. Bonacorsi now in the 5th place. Fernandez down to 6th. Renault still hanging on here in blue and yellow, blue and green, whichever way you want to determine that. Fluorescent colour. Just there in red behind, lapping quicker than the guys ahead of him. So if Renault doesn't hurry up and get by Fernandez, guess what? He's going to get caught here by Koldenhoff, who's having to put in a bit of a shift to just bridge the gap between where he is in 8th and Renault is in 7th. Stays a bit lower this time. Renault! He comes in hot, and then he goes down. He jumped too far long. Koldenhoff will take a position there as well. Renault challenged Fernandez for 6, just came in too hot, over-jumped. Watch this, you already saw the body language here. Nowhere to go. Into the side of Fernandez, he just tips over, out the side door. Renault now in 8th place. Done all that hard work, got it all to do again with about 5 minutes plus 2 to go. Fernandez gets out of that pretty much unscathed. Febvre coming back at Kuhnen for one last throw of the dice. To 2nd position, he saved his goggles, he saved his fitness. Has he saved the best till last? Back markers are also going to play their part, no doubt. Kuhnen finds his way past the back marker there, Freebergs. Febvre. Eyes on the rider ahead of him, number 96, once again within touching distance once more. Yeah, they don't know which way to look, do they? Nor do we. Sorry. Roman Febvre, 1.7 seconds behind Lucas Kuhnen. race. They're not going to catch Hurlings unless he makes a mistake. He's 6.7 seconds clear, 6.9 seconds clear. And so with 4 minutes plus 2 to go, Hurling's almost home and dry. We said that in MX2 race 2. Kunin second, Febvre third. But will that change? Closing in on second. Kunin looking a little bit ragged in the moment, and all of a sudden Febvre sees it. He's got him on the ropes. Just unsure as he approaches the back markers, Lucas Kunin. Can he respond and just open up that gap once more? Or is Febvre just going to dig in here? As we hit the line, look, nothing in between them. A second exactly as they hit the line. And Lucas Kunin knows he's got a bit of a fight on if he is to stay ahead of the championship leader and to take those extra couple of points. Back end was loose to the right, then kicked to the left as he came in short. Dancing around on the back wheel coming out of the turn as well. Just looking a little bit erratic at the moment, the teenager. And Febvre, with a wealth of experience behind him, all of a sudden in the best position. Why are we cutting to this again? Febvre all alongside him down the back straight. Can't quite find his way through. Nice line through there, Febvre. Slightly wider, more momentum. Looked like there was a slight error just at the beginning of the waves there, but managed to correct himself. Kunin, of course, this little battle now. Kunin worrying about what's going on behind him, and Febvre trying to outbox him. This will play into the hands perfectly of Hurlings, who's eyeing up a 1-1 here in Latvia. He'll keep an eye on what's going on as he heads down the straight in the opposite direction. He'll probably think the same, well, as long as you two are there tripping each other up, I'll just concentrate on what I'm doing. Right, Kunin runs wide. Febvre tries to show him a bender. And then he'll come back. Oh! Wicked from Febvre. What a move that was from Febvre a moment ago. He eyed up Lucas Kunin. Watch this, he comes into land. He'd already squared him up in the previous corner. Then the back end just came around just when he wanted it to dig in. Kunin fighting for his second place life here. Febvre losing a little bit of ground there as he was cross-fronted on the exit of the turn. But Febvre, undeterred, comes back for more. Championship leader on the green Kawasaki Racing Team. Started the weekend, 36 points clear of Lucas Kunin, the gap down to 26 points as we near the end of race 2. Febvre needs these points. He needs to make this pass on the rookie to the class, the newcomer to the class. Just to sort of put him in his place, if you like. Kunin needs to do the same, just to say, look, this is me, I'm here. You want to beat me? Go round me, go through me, do what you got to do to beat me. But I'm here, and I'm going to keep chipping away at your lead, whether you like it or not, so do something about it. Hurlings now, 7.6 seconds clear. Just in cruise mode as we near the penultimate lap, the 2-lap board getting ready any moment now. But what a fascinating battle between these two, the top two in the championship. Just a little bit too close for comfort on the exit there as he rejoined on the start straight a moment ago. Febvre. Hurlings on towards the finish line now. 2 laps to go for the 84. His lap time at 2:02.5. The guys behind are pushing on though. 2 minutes, 0.7 and a 2:01.5. The gap down to less than 6 seconds as Kühnen ups his game here. Can Febvre go with it? That is the question. 2 minute 0.717, 2:01.594. Hurlings at 2:02, the fastest of the trio of riders leading the way. That's Hurlings in the opposite direction, out of sight now. There's Kühnen. A real test of his resolve and mental fortitude, this Lucas Kühnen. He went after Hurlings in race 1, he's having to deal with Febvre in race 2. Just the 6 world titles either side of him that he's sandwiched between. The 2 Red Bull KTMs, 1 and 2 at the moment. Kühnen doing a great job keeping the Frenchman at bay, isn't he? Knows he can't afford to switch off. Romain Febvre has got to stay in it till the checkered flag. Will he do that though? Will there be a point where he just lets Kühnen off the hook with a handful of corners to go if he's not within touching distance? Seen the conditions of the track, very easy to make a mistake if you lose that little bit of concentration. Hurlings dealing with back markers here as he gets ready to enter the final lap of this Latvian Grand Prix where he's won on 8 occasions. 1 to go for Hurlings. Panic red for the rider ahead of him who's about to lap. Jan Panzer, I believe. Panzer on the tap, JP. Just took a look back to say, sorry, where did you come from? What, you're lapping me already? Panzer in 20th place though. 4.2 the gap between Hurlings and Kühnen. Febvre 2.3 behind the Belgian. Panzer looking behind nervously, doesn't want to get involved in any kind of championship implications. Eyes on Storks, the Slovenian. But this has been a return to form, hasn't it, the last couple of weeks for Hurlings. Got his first Grand Prix victory of the year a week ago in Germany. He did that with a second and a first. He's going to get back-to-back Grand Prix victories here with a double race win. And just letting everybody else know that he never left. Gets to the outside of Adam Sterry. Sterry in 19th place on the Chambers KTM. The 2 riders behind him are still pushing though, 4 seconds. He's got an eye on it though, hasn't he? Look, takes a look back. Wonder how much of the battle he was able to see every time he looked across to see what was going on between Kühnen and Febvre, the top 2 in the championship. Down to less than 3 seconds now. But with just 2 corners to go. Hurlings, another nervous look over the shoulder. Well, not nervous, but he's just backing it off. Just wants to know that he can back it off and stay ahead. Through the final turn, Jeffrey Hurlings crosses the line. He goes 1-1 here. A massive win for him in Latvia. Kühnen across the line in second. Even bigger statement to him. And Romain Febvre will back off on the final lap look. He will cross the line eventually in third. He did let Kühnen have it in the end. 10.9 seconds the gap. Realised he wasn't going to find a way through, decided to throw in the towel. And that's how it's going to finish. Hurlings, Kühnen, Febvre, the same result in the race is going to be the overall Grand Prix podium. For Jeffrey Hurlings, win number 109. And his 9th victory around here at the Zelta Zergs. First win came back in 2010 as a sprightly 15-year-old in MX2. He won again in 13 and 16 in MX2. And since then, in MXGP 2017, 18, 2020, 23, 24 and 25. And the Hurlings freight train, the Bullet is back as he wins once again in Latvia. The gap down to 26 points at the top of the championship between Roman Fevre and Lucas Koenen. But Jeffrey Hurlings, who is 9th in the championship, now just 83 points off of Glenn Koldenoff in 3rd. Rise go down to Lisa Leyland. Getting ready to speak to the Bullet. Back-to-back wins. Perfect day here for Hurlings.
Jeffrey Hurlings, massive congratulations. That's back-to-back overall victories, double race win there. You were in a league of your own all weekend.
Yeah, it was really good. Just the lap bars need to learn what a blue flag is, man. I lost like 10 seconds the last 4 laps because they just stayed in the main line. So it's quite frustrating. But anyway, we got 1-1. And yeah, that's been also, I don't know. Yeah, I got one last year in Indonesia. I won 1-1 over the weekend. So really pleased with that. And yeah, it's good to finally have a win again, actually the 2nd in a row. So I'm really pleased with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Hurlings then goes 1-1-1 over the weekend. He wins qualifying race on Saturday. He goes 1-1 here on Sunday. 60-point haul for the Bullet this weekend in Latvia. As he marks his return once again with another Grand Prix victory. Back-to-back wins, Germany and now here in Latvia. 9 wins in the books for the Bullet and the self-reserves. Jeffrey Hurlings wins race 2 then. Lucas Koenen 2nd, Roman Fevre 3rd, Iago Kiet with his best result of the season, and an Imix GP as well, of course. Bonacorsi 5, Fernandez 6, Koldenoff 7, Maxime Renault 8. 9th place for Calvin Villana and 10th for Brent van Donnik. Ben Watson battled hard to get back to 11th. And then we had Isaac Gifting, Mattia Guadagnini, Brian Bogers, Max Spies, Rowan van der Moostijk, Albi Ferrato. Jeremy Seewer must have had a dirt sample because he ended up in 18th. He was locked together with his teammate Guadagnini earlier on. Steri 19 and Jan Panzer picking up the final point. Jeffrey Hurlings goes 1-1 here this weekend to win the MXGP of Latvia. 2 perfect wins for him. Lucas Koenen 2nd with 2 second-place finishes. Roman Fevre with a 6th and a 3rd. 3rd overall for the Frenchman. Glenn Koldenoff and Ruben Fernandez ran out the top 5. But what a day of racing we had at the sharp end between the top 2 in the championship, and of course with that added extra of Jeffrey Hurlings with his double race win, and a perfect weekend as well. 1-1-1 in the qualifying race and the 2 races today. Fevre, who arrived here 36 points clear of Lucas Koenen, will now head to Matterley Basin, Great Britain, 2 weeks from now, with that lead cut by another 10 points, down to 26 between 1st and 2nd in the championship. Glenn Koldenoff has moved up to 3rd, Maxime Renault down to 4th, and the gap between Koldenoff in 3rd and Hurlings in 9th, now 83 points. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the next few rounds, especially with the form that the Bullet is in at the moment. There, confirmation of Hurlings in that 9th place now, finding his way past Jeremy Seewer on the Ducati.
Be quick because, guys, it's...
Take a look at the manufacturers' standings then before we head down to the podium and the foxhole shot. No change there. 9 manufacturers in MXGP, of course, because we've got a Triumph on the 2nd page. But Kawasaki continue to lead the way, but look at the gap. 533, 536 for Kawasaki. KTM closing in. Nothing in it there, is there? Quick look at the foxhole shot then. Lucas Kuhnen, once again, for the night time this year. For the number 96, that's 15 black plates in a career for him. Once again, the Kuhnen boys picking up all the foxhole shots this weekend. Both on the same number as well, both on 9. In fact, yeah, Sasha Kuhnen on 8. Apologies. Anyway, let's head down to the podium. Some will hang around, some will beat the traffic on the way out. Third overall this weekend, though. And what a weekend it was for Romain Febvre. Third in the qualifying race, can only muster, I would say only in inverted commas, 6 in race 1. But he bounced back with another third in race 2 for third overall. Second time third place finisher in 2025, because that's back-to-back thirds for him as well. Germany last week, and now here in Latvia for Romain Febvre, Kawasaki Racing Team. Lucas Kuhnen, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing, for the 4th consecutive round. Second overall. Jeffrey Hurling's a very popular winner here in Latvia. Back-to-back wins, his second podium of the season. Joel Smets, team manager there, will take the trophy back to their base in Lommel. Get the trophies out of the way then, shall we? Third overall for Romain Febvre, Kawasaki Racing Team. He does it with a 6th and a 3rd here this weekend. Lucas Kuhnen, second overall, Red Bull KTM Factory Racing. 2 seconds for him. 6 podiums from the last 6 rounds. 2 wins, 4 seconds. Jeffrey Hurlings, though, your overall winner. Red Bull KTM Factory Racing. Win number 109 in the books for the Bullet. Win number 9 here at Latvia. Martin Ledowskis, the president of the Latvian Motorcycle Federation, the LAMSF, hands the winner's trophy, the team trophy, to the Red Bull team. And Joel Smets. Romain Febvre continues to lead the championship, but that gap is coming down from 36 to 26 as we head to round 12 at Lee Basin. There's your top 3 this weekend. Jeffrey Hurlings, Lucas Kuhnen, and Romain Febvre. Jeffrey Hurlings, for the 2nd week in a row, gets to hear the national anthem. First, second, third overall this weekend. Jeffrey Hurlings, Lucas Kuhnen, and Romain Febvre. Of course, we'll talk to the top 3 in a few moments' time, but before we go anywhere, here's the highlights of MXGP Race 2. then brighter skies, a drier racetrack, much worked on in the 1 hour break as well. Lucas Kuhnen once again with the Fox hot shot, but just as we saw in race 1, Jeffrey Hurlings alongside him, Roman Febvre alongside both of them. Hurlings emerged with the lead though, coming out of turn 2, a crucial pass on the number 96. Febvre emerged in third, and then we thought we'd get the showdown that we were all waiting for in race 1. Ruben Fernandez got the better of Andrea Bonacorsi to move into 4th place. That was on lap 2. And then Jago Kids eyeing up at top 5. He found his way past Bonacorsi as well. That put him in 4th, which is where he would stay. Eventually found his way past Ruben Fernandez to get himself into that 4th position, and then all of a sudden Bonacorsi found himself under attack, but he did hang on for 5th place as he moved past Bonacorsi, past Fernandez. Then Maxime Renault tipped into the side of the Spaniard as he tried to find his way through. Renault eventually came home in 8th place, but it was a 1-1 in the overall Grand Prix victory for Hurlings. Kuhnen 2-2, 2nd overall Febvre, 3rd and 3rd overall.
Jeffrey Hurlings, congratulations. Today you got 2 good starts. You ran away with both races, looked totally in control, in a league of your own, in cruise control. You won everything there was to win this weekend.
Yeah, let's repeat it 9 more times, eh? No, it was only that simple. No, I'm really thankful for the win. And again, Lucas Romero were pushing the 2nd moto and also 1st moto with Lucas. So once again, give it up to them. Also, they're really good as well. So very thankful to have won from them, and looking forward to the next race. So hopefully we can keep this ball rolling. It's going to be difficult because the other guys also keep improving. So we keep doing our best. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. 2nd overall today we have Lucas Kuhnen. Lucas, you got the start, solid races, good championship points, going 2-2. It's been a good weekend for you, and you dealt with the pressure of Roman really well in that 2nd race.
Yeah, it was a good weekend, but I was hoping for better 2nd moto with the start and run again wide, and Jeffrey got me, and in the beginning I was like, I leave him some gap, but yeah, didn't help me, made some mistakes, didn't find any flow on the track. It was really tricky, and I struggled big time 2nd moto, so yeah, I mean, positives and negatives, but we know what to work on, and yeah, we have another podium, so that's positive, and keep building, keep working, and we can only get better, so yeah.
Thanks, Lucas. 3rd overall today we have Roman Febvre. Roman, frustrating 1st race, struggled to make those inroads and a little mistake. 2nd race, you put everything into it, you dug in deep, but you just couldn't make that pass.
Yeah, it was tough weekend, but yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, 1st moto I was running in 4th, battling for 3rd, and then actually was just 1 line, and then I get too close to him, and then I think I touched his back wheels, and then I crashed. So lost some position there, but yeah, 2nd moto was better. I was fighting with the guys on the front, which is good, and yeah, just have to be better, and then we'll bounce back the next one in England.
Okay. Thanks, Roman.
Overall for Roman Febvre, a 6-3 scorecard this weekend in the Grand Prix. Kawasaki Racing Team rider, championship leader, continues to lead as we head to Matt Gleason, round 12 in 2 weeks' time. One of his favourite tracks, no doubt, as it is most of the other riders as well. His lead being cut from 36 to 26 points by Lucas Kuhnen, the number 96 Red Bull KTM rider. Wasn't happy with his 2nd race again. Wasn't happy that he gave up time and the position to Jeffrey Hurlings at the start of the race. Just didn't have that flow that he had in race 1. 2nd overall though, good points for the championship. Likewise for Jeffrey Hurlings. 9 wins around this self-deserted circuit now. Jeffrey Hurlings going back to back as a Grand Prix winner. Germany last week, Latvia this week. He goes 1-1-1 over the weekend to take the maximum 60 points. When you include the qualifying race on Saturday, Jeffrey Hurlings back in business. If only he can do it over the next 9 rounds, he said. Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? And we are out of time. Thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed the MXGP of Latvia here. We will be back in a couple of weeks' time when we go to the MXGP of Great Britain, Matchley Basin. I'll be there. Hope you can join us too. From me, from Lisa, from the rest of the team. Thanks for watching. We'll see you then. Bye for now.
Serie A is back for a new season of Italian soccer. Feel the passion of Europe's top soccer league. 20 teams battle to win the iconic Serie A Championship trophy.
Barella, beauty!
This is Serie A, the home of calcio.
The wait is finally over. The very best in all the land. PSV, champions of the Eredivisie.
Together a list of mavericks in football, Luis Suarez and Mario Balotelli definitely deserve spots near the top. Suarez has been a headline-making machine across his journeyman career, with the Uruguayan nearly racking up as many controversies as goals. While Super Mario's antics have seen him have more clubs than Tiger Woods.
As a player, could be like Cristiano and Messi, if they understand that to be like this, you should work hard.
This is gonna be fun. Sometimes angry and fiery, and sometimes emotional, playing the role of the good guy. Though above all, he's in it to win it.
He's a winner. He always wants to win everything. On training, he wanted to win every game and really competitive. And yeah, I like that. I liked the way he wanted to do everything possible to win the game. And he's also really skillful.
Suarez is one seriously talented striker as the season's top scorer in 3 Tier 1 leagues, including at Barcelona, where he transferred to in 2014.
Para nosotros sí, porque está con nosotros y para nosotros siempre son los mejores. Eso no tengo ninguna duda. Desde luego es un delantero que quisieran tener muchos equipos y tenemos la suerte de tenerlo nosotros y de darnos de tanto.
So talented he is that he is able to adapt and excel in different leagues. Luis Suarez has a collection of silverware so epic, he's probably had to build them their own room. For starters, he won an Eredivisie at Ajax, a League Cup at Liverpool. Then across his first 4 seasons at Barcelona, there was a UEFA Champions League, 3 La Ligas, 4 Copa del Reys, 2 Supercopa de España, and a Super Cup and Club World Cup. There was also a Copa America in there with Uruguay. Did you catch all that? But these awards and praise have also been riddled with drama. For the earlier part of his career, Suarez couldn't seem to play the role of the good guy like he had since his move to La Liga. Whether it was biting multiple times, refusing to shake an opponent's hand, or even yelling at the opposition, "I'm waiting for you, come here, you're a waste of space." But his upbringing was pretty tough, and he did eventually ditch his bad boy reputation. Next, we go way back in the life of Luis Suarez. Luis Suarez's climb to the top has not been without its setbacks. And he shared his side of the story in his tell-all book, Crossing the Line, My Story. Growing up in the middle of 7 brothers in Uruguay, his parents both worked hard to support their family. After his mum and dad split when he was 9, he struggled. They also had little money to their name. It was during this time he learned the art of rebellion. At 15 years old, he met his future wife, Sofia Balbi, and his whole world changed. She kept him focused on football, which was his ticket out of poverty. But when his future wife's family moved to Spain, that's when he put his head down to focus on making it to the professional level in Europe. Still with little money, Suarez had his eye on the prize, but struggled to handle the pressure of the game, especially when things didn't go his way. It was then Nacional manager Martin Lazarte, who Suarez credits as integral in getting into the senior stage, who had faith in him. From here, Suarez moved to the Netherlands, reconnecting with his girlfriend to play for Groningen. From that point on, Sofia followed him to England before he could finally bring her home to Spain.
El sueño de jugar en el Barça viene desde hace años. Desde chico, todo el mundo sabe la relación que hay de mi señora y la familia de ella que viven acá. Y bueno, el de venir acá, venir a algún partido y el decir algún día tendré la posibilidad, lo veía muy lejano, nunca me lo imaginé. Y bueno, cuando se dio la posibilidad de poder venir, no lo dudé en ningún momento, me olvidé de todo y lo único que quería era cumplir un sueño que tenía desde chico.
Luis Suarez was a different man at Camp Nou. Being back in a Spanish-speaking country, things also clicked with his teammates. He presented a calmer manner on the field. He appeared happy and settled in his wife's home. With the focus on football, the trophies appeared almost naturally. Winning the European Golden Boot Award and Pichichi for his 40 goals from the 2015-16 season. No matter the club he's in, and no matter the drama that surrounds him, Luis has managed to modify his playing style in each league, though they differentiate vastly from each other. Something even the top players struggle to do.
Yo siempre soy de la mentalidad de que para mí la adaptación no existe, tratar de entrar adentro de la cancha y siempre intentar hacer lo mismo, lo que siempre quisiste hacer, que jugar al fútbol, divertirte y bueno, en esta ocasión obviamente que es especial porque estoy en el club del cual siempre quise estar y bueno, tratar de lo mismo que hice en los otros clubes, hacer lo mismo, intentar de hacerlo de la mejor manera, pedir lo que me pida hacer lo que me pida el entrenador y bueno, tratar de adaptarme a los compañeros y conseguir cosas importantes.
But that road to Barcelona had more bumps than one could imagine. Suarez encountered some seriously dark days throughout his early years. At Nacional, he was suspended for headbutting a referee. At Groningen, he collected a nice amount of yellow and red cards. Then at Ajax in 2010, he bit PSV Eindhoven's Otman Bakal on the shoulder. He received a 7-game suspension before transferring to Liverpool, but trouble followed. Suarez chomped into Branislav Ivanovic's arm in a Chelsea match in 2013. It caused a kerfuffle because it wasn't his first offence. And then Prime Minister David Cameron even publicly criticised him. He received a fine from the club, a 10-match ban, and was charged with violent conduct from the FA. He also tweeted out an apology. I'm sad for what happened this afternoon. I apologise, Ivanovic and all the football world, for my inexcusable behaviour. I'm so sorry about it. And even though Liverpool came close to the Premier League title, and Suarez won the PFA Players Player of the Year award and the Golden Boot for the 2013-14 season, they didn't really fight hard to keep the troubled footballer. they also had to deal with things like an apparent obscene gesture to a fan and throwing racial abuse towards opponent Patrice Evra in 2011, which the FA handed down an 8-match ban and 40,000 quid fine for.
Racism, like I say, is really difficult to talk about it. I don't understand why some people still compare other people just because they have a different color. I think maybe they fear the other person, you know, because they are not the same. But at the end, you know, I think everyone should be happy, and it's sad. It's sad to be here and to talk about it.
Though they weren't the only squad struggling to manage the striker. While at Liverpool, off on international duty, he disgraced his nation Uruguay when thrown out of the 2014 World Cup after biting Italian defender Giorgio Chiellini. That sentence was a 10-game suspension.
I tried to forget this game and the situation as well, and it's a difficult moment for me, and I say to all the fans that don't worry for that, because I don't do any more that. But if you concentrate, you had is the focus for the training with the teammate, and you help for the team and the outside the pitch. This is my situation now. I accept that.
It was 3 times too many. Even so, he made sure to make amends and leave things in the Premier League on good terms.
He sent us a lovely text this morning, you know, wishing us all the best and for his teammates and to start strong. He's a friend now of Liverpool.
Before finally making it back to his wife's home of Spain. And really, he had his wife to thank for getting through it all. Suarez married Sofia Balbi in 2009 and is now a family man with 3 children. She brought a sense of calm to him. That anger on the pitch seems to have finally been replaced with tenacity, talent and focus. And Suarez credits his wife for getting him on that path. Plus, he hasn't forgotten his roots of an impoverished childhood, playing football on the streets.
A mis hijos que vean este hermoso momento.
I want my kids to see this beautiful moment. I want them to see where Daddy came from. And I want to thank my wife for all her support after 13 years together.
Obviamente por el apoyo, como le dijo mucho, ¿no?
So he opened a resurfaced football pitch where he began his career.
A estos chiquilines que valoren primero el de tener la posibilidad de jugar en una cancha o de entrenar en una cancha de césped sintético. Cuando nosotros picaba para cualquier lado ahí la pelota, valoren eso. Disfruten, van a pasar por momentos muy difíciles. Con 13 años, con 14, con 15, con 18, con 24, con cualquier edad, pero nunca bajar los brazos. El de tener gente que siempre los apoye.
Suarez may not be everyone's cup of tea. He's incredibly passionate and fiery and has made more mistakes than most. That is a lot of suspensions after all. But maybe he wouldn't be as good as he is without that fire in his belly.
Balotelli?
Parliamo di Balotelli, stiamo ancora parlando di Balotelli. Stiamo ancora parlando di Balotelli.
Still about
cioè,
him.
Con tutti i problemi che noi abbiamo al calcio italiano, noi ancora stiamo a parlare di Balotelli, se va in discoteca o se non va in discoteca.
Goes to the disco or not. I find it ludicrous.
Io lo trovo ridicolo e assurdo.
Mario Balotelli getting more airtime than the team? While no one blows a gasket quite like Antonio Conte, any manager who's had the pleasure of Super Mario's company would empathise with that particular frustration. The big Italian striker is one of a kind. He's an undeniable talent, capable of pulling victories out of the proverbial. He's got style on and off the pitch that inspires the next generation. And he's capable of stirring frenzies during transfer windows. glimpses of his potential during 3 title-winning seasons with Inter Milan. He was instrumental in Italy's Euro 2012 campaign, in which the Azzurri reached the final, a tournament that saw him develop a certain iconic celebration. And his 95th minute assist to Sergio Aguero in Manchester City's title decider against Queen's Park Rangers the same year delivered the club its first top-flight championship in 44 years.
There was ebbs and flows, and then this particular incident came along, but people forget that Mario Balotelli had a lot to do with it.
But whether or not he produces that same kind of brilliance has always depended upon his mood. Often, he's been a contender for mention alongside the greats of his era. But time and again, we've seen that idea sabotaged by his own attitude.
As a player, could be like Cristiano and Messi, if he understand that to be like this, you should work hard. Your mind should be always in your job, not for the other things that are not important.
You can see the potentials in the man. You just need to understand how to master all his potentials, you know, and I do hope that he gets to that point. He'll be a fantastic player if he does that.
Because of his nature, managing Mario has been like hanging on to a hurricane at times. No one understands this like Roberto Mancini. Having already dealt with him at Inter, Mancini attempted to play something of a father figure to his countrymen while the two were in Manchester. But that relationship was punctuated by all kinds of mess. When his Charger descended into a training ground dust-up with Micah Richards in 2011, Mancini went into damage control, claiming in-house scraps came with the territory.
Box.
It was boxing, it was part of training.
Was boxing. Nothing special. This happen in every squad sometime. When you play a little match, can happen.
It was no doubt harder for Mancini to defend Balotelli when he found himself nearly coming to blows during training in 2013. What Mario got up to in the off hours caused even more of a stir. Within 12 months of moving to Manchester, he had accumulated over £7,000 in parking fines and had his Maserati impounded 27 times. The following year, he managed to burn his hotel bathroom down, having shot fireworks out of the window. A similar brain fade once inspired him to drive into a women's prison. When he was stopped and the police questioned him for over an hour as to what he was doing there, all Mario offered was just to see what it looks like. That was almost as good as his response after he crashed his car and the police found £5,000 in cash in his pocket. When asked why he had such a massive wad of money on him, he replied, "Because I'm rich." It was incidents like these that earned Balotelli the famed Golden Tarpa, awarded to players for saying and doing outlandish things on and off the field by an Italian satirical TV programme. Don't be fooled by all the bad press though. There's always been a lot more to Mario than his controversies. He deserves a nod for once going to a school and confronting a bully after a boy on the street told him he was being tormented. And following a big win at a casino in 2011, Balotelli gave $1,000 to a homeless guy. His self-awareness played out to classic effect the same year when in a game against Manchester United, Mario scored a goal and lifted his shirt to reveal an undergarment saying, "Why always me?" A none too subtle swipe at the press to get off his case. his redeeming qualities weren't enough to balance out the rap sheet. More problems and Mario's magnetism for red cards forced Mancini to eventually let the striker go to AC Milan in 2012. Having supported the team as a boy, Balotelli was on a high.
The dream come true, and it's a long time I wanted to come here, and I couldn't, but now I did, so I'm happy.
He'd scored 30 goals in 54 appearances, but after 2 seasons he would return to England, signing with Liverpool.
Should be paid double.
It was the beginning of a rough patch for the Italian. Unable to find his groove back in England, he would only score 4 goals in his single season at Anfield. And worse, when he was loaned back to Milan for a season, he went further south, scoring only 3 goals. Balotelli's career appeared to be one of unfulfilled potential. But there was a change on the horizon that would breathe new air into his sails. Voila. Still to come, Mario found himself on the up, and downsizing was the key. Following his second stint with Milan, Mario Balotelli appeared on the verge of becoming a gamble to be avoided. He signed with Nice in 2016, and many saw this as his last chance to pull his socks up.
Difficile trovare l'aggettivo giusto. Gli voglio bene, però allo stesso tempo deve capire che la vita del calciatore
but at the same time, he has to understand that the footballer's life is hard and full of
lui
sacrifices.
fondamentalmente è un ragazzo molto buono e commette gli errori di gioventù ma anche di superficialità. Lui ha bisogno di mettersi nel ruolo.
But it was at the French club that he found unconventional methods more befitting his own. Nice has been viewed as something of a rehab clinic for players who've lost their way in recent years. With limited financial resources, the club focuses on culture over creature comfort. Nice president Jean-Pierre River thinks of it as a family business. And that seems to suit Mario quite nicely. Perhaps with some distance from the constant spotlight of playing for a top club, he found his feet again. In his first season, he scored 17 goals. Then after re-signing with the club, went on to net 26 goals in the 2017-18 season. Things even began to turn around at the international level. After 4 years away from the Italy team, Balotelli was called up in May 2018. It was one more indication that he and Mancini are destined to be together in some way or another. The elder having taken over as Italy's manager.
He told me, "Good morning, mister." That is what he said.
Super Mario marked his return with a goal in a friendly against Saudi Arabia. It's just another reminder that you can never know what to expect from Mario Balotelli. He is one of a kind. With that done, we're signing off for another episode. And until next time, cheers.
The very best in all the land, PSV, champions of the Eredivisie.
Frederick stretching. Horizon's there!
Serie A is back for a new season of Italian soccer. Feel the passion of Europe's top soccer league. 20 teams battle to win the iconic Serie A championship trophy.
Barella! Beauty!
This is Serie A, the home of calcio.
From beautiful Norfolk, Virginia, the 7 cities, we are back for what was supposed to be a world title defense for the 757's own Keyshawn Davis, but instead he misses weight yesterday, and it's a main event with Abdullah Mason versus Jeremiah Nakatila. Setting the stage for the co-main will be Kevin Davis taking on Nair Albright, and we open the show with a pair of 2 Olympians, Troy Isley and Tiger Johnson. And we welcome you inside the Scope Arena. I'm Christina Poncher, joined by WBO welterweight world champion Michaela Mayer tonight on the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us. And as I mentioned, we thought we would be here for the world title defense of Keyshawn Davis versus Edwin De Los Santos. But Michaela, we were caught by surprise yesterday when he stepped on the scale 4 pounds over the lightweight limit.
Yeah, very unfortunate situation for Keyshawn, for the fans, and you know, it's here in his hometown. Last showing they had here, it was a sold-out arena. Everyone loved the energy. It was massive. So for it to sort of fall through in this way, definitely disappointing for everyone involved. I'm sure Keyshawn's feeling it today. What went down, I think only him and his camp will know what the real issues were. Hopefully it's a big learning lesson for him.
Yeah, I think he thought up until about 8 o'clock yesterday that the fight might still happen, but it was De Los Santos promoter Samson Lukowitz had said we negotiated a 10-pound rehydration clause plus money, but because we concluded that Davis never really tried to make the weight and came in on the scale, they decided to pull their fighter.
Boxing promoter Mr. Bob Ayers, Top Rank Incorporated. This is now 10 rounds of boxing for the NABO Middleweight Championship. Sanctioned by the North American Boxing Organization, supervising at ringside, Samuel Viouette. Your judges, David Bradlow, Brian Costello, and Paul Wallace. And when the bell rings, your referee in charge, Malik Walid. And now first introducing the blue corner. He wears the green and weighed in 159.7 pounds. He brings a nearly perfect professional record of 16 wins, 12 by way of knockout with just 1 loss. Representing Brazil, he fights out of Abidjan, Ivory Coast. He is the challenger, Itundi Michel Williams. And his adversary fighting out of the red corner, presented in association with Antonio Leonard Promotions. He's wearing the white trimmed in black and silver, weighing in at 159.9 pounds, the 2020 U.S. Olympian now, with a professional record that stands undefeated, 14 victories, no defeats, 5 wins coming by way of knockout. He's ranked number 6 by the WBO, number 10 by the WBC, representing Southeast DC and fighting out of Alexandria, Virginia, the defending NABO middleweight champion, Troy the Transformer Isley.
A quick look at the tail of the tape before we get this one started. Troy younger, shorter, and a significant reach disadvantage, but as Michaela will get more into, Williams does not necessarily use all 79 inches of that reach.
Step back, remember to protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck to you both.
Malik Walid, the third man in the ring. Christina Poncher and Michaela Mayer here with you for the first of our 4-fight broadcast tonight. Troy Isley looking to remain undefeated, 14-0 with 5 knockouts, taking on the 16-1 with 12 knockouts, Itundi William. Alexandria, Virginia, where Troy Isley resides, not too far here from Norfolk, Virginia. And you know, the Davis brothers had told me even since the last promotion, if there was DB4, it would include Troy Isley. That's how close he is to me and my brothers and our family. And if we're fighting here, you best believe Troy's going to be on the card.
Good jabs from both Isley and William in the center of the ring to start off round 1.
Changing levels on that lead left-hand jab for Isley up top and then bringing it down to the stomach of William. To the body with the stiff right hand from Williams.
Exactly what you're supposed to do. And Troy returns the same combination. You jab high and you drop the right hand low to the stomach. That knocked Troy back to the ropes.
And you can tell, I mean, we're talking about a 79-inch reach on a middleweight, Michaela, is significant. We're talking about heavyweight reach.
That's almost yeah, that's almost 10 inches more than what Troy has. But if you notice what Troy's doing right now, this is different from what I've seen him do before. He's really throwing his jab long. It's a good long jab. It's almost like he's matching the reach that Atundi has because he's not falling in. You can see his weight is sort of centered around the back foot, and he's stepping in with a really long jab, and then there comes the right hand over the top. And then Atundi coming back with his jab.
Keyshawn Davis has filed in here ringside. Keon Davis just fought right before this and got the win, and Keyshawn was sitting ringside for that, stayed in his seat right here to watch Troy Isley again, not fighting tonight in our main event. That task will now be at the hands of Abdullah Mason, taking on Jeremiah Nakatila. A little over a minute left here in round one. Some good boxing from both men. Both of them trying to establish that jab early, which is key.
Yeah, I like that they're both coming in round one trying to establish that jab, both landing to the head and to the stomach. Again, William with the right hand to the body. What you need to see more of now from Troy is feints. So they're kind of back and forth with the jab. You've got to feint and not let them know that when the jab is coming. I'd like to see a little bit more feinting from Troy.
There's a on cue, Michaela. You kind of get a little jab step, if you will, with that lead foot from Troy. Not feinting too much with his upper body, but trying to bait him in off a little half step there, like that. And then comes in changing levels on the jab. I can hear Bomac's voice, of course, it permeates wherever he's at. He's like, keep that left hand home, Troy. Meaning keep that left hand up high.
Yeah, he doesn't want Troy to drop that front hand and William come over the top of something.
That's a tough first round to score. Handed their jab significantly.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good solid first round. You know, they have time to sort of feel each other out like that. Again, I always say the difference between men and women's boxing. We don't really have the time to feel each other out as much. But that was a good first round. Now we'll see who can make the adjustments.
You're doing good with your jab.
Oh yeah. Ok. O sea, empiezas ya. Ajá. Él. Ok, fíjate. Vivo nada más con su derecha. Es lo que te...
Bring that right hand behind that jab to the body. Okay. You hear me say that? Yeah. All right. So keep stepping around and keep stepping around and keep feinting, but you got to be patient with him, okay? All right. Listen. Okay. Make sure you got him on the corner right there. Oh. Keep changing the level. I'm sorry. Make sure you get him in the corner, Evan. Working up your jab, okay? Seconds.
I think both corners looking for the right hand from their guy because Derecha has right hand, and that's what they were telling. Same thing to Atundi William in his corner. And then same thing with Troy Isley from Bomac.
Come on, hey.
Yeah, the first round was, they both threw very similar combinations, either the jab to the head or stomach and dropping that backhand in.
Let's go.
It's the battle of the jabs right now. That's why it's really important to incorporate those feints. Maybe double jabs, you know, feint high, go low. You really want to mix up the jab. If you have someone who's jabbing with you like this, you don't want to get out jabbed. You don't want to be jabbing the same time. So you really got to mix it up with feints.
It's almost like what Troy does, William does right after. He threw a jab upstairs, then down to the body. Atundi William did the same thing.
I can't help but to notice the length of Troy's shorts.
Trunks?
Yeah, I've never seen trunks that long. I don't really like the fact that it goes past the knee like that. I feel like that's got to be some inhibiting in some sort of way.
You know, Della Mason said the same thing to us. Usually he wears like the gladiator style where he has the short trunk and then kind of like almost looks like flaps in the front and the back. I mean, he wore regular, you know, traditional trunks for his last fight. He said, I didn't like it as much. I felt a little bit more restricted. He's going back to the gladiator style for tonight. Nothing this long, but
not me. The shorter the better. The less, the more aerodynamic I feel. Good right hook to the body from William.
Isley told us that, you know, he does want to fight relaxed. He does feel relaxed this time, wants to take his time, feel him out in the beginning and break him down. He said, I have been off for 6 months, you know, so I'm not going to rush in anything in there, but I'm going to break him down round by round.
Yeah, in order to do that, Troy really has to make sure he stays behind that jab. A few times he's tried to lead with the right hand or lead with the hook. A good one, too, over the top from William. But a few times he tried to lead with the right hand or lead with the hook, and he's going to fall short. He has to close the space with the jab first.
Ooh, he catches him right back. A right hand for Isley. I mean, back and forth.
This is where Troy has to step on the gas and continue to go forward. He can't give William the space like he's doing right now. He had him backed up, he hit him with good shots, and now he's inching himself back instead of closing the space and going forward. And I think that's one of the things that we want to see different in Troy. It's kicking into that third, fourth gear, noticing when he has his opponent hurt, and continuing to go forward.
Yeah, when you have a guy in front of you that, you know, has 12 knockouts and 16 victories, you don't want to give him any more time than necessary.
That could be it too. But
work. I just mean don't give him extra time.
Yeah,
go for it.
I think sometimes Troy doesn't see when he has his opponents hurt. He doesn't realize it sometimes because he does.
And speaking of Della Mason, he steps up tonight in his first main event. Was originally slated as the co-main, but when the main event fell out, we have a very good new main event. And Jeremiah Nakatila, I mean, this is a significant step up in opposition for Abdullah Mason against Nakatila, who not only hits hard, but definitely has the advantage in the experience and the fighters on Nakatila's resume.
Yeah, definitely a major age gap, 14 years between the two. I'm not putting anything past Abdullah Mason, though. Obviously, he's one of the top contenders in the game right now, extremely skilled, more technically sound than Nakatila, but Nakatila definitely has the ring experience. He's gone up against a ton of top fighters, Shakur Stevenson, Murataya, Burchelt.
Yep, so he definitely has an advantage when it comes to experience. Mason is looking to cement his contender status and come out victorious tonight in our main event. That's still to come. Also still to come, Tiger Johnson on the card, and Kelvin Night Davis steps up to our co-main event.
Good little movement now, Troy. I like to see more of that too, because it keeps William, you know, on guard. It kind of keeps him off and guessing. So that William doesn't know when he's going to let his know when he's going to throw the jab. Good right hand to the stomach. They pull back. Told Troy.
Yeah, he's just got to be defensively sound and be careful for those counters in return. We kind of have to lunge in to get to that body of William.
He's trying to throw the jab hook, but he's falling short with the hook, so it has to be two long punches, the double jab and then the right hand to the stomach.
That was a nice look with the uppercut with the left hand. Didn't quite flush.
Good right, William. Snuck that in. That's because Troy's sort of standing right in front, not a lot of head movement. You see now he's going back to shifting his shoulders back and forth after he got hit with that right hand. That's what he's got to continue to do while he's in between combinations.
Body shot there for William as chess match continues.
Stop! Nothing! No punches! Get out of here! We're clean.
You can see William trying to catch Troy coming in now. Good two shots to the body. As Isley pulled out. Good three-punch combination from William. Again, he's trying to lure Isley in and counter him.
And even those shots, Michaela, right there, that maybe don't land flush on William, but Isley kind of tapping on his gloves, tapping on his forearm, kind of keeping that higher guard. That's still a good tactic, right? Because at least you're continuing to move forward and getting your opponent to have to think instead of just circling around without throwing punches.
Yeah, but then there comes a point where the two punches aren't working. Yeah. It's got to be the 2 punches to the head and then drop down to the body. 3-4 punch combinations.
I like that they let him work out that exchange there. As again, I mean, another close round. Yeah.
Both of them are throwing very similar combinations, right? Very similar 1 or 2 punch combinations. A few times William has dropped 3-punch combination in there, but that's what they have to do because they're both keeping that space and attacking and kind of landing, sometimes missing. It has to follow up with more combinations, 3 or 4 punches. 1 or 2 shots isn't going to work. Isn't going to create that dominance you want to solidify an obvious win or a knockout.
Tienes que buscar esa pelea, Chocolate, porque él no te va a estar presionando, ¿eh? Trabájamelo todo a tu distancia. Estás buscando un poco más agresivo, güey.
Round 4. Mouthpiece.
And you could see Troy Isley, before coming out to the middle ring, kind of looked over him, was getting some advice from Keyshawn Davis, who's sitting there ringside, kind of telling him what to look for as he gets popped with the jab to start round 4. And Yetunde Williams' corner telling their fighter to pick it up a notch and start to be a little bit more aggressive.
Isley's got to be a good one too from Isley. He's got to be careful about ducking. While Williams attacking, he just did that. He ducked to the right, and Williams is looking for that uppercut now. They got to be careful about ducking into a dangerous uppercut. Again, good jab. I'd love to see him follow up with a double jab just to close that space a little bit. There we go. Jab high, jab low.
Then straight back with the jab comes William, that scores. William moving around. 79-inch reach for William, 69-inch reach for Isley as he lands a hook.
You can see Troy sort of coming into his rhythm now a little bit more movement, see that, and it's working. Then we can punch off of that. Makes it more natural for him to let his combinations go instead of just being so stiff. And I think that's something that they've been working on in camp as well, is not just coming in and being stiff, but flowing off your movement. And then look, even his little slip upper jab.
Yeah,
up jab, changing quick.
Yes. Yeah, he hadn't thrown that yet. He kind of changed the trajectory on that lead hand from a jab to a little uppercut. There's a stiff one there that lands too with the left hand for Isley. Good work there as Isley's letting the combinations flow a little more now in round 4. Perhaps is shaking off a little bit of that ring rust. And then he gets caught with the long right hand from William.
Yeah, he landed a great 4-punch combination. You got to follow up after that, and he sat back and he let him even the score. So you got to make sure that you continue and follow up when you got them hurt, you got them backing up, and that's what I really want to see from Troy as the rounds go on.
Take a walk. If you don't see anything, take a walk and then take your shot.
See, again, we saw Troy sort of push, or Isley push William back to the ropes with some great combinations, great punches, and then inches his way back to the center of the ring, and now has himself inched against the ropes. He went from being on attack to on defense.
Let's see if we can listen in now in Troy's corner.
Hey, you won that round. You won the round. No, but it might have been a little tight though.
Está bien esa. Ya viste que no trae, ya viste que siente tu pegada. Entonces necesito que lo busques un poquito más, Choco. Que él no te va a buscar la pelea. Nada más vivo con. Está muy bien, estás trabajando muy bien. Ahora trata de ser más continuo con una combinación. ¿O cabeceaste?
Can't go there, you can't try to get close to it and not go nothing because it'll try to come. All right? What'd you see, Coach? Hey, seconds out.
As we get ready to start round 5, Christina Poncher and Michaela Mayer-Hiretti from Norfolk, Virginia. Isley's corner wants him. He said, if you're going to stop in front of him, you got to throw in combination. As William throws a jab to the body and then almost catches.
So he caught
Troy, yeah, like caught him slipping, yeah, with the left hand.
Now you see William sort of get in.
No.
Looked like he started to fall in slow motion. I wasn't sure if that was a slip or not. You can see William getting into his rhythm now too. You know, he's a little bit more alert now. The shoulder movement, you know, a little step back.
Somebody could have told him that he put his patch on upside down on his trunks, though. WBO badges. I was
Good job. Troy cannot attack and then pull straight back. Isley's dealing with someone with an almost 80-inch reach advantage. You cannot pull straight back in front of him.
And we've watched some tape on William, and you know, we both said, you know, it's not all the time that he uses all that reach, but tonight he's using it very well.
More so than I thought. Way more than I thought. And I love this fight, actually. I think this is a really great matchup, and I love both of their styles, and they're pretty similar.
But I think after Troy Isley got that last round, I mean, this is a round so far that Williams been taking advantage of.
Get out.
Yeah, Isley's got to keep his composure and stay behind that jab. Stay behind that jab. Jab, hook, right hand like he just did. But then he can't inch back afterwards. He's got to continue to go forward. You know, he's staying in perfect range of Williams' right hand when he sits right there.
No.
That could have been an easy headbutt.
Good shots back and forth here. 40 under 40 seconds left in round 5. And I think Isley can feel some of the power from William. Perhaps that's making him
work lane.
little bit more cautious when he's on the inside, but right now, stalking. He's got this round. How many combinations do we see from Isley in this round?
Very much. We need some more combinations, and you know, it's too even from the outside. They're both in perfect range to land shots. They're both doing well in moments. Isley has a better inside game. I know he does. He needs to go forward and needs to test him on the inside. Let's listen in.
First part of the round, boxing, you gotta box a little bit better though, okay? All right? Don't stand in front of them. Don't go straight back. Reset yourself. Keep your hands up. All right? The end of the round, when you hear incline, you know, to pick it up a little bit and push him, okay? All right? How you feel? Feel good? Is he hurting you any? Nothing? None of the shots? All right, then. Well, keep your hands tight on the inside, and they got to be short shots. Short shots. They got to be combinations. Off the jab.
He's grabbing me at this.
All right, well, you got to work on the inside. You got to work on the inside. Hey, you hear that incline, you know to be able to pick it up.
Round 6. Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see it.
Towards the end of that minute in the corner, Bomac said what I was hoping he would say, and it's combinations behind the jab. He's got to use the jab, and he's got to throw combinations, not just two shots at a time, and get them on the inside.
No punch. Get out. Hey, take a step back from the break.
It's kind of confusing instruction there from the referee. As we get into the second half of the fight, I mean, this could be 3-2 either way. I mean, it's close. It's been close. There's been a couple of rounds that have been close. William being patient, looking to counter combination there, but every time he does throw that jab to the body, Mikhail, he almost always lands it as he looks to shoot the uppercut. And when he hasn't, you mean Isley's entire corner just jumped up out of their seat.
And he still doesn't have the urgency to continue to go forward. That's the problem.
Right here, they want him to press. They're saying, go, Troy, go.
Yeah, and he leans back and gets defensive and runs back to the ropes. That's a habit they have to break him out of. It's a habit now. They let him do it. They must let him do it in sparring or something. He has to get out of that habit because he just had him hurt again with a couple things, and he was up against the ropes. And now William has gained the center of the ring again. Look, he's gained the dominant position.
William using some feints, using that long reach with that lead hand. Good straight right hand there for Isley, and then right back with a little pop jab comes Williams, catching him with two of them.
Really good straight right hand. Following up with the left hook would have been beautiful.
Right here, doubling up on the jab, let the right hand go, right? Good, left hand connects.
He's got 40 seconds left to work, goes down to the body with the hook.
William looking to shoot the uppercut. 30 seconds now, down to the body with the right hand. Good round here for Isley. Again, back to the center, letting William breathe.
That punch wobbled William. And again, he's making himself reset. Now he's got to do the work all over again.
He's almost out there right back here at the end of the round as William lands a good shot.
That hook caught him, or uppercut hook. I don't know, it was a half and half. I don't know what that was exactly, but it stumbled Troy. They both stumbled each other in that round.
Aquí para ellos vas perdiendo la pelea. Tienes que ser más decisivo y dejarme de hacer esas chingaderas de bajarme las manos. Por eso te pegaron ahorita. Lo perdiste muy fácil. Le estás tirando combinaciones, pero estás a 2 golpes. Así no vamos a ganar. A 2 madrazos cada que él te llega, porque es eso, Choco. Trata de ser más decisivo, decidido, cabrón. Esta es tu pelea, Chocolate. Esta es tu noche, güey.
This is your night. This is your fight, but you need to be more aggressive. Stop dropping your hands.
Let's go, seconds out. Round 7. Got his mouthpiece.
Round 7. 7 of this scheduled 10-round middleweight contest. That last round saw both fighters get caught. Troy at the very end of the round after having William hurt early in the round. William throws the right hand and then shakes it out a bit. As they're looking for him to jab.
Yeah, I like the circling and movement. You know, he doesn't want to just stand right in front of William like he's been doing. Just keep circling, keep turning.
No punching, no punching. I said no punching. Let him go, let him go, let him go. Okay.
Nice solid shot with the left hand, comes right back to it for Isley, and then gets caught with the shot downstairs to the body. Quickly answers upstairs, 1-2 for Isley.
Again, 1-2. We need 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 4 punches.
Down to the body for William. William coming off the first loss in his pro career, 16-1 record. That was back in October of last year. That was at the 10-round distance. He's never been stopped as a professional. Troy Isley undefeated.
Good right hand over the top from Isley. Again, good uppercut right hand. Takes a pivot, comes back with the hook. Ooh, double uppercut from William. He was looking to counter Isley and drop that uppercut and missed it, and then had success with that second one from a distance.
Good combination there for Isley. William decides to get that shoulder roll in and stay right there in the pocket. And he's looking at the referee. I'm not sure why. Troy Isley continues to work. That was an odd sequence there.
I said Isley's better than William on the inside. Isley's got to get in there and work a little bit.
Yeah, you could tell William wasn't comfortable there. Almost looking for an out.
Small cut over Isley's left eye.
Yes.
Troy's got to keep that right hand up. Oh, the uppercut.
Nice shot there from William. As he looks to press, and there's the bell.
If anything, this is a great fight. I'm actually highly entertained right now. It's a very good fight. I like the style matchup. Both very similar. Both landing good shots.
They got Stitch Duran working on that cut. One of the best in the game, if not the best. It looks like they were trying to get the ref's attention for something. As the ref says, give me a second, as he turns in the scorecards.
Absolutely. I seen your man leave with his head. All right. All right. Seconds out. Yeah, round 8. Round 8. Round 8. Mouthpiece. Let me see it. Let me see the mouthpiece. Okay.
It's round 8. Small cut, as Michaela mentioned, over the left eye of Troy Isley, as they wanted to mention to the ref to be careful and watch the headbutts. Ooh, comes through with a nice right hand to punctuate that combination. Maybe got fired up a little bit from that cut. That's something Troy Isley hasn't really had to deal with much as a pro. He's really never been cut in a fight, at least not one of any significance. I'm not saying this is, but sometimes that does get you fired up a little extra.
Yeah.
Oh, nice body shot there from Isley.
Good body shots. Those might have been the first body shots we've seen. He's dropped a few uppercuts in, but I haven't seen a lot of body work.
Yeah, he's thrown the jab. He's changed levels on the jab. He hasn't really thrown the hooks to the body. That's an excellent point.
And yeah, that's usually what you would do on someone who's long and as straight up and tall as William is. But you can't get to the body when you're pulling out after the jab. He's got to double up, continue to go forward, push William back, and then dig to the body.
Under 2 minutes here in round 8. Jab to the body for William. And you know, William had that really kind of high guard earlier like that. He spent much of this round with his hands kind of lower.
Work out, hands free, work out.
As his corner tells him to get his hands up.
Yeah, this is where Troy needs to work. Lets him up again.
And if he's got to stand there, he's either got to throw punches or get out of the way, as he caught another jab that snapped his head back.
He caught another jab because he's taking too long in between his jabs to jab more. He needs to consistently jab. Just keep touching him, and keep going forward, not inching forward, then inching back, inching forward, inching back. You're counteracting your work.
Meanwhile, Williams has thrown 3 jabs to the body, and every single one of them has landed. Hasn't really hurt Isley, but nonetheless,
yeah. And William could jab more too. He's got that reach. He should be jabbing every second. Ooh, good hook and uppercut from William. They're both getting kind of smart. They're not jabbing as much. They're bringing the hook around. You can see that from William. He's bringing that hook around, trying to catch Troy with the hook.
Hey, keep him up. Let's go.
As William went to the bit of the eye, no cut there that we can see. 10 seconds left in round 8.
Good combination from Troy, and then straight back.
And then right back comes William because Isley pulls straight back.
He's not going to follow up with a second combination, which is what he should do. He has to take an angle, move to the side, step over, come back again, pulling straight back. I mean, that's in camp for a fight with someone this tall and with this long of a reach. That should have been the #1 thing they're working on. No going straight back. That should have been the biggest part of the game plan. Staying behind the jab and not pulling straight back.
Watch how you roll out.
And maybe it was, but Troy's not doing it.
All right. You okay? Sure? All right. Hey, don't worry. You got this, motherfucker. You got it. We got 2 more rounds, so we got 6 minutes.
All right, let's go. Seconds out of there. Round 9. Back. Round 9.
As we get ready to start round 9, Troy Isley had told us in the fighter meeting he thought he would probably be able to stop him in 8. Obviously, as we ring the bell to start round 9, I mean, I don't think either one is really pressed when they got close to hurting either fighter.
No, they're satisfied with 1 or 2, 3 punches and then pulling out of range. You got to continue to step forward. It's really in the feet. You've got to be able to continue your momentum forward by stepping with every punch and going forward when you know you need to, when you know you have your opponent hurt, when you've landed good shots. Ooh, good hook from William.
William's a really skilled fighter, and you've been able to see that tonight. I think he's really leveled up his game.
Yeah, in the research that I did leading into this fight night, I didn't see this.
I agree. That's why I said he leveled up for sure. Because he's fighting better than expected, and it's not like Troy is making it that easy for him.
No, it's too close, it's too close, and Troy needs to really get in there and start working to the body. I don't understand, it's just back and forth, when they're both at this range. Good right hand, but not following up. As
able to kind of block those shots in return that time from William as he comes forward again with the 2-punch in the combination.
Yeah, sit and dig to the body. I wonder if he can bend his knees with those long shorts because covering his knees. Can he bend them?
I was going to say, how about shooting the uppercut there? He just missed it with the rear right hand. Back to the jab goes William.
You know, and William too, you know, he has Troy backing up a lot. He has him pulling out and backing up a lot, but he's not stepping forward and following up behind his jab either. And there's several times where he's having Troy, you know, he's going forward, he's in the dominant position, and he's comfortable with the jab or catching up with the hook.
Yeah, he also needs to press a little bit more. If I'm in the William corner, I mean, and his corner has told him, no more combinations. Your fight, you got to be more aggressive. Like, you know, you're coming in here to on the B side. Let's be real. Isley's top promoter, Top Rank, he's putting his card on. He's fighting in Virginia. That's where he's from. Like, you made this fight close, but you're not taking it to the next level to try to,
the gears,
you know, to
into another gear,
to shift, you know, the judges to give some of these close rounds your way.
There we go, working on the inside now.
Let it go, no, keep him up, keep him up.
Boxing, you keep your defense tight, move your jab around and work off the jab. All right, you get close to him, you get close to him, let your hands go on the inside. All right, you okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we go now to the 10th and final round.
C. Williams say this is the 10th and final round. 3 minutes left to work. This fight has definitely had its moments. That action heated up and then it went right back to boxing. It's had a little bit of a, there we go, an action, but this right here is more of what we wanted to see from both sides.
Troy just landed 2 amazing body shots. Body shots I've seen him throw in the gym, I know he can do. And then what did he do? He pulled straight back, and William caught him with a left hook. A strong left hook that Troy felt. And even the score once again. Now, I would say that Isley is landing more combinations, throwing more combinations, but William is getting it scoring as well. After Troy does his thing, and he's landing combinations as well, and it's a very close fight.
Good body shot landed on the inside, and then right back comes William to the body.
Yeah, 2 body shots from William we just saw for the first time in the fight.
And then into that combination with the left hook. Right back to the same combination down the stairs for William. 3-punch combination for Isley.
And then edging back to the rope. I hate to see it. I hate to see it because I just feel like it's a waste of a good combination.
Double jab body shot is what Bomac is shouting at Troy Isley for right now. About a minute left here in the fight. And instead it's about 20 seconds or so without a punch throw. Turns on an angle, looks to shoot the right hand from Isley. Blood now back, streaming from that left eye.
Good little slip up jab from William.
Let your hands go, coming from the corner of Isley. 30 seconds left in the fight. And I mean, at least, and Troy Isley's lucky that William's not really throwing that much either in these moments.
Yeah, William is really not taking advantage of the fact that Isley's sort of, you know, slowing down his output right now. Definitely is, and not the round to do it in a 10-round close fight.
And this one's going to go to the judges' scorecards. And for the third consecutive fight, Troy Isley goes the 10-round distance. This time against AUDJPY Michel William out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, who is coming off the only loss of his career at 16-1. Troy undefeated, 14-0 this one. We'll go to the scorecards, and I know you were frustrated, partner, a couple of times because you saw some good openings for Isley, but it was like every time William wanted to throw or Isley did something good, he was able to even the score each time.
Yeah, you know, he let the score, and you're not solidifying the round that way. So it's kind of up in the air each time, and they're both landing clean shots. Good right hands, long right hands from William. He landed a few of those. Not as many combinations as Isley threw, but he had some good long straight shots, some great uppercuts just like that from a distance.
And I mean, you're watching just these highlights right now, you think like, oh, William is going to win this fight, right? I mean, he got more of the work done in that highlight package and what they put together than what Troy did. And, you know, I don't score the fight as I'm calling it, but this is going to be a close one in my opinion.
It's just little mistakes that Isley made. Number one, pulling straight back. Number two, not staying behind the jab. And number three, not following up and starting and digging down to the body.
I mean, he did have him hurt.
He did have him hurt. He was circling around the ropes too much, you know, and not following up. You land a 3-4 punch combination, you step up and you start digging to the body, and you continue to push forward. And every time he reset. And even though he still might have won the fight, those are the things that he has to fix if he's going to step up to the next level.
Both fighters showing respect to their opponent's corners as we await the decision that will be read by Michael C. Williams. And I mean, back-to-back losses for AUDJPY Williams would not be good, and Troy Isley's been undefeated, you know. I mean, this was Troy's fight to win.
Yeah,
but I mean, he didn't go in there and do it if he did it at all in impressive fashion, unfortunately. But I give all my respect to AUDJPY Michael William, who came here tonight to fight.
Yeah, this is why game plans are so important.
And here is Michael C. Williams with the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your three judges at ringside. Your first judge, Brian Costello, scores the fight 98-92. Well, judges Paul Wallace and Dave Braslow see the fight the same, 96-94. Yeah. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, middleweight champion, Troy, the Transformer Isley.
Yeah, 96-94, I think was the right call on the two scorecards. I didn't see it 98-92 either way. But Troy Isley tonight with the unanimous decision victory stays undefeated at 15-0 with 5 knockouts. And speaking of undefeated, the man fighting in our main event tonight, who got elevated to the main event, Abdullah Mason, is standing by with Mark Kriegel.
Is finally over. The very best in all the land. PSV champions of the Eredivisie.
Frederick stretching. It's there!
When you think about the International Boxing Hall of Fame, you're going to see Vasily Lomachenko's name there, no doubt about it. We wish him the best of luck. Thank you, champ, for everything that you've given to boxing. And now on to our next fight, Tiger Johnson versus Janilson Boca Chica. Both of them 26 years old. Only an inch separates their height and their reach. Both of them coming in right about at the same weight as well. Tiger Johnson, somebody you know very well, Michaela Mayer, your Olympic teammate. And tonight, he's got a tough test in Nelson Figueroa Boca Chica, fighting out of Detroit, Michigan, 17-3-1, 1 no contest, 11 knockouts. And he's been a pro for 9 years, and he's a veteran at 147 pounds. That's a new weight class for Tiger Johnson, but this man right here has been fighting as a welterweight his entire career.
Yeah, only Tiger Johnson's second fight as a welterweight, but if you look at his last fight, which was his first in the division, I think it was the best performance he ever had. He looked really strong, he was fast, he was sharp, he was countering well, he was using his jab well, you saw the power behind his punches. So, you know, I'm hoping that he's settling more and more into the welterweight body as time goes on, which I can definitely relate to. I know it takes a little while, but we'll see. I will see if he feels it against a true welterweight like Boca Chica.
Boca Chica is desperately looking for a win. He's had, in his last 5 fights, 3 losses, a no contest, and a draw. 2 of those coming no contest against Brian Norman Jr., who is now a world champion, and Quentin Randall. Speaking of world champion, that's the status that Tiger Johnson would like to be at sooner rather than later, but he's working his way up through the rankings. There's a look at the last 5 fights that he has fought. He's been in 8 rounders up until this point, so tonight's fight being his first 10 rounder is significant for him because he would like to get closer and closer to that contender status, if you will, and getting in more rounds means you're getting closer to that point. Prentice Brewer in his corner led him the last few fights. Now he's 15-0 as a pro with 7 knockouts.
Presented by Bombers Top Rank Incorporated. We'll conclude tonight's undercard here on ESPN Plus as we move now to the welterweight division scheduled for 10 rounds. Your judges at ringside, Mark D'Attilio, Benoit Roussel, and Steve Weisfeld. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Chris Flores. And now first introducing the blue corner, he wears the black trimmed in gray, weighing in 146.8 pounds as a professional. 17 wins, 11 coming by knockout against 3 losses, 1 draw. He hails from Detroit, Michigan, introducing Janilson Figueroa Boca Chica. And his adversary fighting out of the red corner, he wears the navy blue and orange, weighing in 146.5 pounds. In the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, he represented Team USA, and now, dominant thus far as a professional, he's entering at a flawless 15-0, bringing 7 wins by knockout, hailing from Cleveland, Ohio, introducing the undefeated Tiger Johnson.
She's second. She's second. Okay, gentlemen, we went over the instructions in the dressing room. I expect a clean fight. These trunks right here are a little high. I'm gonna let you work the middle of that up. Right here, the top. There's the line, top and up. Touch them up now, go back to your corners.
Third man in the ring tonight, Chris Flores, Christina Poncher, and Michaela Mayer here with you. This one's scheduled for 10 rounds in the welterweight division. Boca Chica's corner feels that Tiger Johnson is too little for this weight class. They're going to show him what a real welterweight looks like. It starts with a jab down to the body for Boca Chica, who's in the black trunks with silver trim. Tiger Johnson, I mean, the tiger across his belt line there. Black trunks with the orange trim there.
Yeah, usually the trash talk ends at weigh-ins, but it's continuing to the right of me in Boca Chica's corner.
Yeah, I mean, they started jawing at the weigh-ins yesterday and kind of got a little bit loud. And, you know, it's like these two have a little bit of history. I mean, I think that they came up together in the JOs. He kind of told us about that in the fighter meetings. And Tiger Johnson sparred with the brother of Boca Chica, never with him himself, but they were never close in weight.
Ooh, good counter right hand from Tiger Johnson.
Back to the jab, looking to throw the right hand back to the... You can see that hand speed for Tiger Johnson as he pops that jab on Boca Chica. And I mentioned it's been quite some time since Boca Chica has got a win. His last win was in February of 2021, over 1,000 days ago. He's been in some very tough fights since then. Last two against Brian Norman Jr. and Quentin Randall, but desperately looking to get in the win column tonight against Tiger Johnson.
You mentioned Tiger Johnson's jab, and it is a very good jab. I almost feel like he doesn't use it enough. I know personally how strong that jab is. We sparred back in the amateur days, and we were together on Team USA, and he was only allowed to use his jab in the sparring session, but he used it, and it hurt.
He's going to use that as a significant weapon tonight, as he talked about, as Boca Chica looks to go down to the body with the right hand. Both of them looking to work the body inside, as referee Chris Flores let him work, and then steps in now. Good 1-2 combination there for Johnson. Boca Chica's a fighter that's been in the gym his entire life. His whole family box. His father used to box in his amateur days, then became a trainer. His sisters used to box. Started boxing at 4 or 5. Didn't get in the gym till he was 8 years old. Had his first professional fight at 9 years old, but said it's just in my blood. It's what I do. Seconds left here in round one.
A little bit too much waiting from Tiger for me. I really want him to continue to pop that long jab. It's a really fast jab, but he's got to continue to use it. He shouldn't be waiting 15 seconds, and I don't like that either. I don't like him kind of going straight back and not dropping in a shot
10 seconds
while Boca Chica is coming forward.
Boca Chica's going to have to cut off the ring as well, because Tiger, they're going to be jawing back and forth too throughout the whole fight. I mean, you got Cleveland versus Detroit in there as well. Both of these guys have no problem with the trash talk. Let's listen into the corner and Prentice Brewer.
More, I need to take more control of the fight, right? Right now, we just moving around, trying to box in from no. We got to create off our offense. We ain't waiting, looking to counter. We're going to be first. We're going to create the opportunities with our own offense. We're going to set traps. I need you to get more consistent with that jab up and down. I need you to...
No, la acción es fuerte, después te pones out. Ponle para que sienta la pegada. ¿Entiendes? Ya te dio una recta ahí, con la mano abajo. Después te dio...
Change the levels and push it forward. You don't got to jump back every time. Be confident in your defense. Sometimes it's a little tiny half step and a high guard. You chop, punch in between. Your boy is slow as dirt. I got it. So
Tiger Johnson's corner, Prentice just said exactly what I wanted him to say. You know, if you're going to take a step back, make sure you're ready to counter. Don't just move and kind of float around the ring. You need a little bit more intensity.
Cutting up on the jab there is Boca Chica, doing the jab.
Step back, don't punch. Good break. Good break. Watch out. Pop.
Good kind of knockdown of Boca Chica's jab. Came over the top with his own jab.
Boca Chica still waiting to kind of establish his rhythm and his jab here. They're kind of feinting each other with the feet.
Yeah, good feints from Boca Chica. You know, that's exactly what you want to do when you know someone's looking to counter you. And we heard Johnson's corner. That's exactly what he wants him to do. When Boca Chica attacks, is set up the counter.
Under 2 minutes left here in round 2, and a lot of jabs and upper body movement there for Tiger Johnson as he connects there.
You know, still not enough jabs for me coming from Tiger. And then, you know, retreating straight back like that. His jab is going to land every time. It's the faster jab, it's the longer jab. Just a little bit more of them, just like that, back to back. Doesn't have to be hard all the time. Just touching him, touching Boca Chica and taking him away from the offense like that.
Boca Chica looking to land some hooks. He goes downstairs twice to the body, misses with the right uppercut, and they clinch once again. Combination there for Johnson. Johnson telling us that he did want to do some work to the body here early and then, quote, jab his head off, is what he told us. So when you're calling for the jab, that's because that's what he told us he wanted to do. That would be him following his game plan.
And you can see how stiff and hard that jab is once it lands.
He's also continuing, though, Michaela, to circle in the same direction towards the right hand of Boca Chica, and there's the right hand that lands for Boca Chica. Usually you want to circle away from your opponent strong.
Usually you would circle away, but I'd rather him circle to any hand than get himself pushed up against the ropes like that. He's got to hold. If you have the better jab, and you have the height, and you have the reach, you should be controlling the center. There's no reason he should be pushed out back against the ropes.
Look at some of the replays from the last round, Michaela.
You can see Tiger here, yeah, looking for the feints, looking for the jab, but just waiting a little bit too long. And then you saw Boca Chica come back with his own.
Jumping back. Double jab, forward, closing gap, then shoot the right hand to the body. But first, double jab, right hand up top to see what's going on first. To see if you don't trying to take a half step back and counter with the right hand. But double jab up top, boom, boom, come down, push up top. You're doing good. You gotta break him down. You gotta break him down. His mouth is already open. So touch that body. You're doing good. You winning these rounds. We gotta get to the body. I don't want to go 10 tonight. You don't either. Get him the fuck out of here. But break him down the right way though. Systematic. Look out. Let's go. Stay back.
The advice from Tiger's corner was to jab, drop the right hand down to the body, finish to the head.
Oh, good shot with the right hand, and then that fires up Boca Chica, who fires right back with the combination.
Good counter. You know, it's just a little bit too dangerous. And I see Tiger that close against the ropes. Because Boca Chica just threw a combination. It almost missed Tiger, but it almost landed. And it's too risky when he gets himself pushed up against like that. He's got to stay more circled in the center of the ring. And then another thing Johnson's corner said is got to get to the body. Prentice wants him to get to the body. He said, we don't want to go 10 rounds tonight. Get to the body.
A body shot got in there for Boca Chica, who Prentice mentioned in the corner, mouth was kind of already open there for Boca Chica. He got caught with a nice counter shot, straight left hand there from Johnson.
Johnson's still letting Boca Chica come forward too much. Johnson's got to go forward. Not the whole time, but he can't keep inching himself. I'm sorry, he's looking like he's retreating and making Boca Chica look better than what he is. Strong jabs there from Johnson as Boca Chica just, you know, he kind of comes forward a little more. That's what he likes to do. He likes to come forward. Johnson's got to start pushing him back. Make him the one. Good body shot from Johnson.
Neil Diamond was what he had in mind either, but regardless, that's what he's got. I mean, how do you recover from here? How do you reset?
It's so hard. I mean, the irony is last time they played an epic, Sinner had a match point in the fourth set in that quarterfinal at the US Open. It was a routine backhand that he missed. Went on to lose that one. I'm surprised he hasn't gone for a change of clothing, just to slow the whole match down. Because the crowd have got what they wanted. They've been chanting Alcaraz, Alcaraz, Carlos, Carlos. They wanted to see this one go 5.
Jasmine Paolini on the break.
15.
The first championship point.
Towards the net and celebrate.
It's a sharp intake of breath from everybody inside.
taking the action and going in and grabbing Evelyn. That's taking the, you know what? I'm losing control. I want to regain control. I'm going to go in there, I'm going to grab you. I'm going to reset.
Oh, solid right hand by Clavel.
Right by her that rocked Evelyn's head back. Wow. I am so impressed by Kim right now.
Another one, another
right is just landing at will. Evelyn tried to throw a couple hooks at Kim. Baba weave, missed both punches, grabbed her, turned her around. Oh, wow. This is boxing at its best.
That's crazy. I mean, this is like military.
You want to fight with me?
This is gonna be a rough 5 days.
I'm Jimmy Smith, a professional mixed martial arts fighter and former math teacher from LA. I don't need a warm-up. I'm set.
I'm Doug Anderson, an Iraq war veteran and rookie fighter from New Jersey. This is our Fight Quest.
Watch Fight Quest, only on Fight Sports.
Watch sumo like it's never been seen before. The home to the best sumo. Watch Grand Sumo every weeknight at 9:30 on Fight Sports.
Here we go.
Round 8.
Round 8 right here, man. And Evelyn has not changed anything.
No, you're right.
She has not changed anything. She hasn't changed her speed, her power, her intention. She's just there doing the same thing and getting caught with the same thing. Kim Clavel has not changed anything because whatever she's doing it good. She's doing it right.
And that jab is still lazy. Every time she throws the jab, her hands go down.
Way Kim walks in and throw her right hand to the body, left hook to the head, and a right hook to the head. 3-4 punch combination just goes right under the radar, come over top, and bang, bang, bang. Kim's footwork is absolutely stunning. Like, so effective. See your defense, look at that. Catch and throw, block and counter. Like, so focused, so game.
This is a solid performance by Clavel. Now the jab is ending.
Woo! Oh, slip back right hand. Somebody write that down. Take note of that, guys. What slip back right hand should look like is what just Kim just demonstrated right there. Slip back right hand after a lazy jab. That's a jab. And this is boxing's all about. You know, you want to show your opponent that you're better. You throw a jab at me, I'm going to throw a better jab at you. Throw a lazy jab at me, I'm going to throw a slip back right hand and demonstrate that I could see that. I saw that coming.
But everything has been under control.
Totally.
That she's been doing.
Totally.
As you mentioned, she hasn't been trying to exchange blow for blows with her opponent compared to her previous fights.
Oh, there's a big overhand right by Kim Clavel. The reconquest, Kim Clavel here live at Glass Bell.
Saw the head movement.
Glass Bell is when she comes back. Oh my God, this is the new Kim Clavel.
Adjustments were made in Kim Clavel's corner.
Her focus is so on point. Her composure is so on point that this is what champions are made of. This is what's gonna get her back to the championship. This is what's gonna give her the revenge to beat Plata. Plata, I hope you're watching this fight. I hope you fear watching this fight, because if Kim shows up like this to fight you, trust me, she's gonna be world champion again. And she's taking some very good punches from Evelyn.
Look at the defense in that sequence.
Look at it.
Head movement. And she was able to block some of those punches also.
But even her exchanges, she's exchanging, but she's winning those exchanges because she wants to win those exchanges.
I mean, she's been able to counter also Bermudez. Round 9.
Round 9 is going to end and begin exactly like round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Kim Clavel live at Place Bell here on the journey to regain her world title. She so far has demonstrated what a world-class fighter should look like. Her footwork, her ring generalship, her intentions, discipline, focus, will. She is fighting everything to gain that back.
That was a right hand by Bermudez. I mean, a left hand that was able to land.
You know what happens when you're...
That goes back to the jab.
When you're that in tune with what you're doing, when you're that focused, you'll take any good shots because you know I'll take that one and you're going to get 5. And that is what I'm seeing from Kim. Taking some good, beautiful shots from Evelyn. Evelyn is a world champion. You got to give her the respect for that. But Kim wants it more, and she's demonstrating that more.
But that's why Clavel has to remain focused.
Absolutely.
Defense by Irish was able to block.
Body shots. Kim Clavel just threw 6 body shots and then 2 hooks to the head.
And then landed the jab.
Oh, and back to the overhand right. Back to where the money, man. Putting that money in the bank. Evelyn seems to be picking up the pace here a bit now, but her punches are not as effective as Kim. They're a little wide. He's got really long arms.
Clavel has been in control. Now she has to remain focused for the last 15 seconds of this round, and obviously the 10th and final round.
Evelyn tried to do a bit of showboat there and tried to sucker Kim into coming in there, but Kim Clavel stayed focused, and the exchange came out the winner for Kim on that one.
Hundreds of new competitors, over a dozen never-before-seen obstacles, 5 vibrant cities, and 1 common goal.
So close. There it is. Unbelievable.
We're in a spot at the National Finals in Las Vegas to attempt to conquer the most grueling obstacle course in the world and be crowned the very first American Ninja Warrior. Check out new episodes every Thursday on Fight Sports.
Round 10, the final round. Should be a good one. Should be a great one, I think. Bermudez has to know that she's behind in the card. And yes, she's opened things up.
World title round right here, guys. 10 round.
Clavel has to stay disciplined. She has to keep boxing just like she did earlier. Hit and don't get hit.
Kim has been exchanging so far in the beginning of the round. Now she's back to boxing. Evelyn's landed a nice right hand to Kim chin there. Kim is a solid defense. There's a good exchange going on between both fighters right in the middle of the ring here now. Kim tried a loop and wide right hook to the miss. Evelyn came back with a left hook, and Kim countered with a left hook right there. Beautiful job by Kim. Beautiful. So direct. So precise. Nice uppercut, left hook. Oh, beautiful exchange.
Left hook landed. Kim ended that exchange.
So the fact that Evelyn is so tall, when she throws a hook, she throws a lot more with her arm. Then Kim is nice and compact, so she's got a more body behind those punches. And so every exchange that you're seeing right here, Kim is winning because she's got a lot more power to her punches because she's more compact and compound. Beautiful exchange in the last round, guys. Beautiful boxing. Evelyn landed 2 back-to-back right hands there, and Kim took him like, let's go, I'm here.
Fans of the Class Bad are enjoying what they're seeing. Less than 30 seconds to go.
Kim threw a nice little left hook. Countered by a nice right hand by Evelyn there. She's catching Kim with some bigger right hands in now. And Kim comes back with a right hook. Evelyn goes over the right hand. We're under 15 seconds from Bean taking the belt away.
10 seconds.
Evelyn trying to demonstrate that, she's ahead, but Kim is
jab by Clavel.
Nice finish there. Beautiful.
I don't think Bermudez was able to do it. I don't think she did enough in this last round.
Kim Clavel, by far, unanimous. Not split, not majority, unanimously demonstrated that she is world champion. She fought like a world champion from the first round. She was composed, she was focused, she was sharp, she had angles, she had a goal, and she went out and she conquered that. So this paper again, the Reconquest just conquered. Kim Clavel, live coming to you from Place Belle Laval, Quebec.
All right, here's a recap of the fight. Clavel was laser focused from the opening bell. And the silver hand was there all night. We've noticed that. You noticed it early on, and it was there until the very last round.
You know, I see Kim getting caught with shots that she was willing to take and give back.
But it seemed that some of the shots, as you said, she was willing to take.
Absolutely. Yes, it makes a big difference.
She knew she was going to get them, but she would step back afterwards. She would take them to give 2 or 3, as you mentioned, then she would step back, but she wasn't exchanging blow for blows. As she did against Plata.
Absolutely.
And it was her downfall.
Her combinations are so sharp, so precise, with intention behind every single punch that she threw. There was intention behind that. Her movements had intention behind that. Her intention had intention behind that. She is definitely a world-class fighter. Great fight. Great boxing here at Place Bell.
Well, I think we both agree that she won the fight, but we're not the judges. So we have to wait and hear the decision of the judges by the ring announcer, Christian Gauthier.
I like looking at a fight, whether I'm a favorite of my fighter. I want to call a fight like I see it. The last fight that Kim fought, I gave that fight a draw.
Yes, I remember you telling me that. Yeah.
This Kim Clavel that saw tonight, unanimously.
Because this is the type of performance that we were hoping to see May 12th.
That's right.
After she lost her title to Plata, we thought she would make some adjustment.
This fight here.
But this is, I mean, listen, you know that better than I do. To make those type of adjustments in one camp only.
True that.
This may not have been enough time.
Absolutely.
But now we're seeing what we're hoping to see in May.
So this
better
Kim
defensive fighter.
This Kim here, like the focus is, I'm so impressed by just staying focused and sharp. Every single
see what you were talking about with Danielle?
Yeah.
This is what you mentioned. That angle, yeah, that was able to give her
all the time.
That, you know, she was able to land that overhand. That's what it was. And she would go to her left and then come back.
No, very impressive fight, great fight. Evelyn, I give her credit. But definitely Kim had demonstrated that she wanted this fight more, and she's going home with those belts.
She was prepared. She was prepared.
Oh, definitely.
Let's see she get rewarded for her hard work and preparation.
What we saw from Kim is what we saw from Plata when she fought Plata. Plata did this. Now Kim is doing it, returning that.
Well, they say it's only a loss if you don't learn from it.
That's right.
At the end of 10 championship rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Le juge Lurch remet une carte de pointage de 98-92 Clavel. Judge Lurch scores at 98-92 Clavel. Le juge Lombardi, 96-94 Bermudez. Judge Lombardi scores at 96-94 Bermudez. Et le juge Roussel remet une carte de pointage de 96-94. Judge Roussel scores at 96-94, the winner. By split decision, la gagnante par décision partagée, and still IBF WBO light flyweight champion of the world, Evelyn La Princesita Bermudez.
Wow. Somebody replay that to show me this. Somebody play it in slow motion. How? Kim Clavel threw more punches, landed more punches, blocked more punches, avoided more punches, counter punches, those big overhand rights. Where and how?
No, there's no way. There's no way. I mean, listen, nothing against Bermudez, but I don't see how she won that fight. Kim Clavel did what she had to do in order to win the fight. She won the fight.
Not just to show the crowd that she made adjustments from her last fights. She did what she needed to do to win this fight, to win this championship fight.
I mean, I think that it was clear that she won this fight.
I'm extremely disappointed. I'm very, very, very disturbed by the decision. Disturbed.
Well, listen, Herbie, we had a great fight. It was a fight, packed with action from the opening bell till the end. But the result, leaves a bad taste in our mouth and the mouth of the fans who are at the Place Belle. And it's not because Kim is a local fighter.
No.
It's just that she won the fight. Nothing against Bermudez, once again.
What's discouraging about this situation now is, what do you go back and work on?
Now,
as Kim, what do you go back and work on? What did I do wrong? What do I have to learn from? I did everything I need to do. I followed my instructions. I applied them. I did them. But great round of great boxing tonight. Place Belle must be happy. That's a great fight, DJ. Always a pleasure, man.
Always a pleasure, Herbie.
Until next
Hopefully
time,
we get to do that again very soon.
Absolutely, man. Live from Place Belle, guys. Some great boxing here.
So Bermudez is able to maintain her championship belt. Good night, everyone.
Finally, one destination for fight fans around the world. Fight Sports covers it all, delivering thrilling entertainment and news now in the palm of your hand. Stay on top of breaking news, special press conferences, and exclusive interviews with your favorite fighters. Get updates so you don't miss another live event. Discover what over 1 million fans already have and join all the excitement on your favorite social platform. Be a part of the action and follow us at Fight Sports. Watch Fight Quest, only on Fight Sports.
The moment has arrived. The electricity, you can feel it. Both men are letting it all hang out. This crowd has erupted. My goodness, this is fun to watch.
Check out Breaking Weapons Freestyle, only on Fight Sports.
You want to fight with me? It's gonna be a rough 5 days. We're in France to test our skills and courage in one of the world's deadliest forms of kickboxing. Savate.
Come on, wait, come on! I'm Jimmy Smith, a professional mixed martial arts fighter and former math teacher from LA. When you start sparring, You do what you're used to.
I'm Doug Anderson, an Iraq War veteran and rookie fighter from New Jersey.
If you don't have the balance to stand, you're gonna fall.
Southern France is just one stop in our journey as we explore the world's most dangerous fighting arts. This is our Fight Quest. On the southern coast of France, the port town of Marseille has all the glitz and glamour of the French Riviera. But behind the facade, there's a city with a dark and dangerous history.
There's still evidence here of the old gritty Marseille. You don't see this very often in Europe. A store that sells guns and knives and brass knuckles and handcuffs.
All the greatest and most brutal fighting styles begin in areas that are gritty, rough, and poor. And Marseille was exactly that at the birth of Savate. Savate is a French form of kickboxing so deadly that many of its kicks have been banned from modern competition. Jimmy and I are here to learn this dangerous fighting art. You feel the difference?
Yes.
And hopefully pick up enough Savate secrets to hold our own against two of their toughest saboteurs in a full contact battle.
Last round, Doug, come on.
Above the city at Parc Ferro, we get a first-hand look at what we're in for. These guys snap out those kicks so fast.
These kicks are as powerful and accurate as any I've ever seen. They don't run into one another. These guys keep moving same distance.
It's like you only get in for that couple seconds, throw a punch, and then you're back out.
What's really hard on your energy are two things, moving and kicking.
Yeah.
And all these guys are doing is moving and kicking.
Where I come from, the French aren't exactly renowned for their ferocity in the ring. But watching Savate up close is giving me a new appreciation for their fighting spirit. I was like, France, you know, I'm not gonna get beat up in France. I think I'm gonna have to change that opinion.
Doug, Jimmy, come in.
Welcome to Marseille and the world of Savate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy, you will go with Christian.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Laurent.
Bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour.
Doug, you will go with Frederick and Patrick.
Yes, sir.
You will train for 5 days, and you come back here, and you will fight her best saboteur. Good luck.
All right, Jim, I'll see you in 5 days. Keep your hands up. Keep your face pretty, man.
How do you say again?
Encore.
Encore. Encore. Because whenever you train, you hear again over and over and over again. Encore, 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 encore.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bam.
Christian runs one of France's finest Savate schools and has trained numerous champions. But for some reason, our first stop isn't a gym. It's his home in a small suburb of Marseille. And when he asks me to put on a bathing suit, I'm even more confused. Okay, I'm wearing European swim trunks, which are slightly longer Speedos. Some guys actually fight in stuff like this. I do not.
Kick, punch, kick. Savate.
But just when I think Christian has forgotten what I'm here for, my training begins.
With distancing movement, always. Punch, punch, décalage, fouetter.
Laurent says that décalage is one of the first things I need to learn about Savate. It's a distancing move, used to avoid punches and kicks, while at the same time setting you up to strike back.
4, 5, okay.
After a brief primer, the purpose of the pool becomes clear.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Faster, faster. It's for resist.
Yeah. Aquatic exercises for me are really hard. I'm really not built for water. I keep sinking.
You have to dress the Savate dress.
Savate dress.
Yeah.
The more I learn about this sport, the tougher it gets. Okay. All right.
En garde. Allez.
If I showed up at my gym in one of these, I'd get beat up pretty badly. I'm lucky I'm thousands of miles away in another country where it's acceptable.
Light contact, please. If you touch your opponent, here, 4 points. It's very, 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 very great.
Yes, sir.
So try. After chassé, décalage, fouetter figure.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Oh, yeah, very nice.
The hard part is going to be getting my kicks proficient in time for the fight because Savat works on a point system, and the highest points you can get are kicking the guy in the head. That's worth 4 points. Mid-section's worth 2. Low kicks are worth 1. So in order to win the fight, I have to kick the guy in the head, and I'm really not good at that.
Stop. Be careful. It's dangerous. Be careful.
Yes,
you
sir.
have to keep your hand here for better defense. You know?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you remember?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Good.
This is so French.
Frederick is known throughout France for training some of the best Savateurs, and I'm psyched to be with him. He teaches a street style of Savat that has its roots in Marseille's urban slums. Frederick's gym is in Valentine, just outside of Marseille, and as soon as we enter, I can feel I'm in the right spot. You know a good gym when you walk in and you're just hit with like the scent of sweat. This is the real thing. There's no accoutrements, just real deal. People come here to sweat, bleed, and work. It's the kind of gym I like to be in.
Okay, you all okay?
Yeah. Yeah. From the little bit of Savat that I've seen so far, I'm really impressed. It borders between this really physical, brutal fight style and a thinking man's fighting art as well. And that's a really beautiful equation. They just want to use their brain to beat their opponent. And that's always been a problem for me. I'm not the most intellectual guy when it comes to a fight. I kind of shut my brain off and just go into animal mode. So I made one promise before I left America. I told my brother there was no way I was getting my ass kicked in France. So it's not just pure sadism for the fun of beating each other. There's some technique there. He's saying if somebody throws a kick at you and you just eat it, it's gonna hurt really bad. But if you lean into it, you're taking some of his force away and also setting him off balance to where you can throw a counterpunch. I like this guy, he's smart, he thinks about everything. After a quick but brutal warm-up, Frederick wants to see what I've got. There's a lot of footwork involved. Footwork is huge in Savat. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna take a little bit of time for me to try to get that down. I've done some kickboxing before, but Savat is clearly different, and the clock is ticking. In less than a week, I have to enter the ring against a true Savat master, and I'm hoping to learn enough skills to knock him out cold.
Hey, come on, finish! Hey, do! Okay.
These guys are gonna put me through a ringer. There's no doubt about it. It's gonna be a rough 5 days.
What the? It's not enough. You want to fight with me? Come on!
Check out Breaking Weapons Freestyle, each week only on Fight Sports.
Hi, I'm Chael Sonnen, and you are watching Fight Sports.
That's crazy. I mean, this is like military.
You want to fight with me?
This is gonna be a rough 5 days.
I'm Jimmy Smith, a
professional mixed martial arts fighter and former math teacher from LA. I don't need a warm-up. I'm set.
I'm Doug Anderson, an Iraq War veteran and rookie fighter from New Jersey. He can hit me as hard as he wants. If he doesn't knock me out, I'm going to keep coming.
This is the type of training that puts you in the worst possible scenario.
Yeah, let's do it.
You don't know what to expect. You don't know if the guy's going to have a weapon or if he's going to come at you from behind. If you don't have the balance to stand, you're going to fall.
This is our Fight Quest.
Watch Fight Quest only on Fight Sports.
We walked into the gym and Frederick looked at me and said, "Max sparring." I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I think it means we're about to get knocked around a little bit.
We're gonna do a round robin. It's gonna be 12 or 13 guys. What he wants from me out of this training session is just to work a lot of technique. He wants me to train with all these different guys because everybody has a different fighting style. Some guys are gonna want to throw kicks from the outside. Some guys are gonna want to get on the inside and bang with punches.
Go. Kick.
This is a tough style because you're bouncing around so much and you're up on one leg. It's real easy to get knocked off balance. I've lifted up my leg, hit me with the shot in the gut, and I just dropped. It wasn't like pain that put you on the ground. If you don't have the balance to stand, you're gonna fall.
It's the morning of day 2, and Christian starts me off with a 5-mile run.
Go, Jimmy. Go.
Then, we head to his gym to run through some punch training. Christian has got to be 20 years older than me, and he's not in fighting shape, but he beats me to the punch every time.
Okay. See, bam. Okay.
I'm not reading the jab well enough. So what happens is when I'm throwing the jab, he can see it and counter jab at the same time. As a boxer, punching is the part of Savate that I'm most comfortable with, but I have to be careful about overusing my upper body.
If you only punch, the referee stop. It's forbidden.
That's a really, really difficult thing to get into my head. I have to be able to kick and punch in combination, and that's very hard if you're not that used to it.
Come on. Yes, very good. Yeah.
It's really hard to work in combination with moves you don't know. If you mess up any little part, the whole combination falls apart.
Woo! Yeah.
Simple. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Okay, left and right. And you move. Okay, 1, 2. Left and right.
Frederick wants me to just keep it simple. Real quick combos, just 1, 2, 3 with the kick, or lead him with the kick, 1, 2, 3 with my hands, and then back out, moving around, circling around the guy. It's a little different from how I normally fight. I mean, that's the intelligent way to fight, but I don't fight very intelligent. I like to just run in and just bang it out and hit the dude and let him hit me and see what happens.
Sparring is the best way to check out a fighting style. And today, I'm definitely getting my fill. It's just rare for me to fight a fighter who's proficient with his hands and his feet to the level that these guys are. Most of the time, it's one or the other. It's a quadruple threat. You have to watch both legs and both arms. It's a lot to pay attention to.
C'est son job.
I gotta get in, just throw a couple punches, and then make my money and get out before he gives me change.
You have 2 legs.
How much points if I kick the leg?
1 point, 2 points, 4 points.
And punch always 1 point?
1 point. Bam, bam, bam. 1 point.
Really? 1, 2, 3. 1 point?
1 point.
Oh.
Good day.
Kicks are definitely the way to go. It's crazy. Punches don't count for anything in this sport. It'll take some juice out of your opponent, maybe knock him out. But other than that, if you're not going to score a knockout with the punch, don't even bother throwing it. It's not worth any points.
Just when I was getting comfortable with my trainers, Christian hits me with a surprise.
You want to see you in the mirror? You have to move.
My sparring coach for the next few days is going to be Frank May, former two-time world champion and a true Savate legend.
You want to kill me on one kick? Impossible. You have to build your attack. Bam, 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 bam. The fight is like chess. I move this one up. Don't touch with this. Not this, not this, this one. And all kick and punch, the same. You have to build your attack. And like chess, this one.
Tomorrow is my first full contact spar, and I'm glad such a legendary saboteur wants to help me prepare.
Turn your hip. Turn your hip. Turn your hip. You must fight Savate. It's me. It's me.
Frank wants me to attack the bag. And every 7 seconds, when the bell goes off, I'm supposed to switch from punches to kicks.
You don't do it. Not enough. You do. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. No. Give it all. It's not enough, okay? You have to look at the bag. You want to fight with me? No. You want to fight with me? Look at me. No. Yeah, now. Come on. Okay, it's better. Yeah, distance, Jimmy. Okay.
Frank's intensity is beginning to worry me, but I've never hit a bag so hard in my life.
Come on, Jimmy, go on. Chassez, chassez. Chassez, chassez. Hey! Yes! Stop!
Just exhausted. I don't have any energy to give here.
In Johannesburg, South Africa, 10 female mixed martial artists gather from around the world. Their journey is arduous. For 10 weeks, they will live together and train together under the watchful eye of rival coaches, McClellan and Lazar. Each week, they will go to war until only one champion remains. For the ultimate contender, a shot at EFC Women's Flyweight Gold awaits. For coaches McClellan and Lazar, a final showdown for the interim EFC middleweight title. Their journey starts now.
TF2, Tuesdays on Fight Sports.
We span the world to bring you the best fights and most spectacular moments from your favorite sports. Thrilling moments you'll never forget. From the rising sun in the east to the bright lights in the west. Featuring the best fighters, the biggest fights. From the wild moments you wouldn't believe to the feats of strength that will leave you amazed. Watch Wide World of Fights. Only on Fight Sports.
Let's get it on! Here we go!
Watch World Championship Kickboxing on Fight Sports.
Papa, 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 papa. You have to hear your box, not look. You understand? Hear. Papa, 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 papa. Rhythm. 4 rounds, 30 seconds. Think. Move.
It's day 2 with Frank May, and time for my first full contact spar.
First round. Punch and kick. Punch and kick. Put your hands up, please. What is important when I said connection, punch and kick?
Let's see both.
Relax. Pam, pam, pam. Okay. Stay in front of him. Come on, Jimmy. Stop. Okay. One second. Where is the respect of instruction, Mr. Jimmy?
Gone.
Yeah. What you do? You like this? You have to stay inside. You are always outside.
When you start sparring, you do what you're used to. You have to think about instructions. Hard to do when you're actually in a fight. No. Right now, I don't feel very good. I feel like I didn't fight very well. I felt like I didn't move very well. I felt like I was on the defense, which I'm not good at in Savate. I can't read it. And I don't like not listening to instructions.
Okay, Mark. Okay. Put your hands up. Jimmy, put your hands up. Stop. Sorry, Mr. Jimmy, you are tired.
Oh, dude. Morning. How are you?
All right.
And today I have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes.
I like surprises from you. Frederick's surprise is a morning workout on a 60-foot ship. The Alliance is a beautiful ship, but somehow, I don't think that this will be a pleasure cruise.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, block, block. 1, 2, block, block. 1, 2.
Solid kicks are the key to Savate. And legend has it that this fighting style evolved because French sailors in rough seas had to hold on for balance, leaving their feet free for kicking.
Allez, come on, come on, come on. More. Okay, dude.
Whew. The ability to maintain balance is so difficult here. The waves are rocking, and it makes complete sense that Savate came from this, from being at sea. It's a very bouncy style. It has so much to do with balance. After a tough warm-up, it's time to train the way they did in the old days. Sailors would travel to the Orient or to Africa, and they pick up kicks and techniques. They take those techniques and they practice them and train with them on the boats. It all meshes together. Like when you see where it came from, you understand why they fight the way they do. It's a great experience to be out here on the ship, and we saw a topless girl on a boat too. I mean, that's nice. After spending the morning on the boat, I'm exhausted, and I feel like taking a break. But Frederick has other ideas. Non-stop sparring for the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, good. Advance, come, advance, advance, advance. Come on, come on, energy, energy. Come on, advance, advance. Allez, dude, allez, dude, allez! Allez, come on, come on! You want to win, you stop, you advance, and you box, box, box.
I'm just exhausted. I don't have any energy to give here. Get my ass kicked. Stupid.
First.
As soon as the bell rung, boom, I came into the ring and I was exhausted. And it's super demoralizing. I mean, I know I'm supposed to. It's just to learn to push through, push through exhaustion.
Punch fast, now! Block two, Remy, hein? Allez.
I can tell Frederick isn't happy, but it's impossible to show any technique when you can barely stand up. I definitely feel like I'm disappointing everybody. Like the whole gym's kind of rooting for me, they all want me to do well. I didn't even do what I know how to do, much less what he's been teaching me to do. So it's just a really pathetic display. I feel disgusted with myself. By day 3, I should be showing some improvement.
Speed, precision, and determination. When you want to do something, do it. You have to play. Play, 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 play.
I'm ready to play. Play means sparring. It means playing. It's a game. It's just a game.
To the death.
Sparring with Mark was a lot tougher than I imagined, but now Frank wants to up the ante. 3 rounds with the master himself.
Sparring with a guy like Frank just makes you nervous. That's just how it is because he's a master of this particular sport. So I have to keep in my head that I've got to move and do savat. If I get wrapped up in fear, I'm just going to get hammered.
Allons, on sort, reste pas, Jimmy. Pas en avant, Jimmy, pas en avant, pas en avant. Go.
Do more. Do more.
The tips of the shoes are very hard. This is a miserable experience.
I can tell Frank isn't happy with the way I'm defending myself, and it seems like his solution is to attack me even harder.
Move, Jimmy. Chassez, Jimmy, chassez.
That last kick nailed me in the liver. If I'm bleeding internally, I'm in deep trouble.
Come on, dude! Energy!
He caught me with a left hook right off the bat. Screw this. We're gonna knock each other out. Somebody's gonna go down.
That's crazy.
I mean, this is like military.
You want to fight with me?
This is gonna be a rough 5 days.
What you got? No mercy. No rules in Krav Maga.
What is you're distracted, you don't know where you are. Everybody's coming at you.
I want to hear the noise. One more.
He's crazy, man. He got me with the cross collar choke, and the world just starts to fade to black.
I'm bleeding all over the place.
We're in Brazil, we're in Japan, we're in France to test our skills and courage in one of the world's deadliest forms of kickboxing, Savat. We're in China, in the mother of all martial arts, Kung Fu. We're in California, in the dangerous mixed martial art world of Kajukembo. We're in war-torn Israel to test our skills and courage in a combat fighting style that takes no prisoners.
Yeah, no pressure. I'll be fine. I'm Jimmy Smith, a professional mixed martial arts fighter and former math teacher from LA. I don't need a warm-up. I'm set.
I'm Doug Anderson, an Iraq war veteran and rookie fighter from New Jersey. He can hit me as hard as he wants. If he doesn't knock me out, I'm gonna keep coming.
It worries me that when I fight 5 or 6 guys in a row, each guy fights totally differently.
This is the type of training that puts you in the worst possible scenario.
Yeah, let's do it.
You don't know what to expect. You don't know if the guy's gonna have a weapon or if he's gonna come at you from behind.
If you don't have the balance to stand, you're gonna fall. This is our Fight Quest.
Watch Fight Quest, only on Fight Sports.
A minute ago, Frank May kicked me so hard in the liver that I collapsed in pain. For a fighter, the liver is an extremely vulnerable organ, and getting kicked there can easily end a fight. Right now, I feel like I want to throw up, but Frank won't let me quit.
Not finish like this.
Debout, debout, debout. Debout,
Come on, Jimmy. Come on.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Jimmy, come on.
Allez, allez, allez. Debout. Debout, marche.
Liver shot. You shot in the liver, you're done. The liver is just a big sack of toxins. That's all it is. When you get hit in the liver, it just paralyzes your whole body. Drop a rhino.
You think because you play, it's a game? We play seriously.
I can't believe that Frank is making me continue, but he knows how deadly a liver shot is, and while I'm still in pain, he wants me to learn how to avoid it at all costs.
You see where I'm going my foot? Always the same. Bam! Always the same. Always the same.
I have a very big respect for Jimmy. He said, I'm not afraid. Jimmy has the spirit of Savat.
If that happens to me in the final fight, I'm finished. So, gotta guard that liver. Have to learn to stand tall and move, but keep my guard low. Keep my guard low. Because if I take a liver shot, you're done.
Tonight's my last night of actual sparring, and then tomorrow is just going to be a little bit of light exercise, and then Wednesday's the fight. I'm going to go in there and just try to use as much technique that I've learned here as possible, and hopefully, you know, it'll all come together. Today's sparring match is going to be just like the final fight. 3 rounds of 1.5 minutes each.
Tireur, come on. Come on.
And to make it even more realistic, Frederick has brought in Patrick to referee.
En garde. Allez. Avance, tu as l'énergie. Come on, ouais, come on. Avance, avance, come on, avance. Come on. Don't touch.
You will need to beginning your fights very fast.
Okay.
Here, no, here, here.
My opponent is the toughest I've faced yet, and I'm not nearly as fired up as I should be.
Come on, dude! Energy! Come on! Là-bas! Là-bas! Come on! Come on!
That round felt better, but I was punching way too much. For my final round, I'm going to try my best to fight Savat and use as many punch-kick combos as possible.
Okay, French.
It felt great to go all out, and Frederick finally seems happy with my progress.
Good. Now you know it's possible for you to make the fight. I want to see the dog, the warrior of dog. Okay? I need to see this.
Yesterday it was so hard. Only technique, tactic today.
A day after getting nailed in the liver, I feel like I dodged a bullet. There's no internal bleeding, and I'm feeling pretty good.
Getting kicked in the liver is always awful, and a lot of times it makes you sick for a couple days, but hopefully I'm all healed up and everything will be fine for the fight tomorrow.
Come with me.
Frank has promised me that we'll take it easy today, and to start, he wants to play blind man's bluff.
Look around here. Take a picture. Now, you close your eyes, you stay with your eyes closed, and you begin to move in the ring. You don't need to see. Move left, right, change direction. Okay. Now more difficult. You hear my voice and you come backward. Punch and kick. Okay.
Frank keeps telling me it's more important that I lose and fight Savate than win brawling and throwing away my technique. So there's so much to keep in my head. It's a very technical style, and there's a lot to keep in mind, and I can't just fall back on what I know. I can't just turn into a boxing match.
Great, Jimmy. Go, Jimmy. Think, rhythm.
We travel the world following our dreams. We devote ourselves to a sport that teaches us honor and respect. Our mental strength must equal our physicality. We're not defined by our medals. It's our failures that make us. Following our hearts and striving for perfection. In our defining moments, a lifetime of dedication unfolds in
That's a big right hand, but he's gone, and I don't think he'll get up from that. This fight could be over. Oh, Mayweather makes him pay. He's out. Oh, he's knocked out, and his title is gone.
You can knock him down and win the fight. It's got Mayorga, and Mayorga was down. Oh, did he need that, perhaps? And he goes down again before the bell. And he's not going to make it. 9 and 10. That's the fight. It is over.
Don't miss Knockouts, only on Fight Sports. Check out Breaking Weapons Freestyle, only on Fight Sports.
Okay. No, do it correctly, please. Take care. Do it again. Okay.
It's my last day of training, and after taking it easy with me yesterday, Frank wants to make sure that I go to my final fight with an intense desire to win.
Okay. Think, I win each exchange. You do one kick, one punch. One kick, one punch. Not always the same, not always the same. Yeah! You see the difference? I see the difference.
Yes.
You feel the difference?
Yes.
Right. You fight Savate.
Merci.
That's amazing. Yes. So Frederick brought me up to this church to pray. It's a tradition in Savate that whenever a fighter is going to have a competition, they'll bring him to the church and he'll spend some time in prayer. For me, that's something that I always like to do before every fight. I pray. And I don't ask for victory. I don't ask to win. I just ask for courage.
Everything.
Yes, it's nothing.
If I'm not ready, it's my fault. It's not yours. You helped me so much, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, me too. You are good. Good.
Thanks.
How you doing, kid?
Jimmy, what's up, man?
How you feeling?
Not so great now, but I was all right a minute ago.
Is this it, man?
Yeah, this is us.
All right, cool. You show me.
It was one of the things that surprised me most about Savat. Every one of them could handle themselves when it came to in close, just fist to fist. They're like snipers when they fight, you know? Straight for your solar plexus, straight for your liver.
I was sparring with Frank, the coach. I got in the corner and he nailed me with a liver shot. I mean, point of the shoe into my liver. I was down for about 30 seconds.
Oh.
Done.
And then on top of all that, can we have a little uni talk? I mean, not only are we gonna get beat up, we're gonna get beat up in this. Come on, man.
Yours is black and white? Uh-huh.
Oh,
yeah, dude,
wow.
get some.
They were like,
The guy I'm fighting is Frederick Gargani, a former Savat champion who was super skilled and fast.
Put your hands up.
Frank says I'm gonna need all the warm-up I can get.
Down.
The fight's about to start in a couple minutes. I'm as warm as I'm gonna get. I'm gonna stay loose and relaxed the whole time.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this corner, Frédéric Gargani, 75 kilo from Marseille. In this corner, from United States of America, 80 kilo, Jimmy Smith.
Tireur au centre. En garde. Allez!
Yeah. Put your hands up. Straight kick and punch after. Yeah.
Jimmy just tripped on that one. It wasn't really a knockdown. I don't know if they'll count it for points against him or not.
The first round didn't go too well. Frederick scored big with a kick to my head. I caught him with a good right just to let him know that I was still there, but then my feet got tangled up and I hit the mat. He's definitely up on points, but I've still got 2 rounds to go.
Come on, Jim.
En garde. Allez!
Tighten your guard up, Jim.
Yeah, Jim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finish with a kick. Put your hands up, Jim. Move, Jimmy. Think, rhythm. Yeah, great. No. Yeah, great.
Jimmy.
Turn,
Jimmy, turn. Yeah. Turn, Jimmy, turn. Turn, Jimmy.
Yeah, great.
Great.
At the beginning of round 2, I landed a solid kick, but then Frederick came back with a flurry of kicks and punches that took the wind out of my sails. Frank's voice was in my head, but I just couldn't recover. Then he connected with a brutal right that hurt like hell, and I lost my cool.
Turn more.
That second round hurt, and if I don't come back hard, I'm going down.
More.
I know Frank will be upset, but for this last round, to hell with style. I'm fighting to win, any way I can.
Come on, advance! Come on!
That's crazy.
I mean, this is like military.
You want to fight with me?
This is gonna be a rough 5 days.
I'm Jimmy Smith.
professional mixed martial arts fighter and former math teacher from LA. I don't need a warm-up. I'm set.
I'm Doug Anderson, an Iraq war veteran and rookie fighter from New Jersey. He can hit me as hard as he wants. If he doesn't knock me out, I'm going to keep coming.
This is the type of training that puts you in the worst possible scenario.
Yeah, that's good.
You don't know what to expect. You don't know if the guy's going to have a weapon or if he's going to come at you from behind. If you don't have the balance to stand, you're going to fall.
This is our Fight Quest.
Watch Fight Quest, only on Fight Sports. We're heading back to Tokyo, Japan for more fast-paced, non-stop action.
Boom! And another one!
As K1 presents a thrilling night of kickboxing featuring an 8-man tournament to crown a new super featherweight champ.
Unbelievable!
Watch the premiere of this exciting K1 event June 14th on Fight Sports.
The martial arts have been practiced for centuries. Forged out of an ancient Asian world of mayhem and intimidation. But in fact, they're all about self-defense, discipline, and honor. This is XMA, the world of extreme martial arts.
Watch Extreme Martial Arts, only on Fight Sports.
Jimmy's 3-round fight with Frederick Gargani is off to a shaky start. He lost the first round on points and then got brutalized in round 2. He's not going to win on points, but a solid knockout would still give him the fight.
Put your hands up. Look at me. More. Here. More. You do something. Bam, bam, bam. And you move. Turn more. Turn more. Remember, very good.
Put your hands up.
Back.
Yeah.
Got him in the corner.
Yeah.
Work him.
Great.
Jim.
He's a grappler. He's so used to taking the guy down.
Please.
Come on, Jim. Swing, Jimmy, swing. Swing, Jim.
Finish with a kick.
And yeah.
Try to stay
Very good, Sabat.
Very hard. Thank you.
Jimmy may have lost, but I'm proud of him. He fought Savat the whole way, and he didn't lose his head. Now it's up to me to defend the honor of the good old USA.
Tireur au centre. En garde. Allez!
Not out. Go.
Yeah, good.
Go. Keep going.
Come on. That's
No. Good. Come on, Doug. Good. Forward, Doug. Finish strong. 10 seconds, Doug. Finish strong. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That round felt pretty good. He came on strong at the top, but then I got inside and was able to connect with some solid punches. Then my sidekick nailed him in the groin, and he went down. That kind of kick is illegal, and definitely lost me some points. But I still think we broke even.
Right, huh? Go.
Okay, dude. Keep your head moving, Doug. He's right.
Ready? Around that kick. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
c'est le premier.
Allez.
It's okay, dude.
Ah, mais c'est pas ça.
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hands, foot, hands. Come on. He's tired, Doug. He's tired. Yes. Doug, he's clinching. He's tired.
No, come on.
Doug, he's clinching because he's tired.
I feel like I won that round. Right off the bat, I was on the attack and got him up against the ropes. Then I caught him with a kick that sent him sprawling. He tried to come back, but I kept up the pressure.
Last round, Doug. Come on.
Now it's round 3, and I know he's tired. If I pour it on hard, I got a good chance to take the whole match.
Come on.
There you go.
That round was no fun. Whatever signs of fatigue he showed in round 2 completely disappeared, and he came out on fire, throwing hard kicks and staying way out of my range. Then he hit me with a right that sent me to the mat. I wasn't hurt, but it definitely threw me off. I gave it my all right before the bell, but I'm not sure if it was enough.
Okay, good fight.
I thought Doug won that fight after the knockdowns in rounds 1 and 2. I really thought he had him.
Doug did an outstanding job. He did great. I'm so proud of him.
The right hand that put me down, that was probably the best right hand I've ever taken. Like, I've never been put down by a punch to where I needed like a 5 or 6 count to get my senses back.
You did great, man.
Thanks, man. You did really good too, dude.
Win or lose, take a punch or not, we fought Savat, bro.
Gentlemen, you all fought well. Jimmy, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I think I kept my promise to my brother. I didn't get beat up in France, but I have to admit, these guys are a lot tougher than I ever imagined.
Learning Savat has been an amazing experience, and I'll definitely never forget Frank May.
Yeah, thanks for everything, Frederick. Yeah, let me give you a little Frenchiness.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup.
We're heading back to Tokyo, Japan for more fast-paced, non-stop action.
Boom! And another one!
As K1 presents a thrilling night of kickboxing featuring an 8-man tournament to crown a new super featherweight champ.
Unbelievable!
Watch the premiere of this exciting K1 event June 14th on Fight Sports.
Rio de Janeiro is a divided city.
Around 20% of the population live in favelas. There is a lack of opportunities, but if people look closely, they would find gems within our community. Complexo de Maré is a developed community. It also has social problems like any other favela in Rio de Janeiro.
Há 16 anos a luta pela paz, ela conseguiu uma fórmula de
16 years ago, Fight for Peace created a formula for success, bringing their students here and preventing crime and violence in Mare with sport and personal development. Ever since childhood, my father has been an alcoholic. I would arrive home to find him fighting and hitting my mother. I saw a lot of violence at home. I used to tell myself, I have to defend my mother somehow. After a while, I started learning judo. One of the teachers here, Ubera, came over. He used to talk to me a lot. Fighting sports are not about fighting on the streets. You have to have discipline, because if you don't have discipline on the tatame, you won't have it on the streets. Ubera gave me the hugs my father never gave me. That's why I have this saying, hate brought me to judo, but love made me stay.
Instituto Recao is an organization I started 16 years ago. We have 6 centers in Rio de Janeiro.
E a ideia é usar o judô.
The idea is to use judo as a vehicle to transform people's lives.
Para mim, o símbolo máximo do judô.
For me, the biggest symbol of judo is reaction. In judo, you fall down again and again, but you always stand up. The scale of your dreams is defined by how many times you get up.
Do sonho conquistado. No Reação, a gente tem 3 programas.
At Recao, we have 3 programs. Recao Judo and Martial Arts School, an education program, and an Olympic program for high-level athletes. From the program, we have Rafaela Silva, first female world champion of Brazilian Judo. This program gives respect to the organization.
I was born in City of God. I started judo because in my community, the children were selling guns. They would sit on the corners warning criminals when the police came into the community. My parents didn't want a future like this for me, so they gave us a different activity to get us off the streets. My trainer, Geraldo, wanted to change my aggression in favor of sport. It's very important to me to help other kids become Rafaelas, not only as athletes, but to help them rise up in their lives. An athlete who inspires me is Rafaela Silva, because she comes from the favelas as well. She proved that a person from the favela can also succeed on the tatami and go to the Olympics. My future dream is to study physical education and to buy a new house for my mother and continue as a judo teacher, because I want to give back everything judo gave me when I was growing up. At the 2016 Olympics, I will be the only girl from the favela carrying the torch. I am very proud, because I won't just be representing Mare, I will represent all the favelas of Rio.
Fight Sports presents the world's best fighters.
12 rounds of boxing.
Here we go. In action-packed matchups.
Wow, what a statement.
Delivering the most exciting moments.
Oh, the crowd absolutely loves it.
And dramatic finishes in boxing.
Big shot again, knockdown number 2.
It's Fight Sports Knockouts.
On this action-packed episode, you'll see former champion Sugar Shane Mosley goes for another championship. We've got a heavyweight showdown from the United States. Plus, Liam Smith from the UK squares off for the super welterweight title. Let's get started with KO time. We head to the Sands Bethlehem Event Center in Pennsylvania, USA for a light middleweight contest between Gabriel Rosado and fellow American Charles Whitaker. The crowd is fired up to see the veteran Whitaker, who sports a record of 38-12-2 with 23 knockouts. The 38-year-old stands at 6 feet 1 inches and weighs 152 pounds or 68.9 kilograms. His opponent Rosado comes in at 20-5 with 12 knockouts. He's 26 years old, a little shorter, and comes in weighing basically the same. Let's pick it up when the leather starts to fly in round 10.
IBF Junior Middleweight Eliminator. Round 10 is scheduled for 12. Whitaker, 38 years old. Rosado, 26 years old. Rosado was basically a teenager when Whitaker started his career.
Yeah, he is in the middle of the corner of Rosado right now. You got to be very happy to see your fighter jump up the stool in the 10th round and run out to the middle of the ring to start. He's on the game. This should be the end of the fight.
For the third time, Rosado has knocked down Whitaker.
I'd like to see Rosado finish him right now. I think he needs to finish this guy. He's on the cage.
I agree. Steve Smuggler needs to take a real good look right now. Whitaker is down in the cards by 10, 11 points. Been down 3 times.
Trying to fight back out of this.
He threw a really nice right hand there.
He gave a good right hand. We saw him with a good left hand earlier when he was in trouble after being knocked down by Rosado. And Rosado coming back with the left. Now the combinations when Whitaker hold on and fight out of this. A lot of credit to Whitaker still hanging in there as Rosado continues to pin him in the corner.
Well, great work by Rosado. Even though Rosado's not being offensive this second, he's keeping Whitaker in the corner, and he's looking for his moment to take Whitaker out of it.
And you get the feeling that moment's going to come any time, but Whitaker has a stubborn opponent.
He's very stubborn, and he keeps throwing punches, and he's a very great man.
He's very crafty. You see him push out with that left arm to create space. He's got shoulder back to create space. He's on the arrows.
Gabriel Rosado persistent here in the 10th round, winning for the 7th straight time and stopping the 12-fight win streak of Charles Whitaker. Making a definitive statement tonight. 10th round TKO IBF Junior Middleweight Eliminator, stopping the 12-fight win streak of Charles Whitaker. His 21st victory, 7th in a row.
1 minute and 50 seconds of round number 10. Your winner by knockout from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, King Gabriel
Rosado finished off Whitaker in the 10th round, punishing him with clean shots that Whitaker couldn't answer. The victory is the 7th in a row now for Rosado, a fighter starting to get noticed in the middleweight division. Don't go anywhere. We've got a heavyweight slugfest between Zach Muikasa of the Congo and Pat Barry of the United States, and that's coming up next.
Let's get it on! Here we go! Watch World Championship Kickboxing on Fight Sports.
We span the world to bring you the best fights and most spectacular moments from your favorite sports. Thrilling moments you'll never forget. From the rising sun in the east to the bright lights in the west. Featuring the best fighters, the biggest fights. From the wild moments you wouldn't believe to the feats of strength that will leave you amazed. Watch Wide World of Fights. Only on Fight Sports.
The moment has arrived. The electricity. You can
What's on the line?
The best against the best. This is what it's all about.
It's over. Manny Pacquiao is back. Anthony Joshua turns him again. Unbelievable.
I am absolutely speechless by what we just saw.
Both men are letting it all hang out. Fury has been rocked. Can Wilder get the finish? Versus brilliant.
This is coming down to just digging into your heart, your will.
What a performance! What a moment! What a spectacle!
We head to the First Bank Center in Colorado, USA for our bonus round, where a couple of hard-hitting heavyweights square off. Zach Muikasa takes on Pat Barry in this kickboxing showdown. Muikasa comes into this one with a record of 10-1 with 9 knockouts. He's 30 years old, 6 feet tall, and 214 pounds. That's 97.1 kilograms. On the other side is Barry, 16-5-1 with 10 wins by knockout. He's 34 years old, stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, and is a little heavier than his opponent. Let's get this one started in the first round.
We are set. Three-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. Pat Barry in the white gloves, the black and orange trunks. Zach Muikasa, black gloves, blue trunks. There's a patented high kick from Pat Barry. He's going in for the kill now. Flying knee. Muikasa could be in trouble, but he lands with a nice hook.
That's interesting. He took a hard shot. It's almost like he woke up Muikasa.
Sometimes that's what it takes. Muikasa, crazy power. Professional boxing record of 16-3. 14 of those wins coming by KO. There is a solid straight from Muikasa. Both fighters making their glory debuts here tonight.
I can see Pat's trying to go for something fun. He did a jump front kick. He's going for that knee. I think he's just got to get on those low kicks, high kicks, and keep it simple, stupid, because he's caught a couple early punches against this tough boxer.
For the first time in years, Barry won't have to worry about being taken down. Just stand and strike. He said it was almost a sense of relief. Called himself a kickboxer doing MMA. Muikasa straight to the body, and big shots now being thrown by Muikasa. Barry misses with a flying knee.
He's got to be careful not to get caught up in that Donnybrook of punches there. He's doing a good job with the knee, but get out of there when he's done. Muikasa stiff jab there, which he needs to do against a guy like Pat.
1 minute to go in round number 1. Muikasa has backed up Pat Barry. He takes a knee. Muikasa has knocked down Pat Barry.
Age, okay? You want to keep going? Gloves up, walk to me, walk to me.
Referee Tom Johnson takes a look, and he will let this fight continue. 40 seconds to go in round 1. Can Pat Barry survive? Big shot from Muikasa. Uppercut knocks down Pat Barry. That is all. What an uppercut has floored Pat Barry. And Zach Muikasa is victorious in his glory debut.
Pat Barry was aggressive early, but Zach Muikasa was able to turn it around and come out with the first round knockout. Muikasa began landing big blows, getting through the defensive Barry. But when the uppercut landed, Barry was sent sprawling to the canvas and unable to beat the 10 count.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to an end with an official time of 2 minutes, 33 seconds of that very first round by way of knockout. For your winner, Zach Muikasa.
Winner by knockout.
Muikasa is known for his punching power, and that was on display in this one. He was able to dominate Barry as the round wore on, landing clean shots with both the right and left hands. An impressive showing from the kickboxer from the Congo. Stay with us as we head to Las Vegas to watch Shane Mosley take on Luis Collazo for the WBC welterweight world title. That's next.
That's crazy.
I mean, this is like military.
You want to fight with me? This is gonna be a rough 5 days.
I'm Jimmy Smith, a professional mixed martial arts fighter and former math teacher from LA. I don't need a warm-up. I'm set.
I'm Doug Anderson, an Iraq war veteran and rookie fighter from New Jersey. He can hit me as hard as he wants. If he doesn't knock me out, I'm gonna keep coming.
This is the type of training that puts you in the worst possible scenario.
Yeah, that's good.
You don't know what to expect. You don't know if the guy's gonna have a weapon or if he's gonna come at you from behind. Or if you don't have the balance to stand, you're gonna fall.
This is our Fight Quest.
Watch Fight Quest, only on Fight Sports.
Our fan favorite is from the fight capital of the world, Las Vegas, as former champ Sugar Shane Mosley from California, USA, takes on New York's Luis Collazo for the interim WBC welterweight world title. Collazo comes in at 27-2 with 13 wins by knockout. He's 25 years old, stands 5 feet 9, and weighs 147 pounds or 66.7 kilograms. Mosley sports a record of 43-4 with 37 knockouts. He's 35, 5'8", and weighs the same as Collazo. Let's pick up this welterweight battle in the first round.
All right, here we go. This is round one, scheduled for 12. For all practical purposes, this is the WBC Welterweight Championship of the world. You can throw the interim away, even though it's there in name, because of the fact that it's going to be for the world title. They're going to take the interim off when
Mayweather goes up and he fights
Mayweather goes up
Hoya.
to fight, right. All right, round one. Collazo trying to get that jab in the face of Shane, but not getting a piece of it. Shane showing his hand speed here. You'll notice that the front feet will get tied up, although Collazo doing a pretty good job working his front foot to the outside of Shane. Well, Dave, one thing I've noticed right away when the walkout and while we were waiting for the official announcements there, that Collazo's got a real lather of sweat worked up before he came out, so he's ready to fight from the get-go. He can't afford to lose a couple of points like he did early in the Hatton fight, because if he hadn't, that hadn't happened. And as I say that, he's rocked with 2 straight right hands on the jaw, and he was back on his heels. Didn't hurt him, but it got his attention. So Shane, by the way, you talked about the fact that at this weight, 147, he's got more power, and he definitely has. I mean, he's got the body of a weightlifter, yet when I talked to him the other day, he said, no, I'm not lifting weights. He says, in fact, I thought it was a little too tight when I bulked up to 154. So he's got those long striated muscles, although he's got the washboard stomach. Both of these guys in magnificent condition for this fight. Digging body shot by Shane.
Hey, Shane Mosley's been a pro for 14 years and only 2 guys have beaten him. I mean, this is a guy who's got speed. He's got so much in the intangibles department, and that's why he's a slight favorite coming in.
Collazo's strong too, and he can go 12. We know that because Ricky Hatton has got all kinds of speed, and Shane is 35, and he has had a lot of tough fights. So Collazo has had nowhere near as tough fights, but he's not quite as skilled. But, you know, 10 years takes away a little bit of the skill that Mosley has.
Well, anytime a guy is 35, people start to wonder, well, which is going to be the fight that he shows his age in the ring? We don't want him to get old on a particular night. And when you're fighting him, you're always hoping that this is the night that happens.
You never know. Leon Spinks, Muhammad Ali, who would have dreamed of that when he got old in one fight? Collazo hanging in there. I don't like the way he's standing right in front of Shane, but we knew he would.
Well, let's keep it clean, all right? All right, time in. Let's go, fella.
And referee telling him to keep it clean.
Why, you don't want this fight to get... Oh! Shane loaded up the right hand. I don't know how much of Collazo he caught, but he's landing shots down. So with just 33 seconds to go, Shane has landed some power shots, and based on that, he's going to get this round unless Collazo can land something in the last few seconds of this third round. So Collazo boxing well, but coming up dry. Shane landing shots. Look at that, 2 straight right hands.
This is that vintage Mosley speed getting a chance to demonstrate itself.
Yeah, he didn't hurt Collazo, but he certainly got the eyes of the judges. So Mosley wins the third round. Shane parring with that left, which means he's positioning to throw the right. Oh, look at that. What a power shot to the body. Man.
Especially after it made it look like it was going to be a shot to the head with the jab upstairs,
It
setting
really
it up.
did. You know, you called it, Dave, and I really hadn't thought about it too much about the considerable more power that Shane would have at 147. And to me, it's significant that he really does look good throwing the power shots.
Well, they're sinking in here, and so, you know, he's able to duck Collazo coming in and try to work on the inside. He's comfortable with that.
Collazo's so tough. And he hasn't been through the wars that Vargas has been through, so he's a fresher 25-year-old fighter. And Shane has got to deal with that as the rounds tick by. This is tough, hard chess match sort of stuff right now. Louis tries to catch him, just catches a glancing blow off his jaw. Now he tries to pick it up, and it's Shane on the assault. Crunches a left-hand power shot, which puts Louis back to the ropes, and he flies off him.
A lot of sizzle, but no steak on some of these shots because these guys are bouncing around, running. They're just a little off balance, and so the shots land. But we haven't seen the big flush one, yet we're getting close. Mosley's been timing a solid right hand for the last couple rounds to try to catch Louis Collazo with.
Here we go, round number 8. I get it 68-65. 5 rounds to go, so it's up for grabs, at least on my score sheet. The judges went the other way and gave that round to Mosley. It's a different kettle of fish. But I thought certainly if I couldn't give it to Collazo, it was his best round since the second round. Now let's see if Shane can make it definitive again. He lands a power shot. Remember the thing with Shane in close rounds, he's such a colorful fighter that a judge's eye has a tendency to drift towards watching him. You know, that happens with great, you know, fighters like, especially it goes back to Ali's times. He won a lot of close rounds that he might have lost because the eye drifts. Look at this! Mosley on the assault now.
He's opening up very well.
What's Louis waiting for? He's letting Shane take the steam away in the first minute. That's Mosley's minute. Shane's got things going back his way again. That's a sign of a great champ, you know. He didn't take the 7th round off. The work rate was way too high, and he may have won that. Who knows?
Well,
but
look at the body shots coming back with a vengeance here.
He allowed his shoulders to get a little bit squared up in front of this guy. His dad, you know, realized that this guy can be dangerous. Louis is a tough fighter. Very, very tough. You can't make a lot of mistakes against him, or you will get nailed. Nobody down, nobody shaken. Louis nailed by the right hand of Shane Mosley that time. And that's conditioning that he was able to gobble it up.
He took that and came forward.
Unbelievable. Shane landing more power shots in the second half of this fight than is Louis Collazo, who's that's his trademark. But the thing that Collazo hasn't been able to do in the last half of this fight, like he did against Patton, is he hasn't been able to control the second half of the fight. Shane blasts him downstairs. The hand speed has been the difference. And the foot speed. I mean, in and out, side to side. And Louis right in front of you all the time. Closing seconds now of the 11th round. Oh, Shane caught him, and he goes down. It was a slip, actually. His foot went forward, but Kenny called it a knockdown because he was off balance, and he was hit.
Touched the floor, so it's a good call.
Yeah, it's a great call by Kenny. He waited to see if he would go, but when his hand hit the floor, it was going to be a knockdown anyway. But that puts him out of the fight totally. He needs a knockout to win. All right, you'll see it.
Here you go with Mosley having Collazo lean in.
He missed. Boom.
Hits him there.
But then the left leg slips in.
Tango. Now watch the gloves. If they touch the floor,
Yep.
watch. No call, no
Yep.
call. Bing.
147 is where this guy belongs. He can fight at 154, but he's the best, I think, at this weight. He's terrific here. Downstairs shot, downstairs again. He's trying to finish him off. 20 seconds ago, Louis all of a sudden gets mad, and now we get a Pierce sixer for 15 seconds. Are we gonna see it? I don't think it's there. Now we're inside of 10 seconds. It's just about over. Really good fight. Terrific job by Shane Mosley, and a great, great effort by Louis Collazo. That was wonderful professional boxing.
Top level performance by Shane Mosley. Speed, the angles, the intuitiveness, all there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to the scorecards. Nabuaki Oratani scores at 118-109. Adelaide Bird, 119-108. Dwayne Ford, 118-109. All three to the winner by unanimous decision. The Sugar Man, Sugar Shane Mosley.
Sugar Shane Mosley takes home the belt in this one. Mosley's speed and power was too much for Collazo, as the future Hall of Famer was able to land shots at will. Even when Collazo went on the offensive, Mosley answered back with combinations of his own, sending his opponent to the mat in the 11th, adding another championship to his career. Don't go anywhere. United Kingdom's Liam Smith takes on John Thompson in the United States with the WBO Super Welterweight World title on the line.
Check out Breaking Weapons Freestyle, each week only on Fight Sports. We're heading back to Tokyo, Japan for more fast-paced, non-stop action.
Boom! And another one!
As K1 presents a thrilling night of kickboxing featuring an 8-man tournament to crown a new super featherweight champ.
Unbelievable!
Watch the premiere of this exciting K1 event June 14th on Fight Sports. Hundreds of new competitors, over a dozen never-before-seen obstacles, 5 vibrant cities, and one common goal. We're in a spot at the National Finals in Las Vegas to attempt to conquer the most grueling obstacle course in the world and be crowned the very first American Ninja Warrior. Check out new episodes every Thursday on Fight Sports.
It's KO time once again, this time from the United Kingdom, as undefeated fighter Liam Smith battles John Thompson for the vacant WBO Super Welterweight World Championship. Thompson is 17-1 with 6 knockouts. He's 26 years old, 6'1", and weighs 152 pounds at 68.9 kilograms. Smith has an undefeated record of 20 wins and no losses with 1 draw and 10 knockouts. The 27-year-old is a little shorter and a little heavier than Thompson. Let's pick this one up in round 1.
Oh, lovely body shot.
Smith walking him down, looking for the opportunity to land more big headshots like that. Solid right hand.
Look at the smile on Smith's face, though he knows.
There's a fiendish glee about the way he goes about his work. Great body shot again.
He's done him with the body shot.
And a big leg hook to the head. And Thompson's going again. Big right hand. Thompson again is in dangerous territory.
But he's still trying to fire back, Thompson. You've got to give him his credit.
Smith is loving it now. Beefy, beefy. The chant from the Liverpudlian crowd goes up again.
There wasn't much on the punches to start with from Thompson, but there's absolutely nothing on him at all now. Look at that jab again from Liam Smith.
The jab is the key, and that's a big right hand, and he's gone face down, and I don't think he'll get up from that. He will bravely try to pull himself to his feet, but it's all over. It is all over, and Liam Smith is champion of the world. His Liverpudlian fans celebrate.
Pressure, pressure, pressure for Smith. But that right hand to finish this fight. What a corker of a punch. Look at Smith, right on the temple. And Thompson had nowhere to go, nowhere to go. Look at that, he's all over the place.
When fighters go down face first like that, you know 99 times out of 100, that is it.
Gentlemen, we have the time of 1 minute 44 seconds in round number 7. Our referee in charge, Marcus McDonald, stops the count and stops the contest. He is the winner by way of knockout. He is the new WBO junior middleweight champion of the world, Liam "Beefy"
Smith's right hand provided the first round knockout of Thompson, a clean shot to the head that sent him down to the mat. Smith was the aggressor early, and when he saw his opportunity to end this one, he pounced, providing his fans the excitement they came to see and leaving with the WBO Super Welterweight World Championship. That wraps up another exciting edition in this series. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Fight Sports Knockouts.
Good morning, Dublin, and a huge welcome. Our program comes to you live from the spectacular Prince Moulay Abdullah. Welcome to Fukuoka, Japan. Over 600 athletes from 63 countries. The who's who of karate. Oh my!
Watch mixed martial.
Time they lost in the pits. Back to doing a good job, left enough space for Cairoli, and then just did a passag kind of turn across the front of him and made him back out of it as they go side by side down the back straight.
So Pret was behind Battler and Cairoli at the start of the lap, having lost all that time. So up towards Senior they come. Picariello still in the lead of the race as their Porsche versus Mercedes. Lap traffic squabble through into Le Beausset now. We're looking for 22 Porsche of Klaus Battler. We're looking for 48 Matteo Cairoli. That 51 Ferrari of Vincent Abril in 6th place. Vincent staying behind the wheel of the car. And there, number 6 is the Mercedes that runs in the Silver Cup. Colin Karasani at the wheel of it, the Dutch driver who was silver champion last year with Tanat Sutter and Tirakul. And they've got quite a lot of work to do in silver right now, quite a long way down within the class. There is the Backler-Cairoli battle. This is for third place, on board with Cairoli. Pulls the pin, coming out of the last corner. Backler now has to go defensive. Cairoli looks for a gap on the inside. There's not really a Mercedes width, but he's going to try and force the issue. Prize is open the door, breaks late going into the corner, and gets the job done. So up into third place goes Matteo Cairoli. Klaus Backler in the slightly subdued number 22 Porsche drops back to fourth. In the Gold Cup, the battle for third is on, where you've got Chris Lulham versus Alex Buncombe. So Chris Lulham in his first season of racing in Europe in GT3 cars, and Alex Buncombe there trying to get up the inside. The 2015 Blockpan Endurance champion, but a contact between the two. It's Lulham that gets fired out wide, and unlike on the sim, you'll have felt that.
Yeah, that's slightly different to what's called the old butt kicker. Is there damage? Because Buncombe has scarpered away. Is that Aston Martin got a rear right puncher? Can't see anything at the moment. There's some bodywork missing, but I think that will actually attract a penalty to Buncombe there. It wasn't what he intended. He was trying to get past that blue Ferrari, and then Lulham just swept in front of him and took the front off his car. But I think Buncombe was more in the wrong than Lulham. Lulham was just taking his line. Interesting to see. We'll get another view. So Buncombe coming to the inside, trying to get to the inside of this Ferrari. The gap then just opens up, so he puts the car there. But Lulham is always going to come back for an apex, the slightest of touches. And I don't quite know why Lulham then loses so much time, because he's on the rear bumper of Buncombe on the exit, but then suddenly seemed to drop a couple of seconds.
As we look there at Nicky Tim and Jesse Krohn battle, with Krohn back up the inside in traffic, 3 wide they go. Brilliant move by Jesse Krohn, jumps up the inside of Nicky Tim, gets the job done, back up into 7th place. Fabulous move.
Hard, clean racing with not a lot of real estate there, and Nicky Tim now following through. They've got a bit of space, but those cars have been going back and forward. James Kell, the other car involved in that battle, and that's CSR McLaren. He's trying to get through on the 42 BMW. Can he get the move done? I don't think so. Jesse Krohn on the outside. Nicky Tim back down the inside to get the lead back off Jesse Krohn in that battle.
So the BMW then back up into 7th place as they come across the line. So, Nicky Tim retakes the place before the end of the lap. So it was Jesse Krohn jumping ahead, but Nicky Tim, ever the fighter, goes back through. So the number 7, or 007 if you prefer, Aston Martin, once more ahead of Jesse Krohn. They continue to trade places. James Kell not that far behind them in number 111. There is 32 then. The WRT pit box towards pit out, whereas Retronics more in the middle of the pit lane. So Ugo de Wilde, decent stint, that's for sure. He gets out, helps put Kelvin van der Linde into the car.
Yeah, we've got some real guns getting in. We're going to have Marcello getting in Krohn's car. We're going to get Pierre Guidi getting in Abril's car there. So we've got some fast drivers getting bolted in for 2 hours of this race.
As away there goes Porsche and away goes BMW, so they're going to rejoin in the same order. Different drivers, Niederhauser ahead of van der Linde, so that battle continues with actually a slightly greater gap as well. And they are going to turn their way down into turn 1 with the bronze class lead battle around them. Conrad Lawson 74 Ferrari, 991 Charles Galland's BMW is there as well, and they're all going for the same bit of real estate. But crucially, Patrick Niederhauser, who knows this car inside out, stays ahead of 32. Now Calvin van der Linde at the wheel. Mauro, good to see you. It's been an interesting race this for the Mercedes. Your first stint started off well, but it's been a bit of a battle since then, hasn't it, for Matteo?
In general, it's been, I think, a big battle for me, especially the second stint with pickup.
Right.
That's the main factor. And I was just next door in the German booth, and looking at the lap times of the entire field, pretty much everyone's in the 57s, some high 56s, maybe some 58s even. When the fastest lap is a 54.8, and most cars are somewhere in the low 55s or mid 55s. So to be 2.5 seconds slower just means one thing: everyone right now is struggling on pickup. And traditionally with the Mercedes, we're quite kind to the tire, so we run the tire a little bit colder. And for me, the second stint was just horrible, because I think others were simply not struggling with pickup yet, and I was, and it was it's terrible to drive at that point. McLaren seems to have an issue there in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's the Adam Smalley car. I think he's taken it over from Louis Pratt. Got away okay, but it's then struggled to the end of the pit road, and that's going to be an issue for anybody trying to get out of the pit road. It's just about room, isn't there? But
yeah,
it's the last thing you need.
Shame for those guys. They had a strong run going.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that was the leading car for a while. I'm assuming it's that same McLaren, because we've seen
get it going.
One pit as well, but it's ground to a halt at the end of the pit lane. Race leaders then on to lap 127. Niederhauser versus Van der Linde as the cars now hit the Mistral straight once again, with, for the moment, a rare clear bit of real estate around them. The Porsche 3/10 up when they came onto this lap, but again, getting a tow, the BMW in the draft. This is where Kelvin van der Linde can think about making a move for the race lead. Goes to the outside line. He's not going to be able to do it there, I don't think, but he's going to be brave enough to try it. And as they come out of the corner, it's Porsche just ahead. Well, that's been the last lap. I think you'd have found a proper commitment by Kelvin van der Linde. I'm not saying he's not committed, but it didn't matter if it didn't work on that lap. But it might work on the inside at Le Beausset. Porsche goes wide again, up the inside, tries to duck the BMW. No way by there, slots back in behind. And the battle rages on as they go toe-to-toe, door-to-door. Porsche just ahead. But now it looks inevitable, doesn't it, that van der Linde will be able to find a way through. Nose to tail, they sprint now up towards the Virage de la Tour. Wait to see which set of headlights dives which way, but Porsche goes a little bit deep. That covers off the inside line down towards the Virage du Pont. But can now van der Linde get a tighter exit off the corner? Yes, he can. Can he get him alongside? Yes, he can. Has he got the grunt in a straight line? Yes. Niederhauser squeezes him a bit towards the wall, but through goes the BMW. That is going to give now van der Linde the race lead by 10th as they come across the timing line. And with an hour and 45 minutes to go, not only do we have a new race leader, but that's going to be a hard car to stop. Right, BMW of Charles Clark here. Just remember, it's for the silver lead. So Alessio De Leda in number 60 Lamborghini, which has led pretty much since the race got underway, now finding itself having to work really hard. 992, which is the car that James Callet started. We've had Pedro Ibrahim in it. Now Charles Clark behind the wheel, and it's been chipping away back into the mix. As there, Charles Clark makes a big dive on the inside, goes through, does he? He's not quite past, but he's got the inside for two successive corners. De Leda has to slot back in behind. The next corner would have come to him, but he couldn't stand his ground. So Charles Clark goes by, and that puts him now up into the lead of Silver. And that, barring pit stops, is really the first time the Silver Cup lead has changed for a long, long time. Maybe even since the start of the race. Number 60 is bit. Oh, now that's significant in Silver. Alessio De Leda, second in Silver, is being given a 30-second time penalty on the next pit stop for track limit offences. So having just lost the lead on the track, he's going to hemorrhage time on the pit stop.
And I think that could be more of a common theme as well now as we get into the last part of the races. 5 warnings for everyone, and they obviously just naturally get eaten up as the race goes on.
We've had a change to third place as well. Laurin Heinrich in 22 Porsche has passed Matteo Cairoli. So although they're a long way back from the top 2, they're still squabbling, and it's gone Porsche's way. So 22 is a quirky car, isn't it? We've talked about the lack of pace, and now it's overtaken the car that dominated stint 1. Some of the teams asking for blue flags to be waved, and drivers needing to respect those. 3 wide in traffic. Harry King gets up the inside. That was a brave move.
Great move.
So in the Aston Martin, this is the battle going on for 10th place. You've got Bortolotti, Pereira, Pierre Guidi, Harry King 13th at the start of the lap, but looking to make progress. They wriggle their way up now towards Galamont.
I think Pierre Guidi's had a hard lap there. Yeah. At the start of the lap, he was in front of King, and now King is 3 places in front of him as we go on board with the Mustang. Lovely detail on the dash. It looks like the blue Ford oval, doesn't it? The gear indicator. Yes, yeah. And I like that as a good touch. And then you've got the speed on a separate race logic box. That's normally a delta time. I'd be interested to know why the driver or the team are interested about speed. It's kind of a cause, not a concern of what's going on. Lots going on that dash. The rev lights a bit too busy for my liking. Then the ABS lights flashing up as well, so driver's got a lot of information going on there on the dash. You can see a delta time as well, saying if they're up or down, traction control lights, lights in your eyes, driver looking left and right, looking slightly nervous in that regard, I would say, quite frantic with their head movements.
Great noise. There's, through the traffic, the Lamborghini fight. The top 5 in each of the classes then, pro, and it is overall now. Van der Linde, Niederhauser, Heinrich, Drudy is the order. In gold, it is Arthur Rougier trying to get away from Jens Klingman. Whoa. Harry King up to 3rd in the class, ahead then of Reece Barr and Joel Sturm. Silver, James Callet ahead of the Corvette of Lorcan Hannafin. And look at this now, 3 wide on the Mistral. Harry King on his toes.
I mean, Frank Pereira just launched it over the apex. That was what my big woe was, because the snap of oversteer, and King has gone past both and the BMW. Frank Pereira has lost 2 places and still hasn't got past that Ferrari, and Bortolotti is gone. Remember, Pereira was all over the back of this first car and shot. Now has 1, 2, 3 cars in between him, and probably the same amount of seconds as well. That's been a tough few laps for Frank Pereira.
So, with only a couple of corners effectively to go, it's going to be a win in the first round of GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, powered by AWS. For WRT, for Ugo de Wilde, for Charles Weerts, and Kelvin van der Linde, who brings it home second. He's going to go the way of Retronic Racing's Porsche, for Sven Muller, for Patrick Niederhauser, and for the driver that did the third stint in the car, Alessio Picariello. But delight for WRT, because it is a win in the opening round of the championship. Let's look at the result then. Kelvin van der Linde, Charles Weerts, and Ugo de Wilde, the winners from Sven Muller, Patrick Niederhauser, and Alessio Picariello. Einstein Guven, Laurin Heinrich, Klaus Bachler third. Fourth were Lucas Auer, Matteo Caroli, and Mauro Engel. Tough day for them. Equally tough, I guess, for Marco Sorensen, Nicky Thiem, and Mathieu Drudy fifth. Seventh, the winners of the Gold Cup, Arthur Rougier, James Kell, Simon Gachet. 18th, the winners of silver, James Callet, Pedro Ibrahim, and Charles Clark. And to get to the bronze winners, you've got to go to 26th overall, and there you will find Dustin Blattner, Conrad Lawson, and Dennis Marshall. But for Team WRT, for BMW, for Kelvin van der Linde, Charles Weerts, and Ugo de Wilde, it's victory at Paul Ricard.
Congratulations, boys. Kelvin, talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, a long race, honestly. I have to say, you know, we started this weekend. I told you the underdog boys here, we were really like not expecting a win today. We were not expecting a podium today. We were maybe hoping for a top 5, but to be standing here at the end, rain came perfectly just after the race. So very proud of these guys. I think Charles did a great job this weekend. Very happy for him. And Ugo, his first race, first win. So
yeah, Charles, it wasn't an easy start.
Oh, we struggled a bit with the car, to be honest, at the starts with warm conditions. We got the pressure slightly, not in the right window, so it was a bit tough for us. But we managed to turn this out in my second stint, so the car really came alive when the night came with the cooler conditions. So I'm extremely happy.
Great job, Ugo. First race, here you are, top of the steps.
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe it. I was, as you said, Kelvin, we were, I think, the underdog. No one was expecting us to be the favorites. And we just did our work. It was difficult in pre-practice and pre-qualifying, but we kept working. And this team and these brands are amazing. Honestly, it's, I still don't realize it, to be honest. But thanks a lot. Thanks for everyone which trusts me. And thanks to BMW to give me this opportunity to be on the top car of WRT. And dreams come true.
Great work, boys, and great for BMW as well. Well done.
So congratulations to our winning drivers in the overall category. Charles Weerts, Kelvin van der Linde, and Ugo de Wilde for Team WRT. It's honours for BMW. So this is how we're going to look in the championship. 33 points for winning this race. So it means that Ugo de Wilde, Charles Weerts, and Kelvin van der Linde have the championship lead, of course, over Patrick Niederhauser, Alessio Picariello, and Sven Muller, Klaus Bachler, Laurin Heinrich, and Einstein Guven third. It's basically the result of the race that is your championship situation overall, this being the first round for 2025. Simon Gachet, Arthur Rougier, James Kell get the winners' trophies in the Gold Cup. Champagne for the drivers, and despite that penalty that hung over CSA towards the end, that McLaren just ran like clockwork. For the Paradigm competition team, it is going to be James Callet, Pedro Ibrahim, and Charles Clark victorious in the Silver Cup. For top step in bronze, Dennis Marshall, Conrad Lawson, and Dustin Blattner. First weekend of May, the Sprint Cup starts at Brands Hatch. We'll see you there.
The motorcycle. Fascination for more than 100 years. With acceleration from 0 to 100 in 2.7 seconds. Aerodynamically perfected. Everything for this one moment. The feeling? Indescribable. But let's try it like this. Enjoy motorcycles with us in all their facets. And experience the freedom and fun of riding on two wheels. On Motorvision Plus and in the app.
Hello and welcome to Barcelona, the season opener of 2025 here for ELMS, and it's set to be a fantastic season. Obviously, starting here in Barcelona in May, we'll move on to La Castellet before heading on to Imola in July. Then we attend Spa before ELMS returns to Silverstone for the very first time since 2019. And finally, we will conclude in Portimao. As you can see, the calendar is stacked. It's epic. Are the drivers just as epic? We have some new faces here in ELMS this season. Let's meet them.
It's an amazing news. I'm really happy to be able to drive this season, to be a professional racing driver. And in ELMS, I think it's amazing. It's a bit different for sure. Sharing the car, a close cockpit as well. You know, a lot of traffic, a lot of new things for me to get used to. But I have a great team. You know, Algarve Pro Racing are helping me a lot, and it's also thanks to them I can drive this year. They did a big effort to have me, and you know, I will push and give my maximum for them.
I had a test in Paul Ricard a couple of weeks back, first proper test, and still not fully familiar with everything. I think I need a bit of time to adapt to certain things, but you know, this team is very experienced. I have a lot of help from everyone, and that's always going to help. And knowing the tracks well and everything, I think it's always going to play in my favor. So yeah, I'm ready for the challenge.
Yeah, I'm really happy to get back here in ELMS. It's always been a championship where I feel home, let's say. Really really ready to have this new challenge. It's the first year of the team, let's say, of our crew in the ELMS, so we will need time a bit to get into the rhythm, but for sure a good challenge ahead, and ready to fight to these guys here that they showed last year and the previous year a good show, and we will try to be there from the beginning.
And not just new faces, we also have some returning favourites. Louis Delatraz is back in LMP2 Pro-Am after winning the LMP2 Championship last season. We also have the number 43 Inter-Europol competition returning with an all-new driver lineup.
Strategically, you can do a lot of different things where you place your silver driver to start, where myself and Tom will actually drive, who will actually start the race. So there's a lot of different permutations, and you've got to get that all right. Of course, as drivers, being very clean and good through traffic, good through the GT traffic, good through the Pro-Am traffic is going to be important, particularly here where Barcelona is renowned to be relatively difficult to pass. But I'm sure we'll do well. I'm sure we'll do well.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be back in the ELMS with the AUDJPY. I've been teammates with PJ at a few occasions. He's a very good bronze driver, keeps evolving, so I think we really have a good shot at this. We're taking it step by step. It's first race, you know, it's a championship. I would love to add a fourth crown to my titles, and yeah, that's definitely the goal. And also, if we can fight some overall victories and see where we are, we will always do it.
There are a record-breaking 44 entries in the European Le Mans Series this season, and LMP3 has had a big revamp, with a third generation of cars being introduced this season. Let's learn a little more about it.
LMP3 has been created by SEO in 2015. This year is the third generation of LMP3. So what has changed compared to the previous generation? Basically, we went from a V8 naturally aspirated engine to a V6 twin turbo engine, 3.5 liters, made by Toyota. Our chassis supplier like Ginetta, Duquesne and Ligier, let's say adapted or integrated that new engine to their existing LMP3 cars, and brought the update this year in 2025. So the new Toyota engine will deliver around 470 horsepower. That's quite impressive for young drivers, obviously. On the engine side, I don't think it will make a huge difference for the drivers. It's probably more on the setup for the teams to adapt due to that new specification. But yeah, all in all, it's a step forward. Well, basically, it's a more up-to-date engine compared to what current engines are in the road cars. It's a turbocharged engine, probably more efficient, a bit less noisy. So it's along the lines of the target of endurance racing.
This season in LMGT3, we have double the manufacturers. Joining Aston Martin, Ferrari and Porsche, we have McLaren, Corvette and Mercedes-AMG, which is driven here by the number 63 Iron Lynx.
this swap to the new manufacturer pretty late in the last season. So, and honestly, not stressed, but under pressure because everything has been very short, but we feel ready to start. We are entering the season as a champion because we won last year the ELMS. So, of course, the ambition is to be at the front. But we have to be honest, it will be arrogant to think that we can come and win right away. There will be, of course, some work to do. I think we've done, for a short time, we had a very good development of the car. Here we have Ossi Okarinen as an engineer. He was with us last year. He was the engineer of the Iron Dames in the WEC program. So we have full trust on him.
Why should I be afraid of this car? I think it's quite the opposite. I mean, I like the car. I like how it's built. I like how it's engineered. And for us, race engineers and performance engineers, it's a really nice tool if you like to work with. Well, if you have to describe this car, I mean, it's got a nice low revving V8 engine. It makes a nice bass sound when it goes past you. But as a car, it's really versatile. It's really good to tune because it responds to the tuning very well, and I think we can tune it for our drivers very well, so make a car which is good for the endurance racing. Martin Berry is very quick bronze driver for us. He's got some experience with this car already in the past, so he knows roughly what to do with it.
And honestly, the reason having the AMG has been one of the reasons why we managed to close the deal with Martin very quickly, because he was confident, not only on the team, but also on the car, because he knew it from before. So it came together very quickly once we had the AMG.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, firstly, to have one of the only cars that's still a V8 engine and is naturally aspirated, you know, the sound of the car is amazing. So, you know, it feels fantastic. So I think from my perspective and as a bronze, you know, I just like the predictability of the car. You know, it's if you treat it well, you know, the car will look after you, right? And you can, you know, really manage the degradation on the tires. So it's just a really predictable, nice car to drive. And as you know, for a bronze, confidence is everything. So if you can have a car that gives you a lot of confidence, then I think you can unlock performance and speed. So yeah, for me personally, this car really fits my driving style.
We know it's not going to be easy because this year there's new cars coming into the championship. There is Corvette, Ferrari and Porsche are always there and always been very competitive, Aston Martin. So there's a lot of friends we have to fight against, but I think we have a very good lineup. The car has proved to be very reliable in the past years. So of course, the aim is to try and keep the title with us.
Incredibly, the Iron Lynx have put it on pole for the season opener here in Barcelona, the first time with their Mercedes AMG car. But now, as you can see, we are getting ready to race. We have so many fans here and lots of VIPs, but let's get the racing underway.
among the throng of fans grabbing selfies and autographs is a very familiar face. Joining the 29 TVS Racing Team's Matthias Besch is MotoGP race winner Johann Zarco.
It's all a mechanical world that I love. And if I still want to have competition when MotoGP life will be finished, I guess it's something it might be cool to try.
As you now know, in LMGT3, Martin Berry clinched pole position with Mercedes AMG number 63 for the Iron Lynx team. In LMP3, Adrian Clomenil put the number 17 machine on pole position for CLX Motorsport, the team formerly known as Giorgio Roda claimed pole position in LMP2 Pro-Am with the 77 car from Proton Competition. In LMP2, Rashad his first pole position for Duquesne in car number 30. We are ready for the first race of the season, the 4 Hours of Barcelona. Francesco Simonazzi in the green and black Duquesne car pacing the field. Jonas Ried alongside with the yellow highlights for Iron Lynx Proton. Red lights are on. It's a long hold on the straight here at Barcelona. And the 2025 European Le Mans Series is underway. Immediate pressure on the pole sitter. Simonazzi right behind him. Knows Jakub Smiechowski for Inter Europol. He's up to second. Algarve Pro on the inside of the other front row starter. That's Matthias Kaiser, and he moves up ahead of Jonas Ried as well. Couple of cars running out wide, but so far no major dramas. Lots of dirt on the tyres won't be helping their grip levels. So it is Simonazzi leads, Śmiechowski in second place, and then Kaiser and Reed. Reed kept his nose in front. He stays in third as they come round turn 3, down the hill into turn 5, still side by side all the way through the field. And it looks like it was a pretty clean start in the LMGT3 category as well. There's the leader, pink and white, Celia Martin for the Iron Dame. She started in second place, but jumped the Iron Lynx number 63 car, Martin Berry. That's the black and yellow Mercedes in second place. Leader Francesco Simonazzi weaving to warm the tyres. Meanwhile, IDEC Sport under pressure. Jamie Chadwick down the inside of her comes Lawrence Hoare in the multicoloured DKR engineering car. He moves up to 5th place ahead of the British driver. Take a look again at the start. Poleman on the left of your screen. And as Jonas Reed makes a slightly slower getaway, it is Francesco Simonazzi with the lead from Kuba Śmiechowski with the darker yellow nose of the green car for Inter Europol. He comes through. Then the blue car, Matthias Kaiser, alongside the yellow Iron Lynx Proton car. But around the outside, brave stuff from the Iron Lynx car. Jonas Reed held on to a top 3 spot. Early problems for Team Virage heading into the pit lane. LMP3 lead battle. Torsten Tratsch has just gone out of shot, and there's Fabian Mickel, car number 11, Euro International. Paul Loncher for CLX Motorsport right behind. CLX, the team that's previously been known as Cool Racing, all top 3, very successful in the series. Here's a battle for second in LMP2 Pro-Am. Giorgio Roda on the attack. Rodrigo Sales with the blue and turquoise TDS Racing Machine, car number 29, trying to hang on, and right behind PJ Hyatt in the purple AUDJPY TF Sport car. We ride on board with him. Spike, as the car is known, has a dinosaur-themed livery inspired by PJ's kids. Excellent stuff so far from PJ Hyatt, battling for this second spot in LMP2 Pro-Am. Here's the battle for 10th place overall in the yellow and green of Inter Europol is Portuguese newcomer Pedro Perino. And he's attacking Oliver Gray, racing for VDS Panis Racing. Another close tussle in the top 10. Down the straight, the battle for third, Jakub Śmiechowski and Jonas Reed. Now, they've both been passed by the DKR number 3 machine, but this is a battle for position. Jonas Reed has shaken off the blue Algarve Pro Car, Matthias Kaiser, and is all over the back of Śmiechowski, and they're coming into traffic. Śmiechowski around the outside of the orange and black Porsche. Now, where does he go? He's going to have to thread the needle here underneath the Corvette and the LMP3 car, and Reed's got to run around the outside of turn 4. It's a long way round the outside, but he's gaining. He had momentum coming in, and now they come downhill towards turn 5 in favour of Jonas Reed, and he completes a great pass. Nice move up to 3rd place. Watching in the TDS Racing Garage with Matthias Pesch, Johan Zarco, MotoGP ace, enjoying the racing. Here's the battle for the lead then. Lawrence Hoare for DKR Engineering, and the turquoise backing on the number means he is an LMP2 Pro-Am driver as well. Attacking Francesco Simonazzi has got a great run down the straight as they come past the lead duo. Here's the battle for the lead, and Lawrence Hoare uses all of his experience, throws it down the inside, superbly controlled. Change for the lead after 15 minutes of this 4-hour race. Down the straight comes the battle for 5th place. You can see the yellow nose, that's Jakub Śmiechowski. Here comes Manuel Espirito Santo, the dark car, CLX Motorsport. He moves up into 5th from 8th on the grid. And right behind him, VDS Panis Racing, Oliver's Gray, looking to have a go at Śmiechowski as well. So Kuba Śmiechowski, the Polish driver in the yellow and green car, under real pressure here. Now for 6th position from Oliver Gray. And Gray looking for a way through in a hurry. Can he go down the inside there? He cannot yet. Let's see what he can back down the hill. He's cut to the inside. It's Śmiechowski. Kuba has the racing line down into turn 5. As they sweep around the bottom here, Oliver Gray in the yellow and black machine, still pushing. And he can see that Manuel Espirito Santo has got away, dives down the inside. And that is a classic Barcelona move at the bottom of the hill.
Great job. Let's keep going.
Excellent start from Oliver Gray indeed. Now he's got to really get his head down and drive away from Śmiechowski. He'll find it is easier to attack than to defend, but he is already putting ground between himself and the Inter-Europol car. In the Duquesne garage there in the headset, Gilles Duquesne, the team boss. There is his car in second place, leading the overall LMP2 category, but not LMP2 Pro-Am or the overall race. And alongside comes Jonas Reed. He's got a run on Francesco Simonazzi. Simonazzi stays on the racing line. Reed breaks daringly late, but keeps it under control. He really had Simonazzi covered off. Cyril Abitaboul there, the Genesis Magma Racing team principal. Manuel Espirito Santo on the right, attacking Matthias Kaiser. Sweeps around the blue and black Algarve Pro car, and Oliver Gray, VDS Panis Racing, right there as well, trying to go the long way round the outside. That didn't quite work for him, but he too is piling on the pressure. Espirito Santo is gone, and Kaiser now having to deal with Oliver Gray right behind him. Whoa, a long way off Paul Lafargue in the Edex Sport number 28. What happened there? Looks like he just drifted wide in traffic and got into the gravel. Now that's not Lafargue, that's Racing Spirit of Le Mans, that's Jack Wolf. Same place, this time squeezing a rival and contact. Tim Creswick on the inside had nowhere to go. Looks like he survived largely unscathed. Drive-through penalty being applied to car number 3. That's the race leader, Lawrence Hall there for DKR Enduring, orange, white and blue. For a jump start when he came from 21st to 1st, that was not as a result of the jump start alone, that's for sure. But he peels off into the pit lane, serves the penalty immediately, and that then puts everybody else up one spot. So Matthias Kaiser fighting off Oliver Gray for what is 4th place, will soon be 3rd place, but Gray with a run down the inside as again traffic interferes. Matthias Kaiser held up by a slower GT car, and through goes Oliver Gray. So Iron Lynx Proton leading from Duquesne, CLX in 3rd, Gray now up to 4th. Former leader Francesco Simonazzi in the pits. Replay of Michael Birch in the United Autosports McLaren taking a half spin. Was there contact? And the race leader is in the pits and in trouble. Iron Lynx Protons, Jonas Reed has come in the number 9 car, but it is being pushed back into the garage for work. That does not look like damage. Lead battle in LMP3, inches apart. Torsten Kratz, WTM by Rinaldi, and right behind him, Paul Lancher for CLX Motorsport, the former Cool Racing organization. Great battle here. Lancher really attacking. The team had a 1-2 in LMP3 in the Le Mans Cup. There's the team boss, Nico Lapierre. He'll be hoping that Paul Lancher can get ahead of Torsten Kratz, and Lancher certainly looks to be the quicker of the two at the moment. Kratz is a crafty racer, though, a wily old fox. You're not going to catch him by surprise. You're going to have to work really hard to get by him. LMGT3 leader is in. Celia Martin has her first pit stop at the Iron Dames. All looked nice and smooth. Trouble for Team Virage, and this is Jacek Zielonska, who was in early on in the race, came in right at the very start, and he's got more trouble. That is a puncture, isn't it? Or is that broken suspension? On board with Dane Cameron now in the AO by TF car. We ride on board in Spike. Right in front you can see Proton and TDS Racing. DKR, despite that drive-through penalty, still leading LMP3 Pro-Am and in 4th place overall, but Dane Cameron is in 15th and in a battle for position. And that purple dinosaur livery makes Spike very easy to spot. Cameron shows his nose to Rene Binder in the grey and orange Proton competition car. Can't quite get through there. Binder having a little bobble between turn 2 and 3, and that will give Cameron a chance. Maybe Binder losing a bit of aero grip in the wake of the Inter-Europol car in front. It's not a battle for position with that car, but through goes Dane Cameron on the inside into turn 4, makes it stick. Now, can he run out wide? Yes, he does. Oh, and there's trouble behind. Ferrari in the gravel, and that is Anthony Noble. So Tony Noble in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, and we go virtual safety car. CLX Motorsport are in, the race leaders, and Manuel Espirito Santo replaced by Enzo Fittipaldi. Yes, one of those Fittipaldis. And a return also for French driver Thomas Laurent. He's at DKR, back in ELMS after 3 years away. Good to see him back in harness as well.
Safety car, we are under safety car. Leader, slow down.
Four-time World Touring Car Champion Ivan Muller, the boss of M Racing. Davide Rigon there on the AF Corsa. Pitts and Sarah Bovey keeping everything crossed for the Iron Dames as we go back to green.
Safety car is in the pits, no overtaking before the line. No overtaking before the line.
CLX leads DKR. The car third in the queue, though, is an LMP2 Pro-Am car. That's the TDS racing car in 14th place, trying to unlap itself. Right behind, though, is a battle for position, and that is Roy Nissany for Duquesne and Danny Junkadea for EDEX Sport. And Junkadea goes down the inside of the Israeli driver. Nissany can't quite find the grip there, and now he's under attack from JB Simonar in the Inter-Europol competition car. He just sweeps right by him, and that's a change for 4th place. Just in front, look at the orange nose of the EDEX Sport car diving to the inside of the 77 Proton competition car that's currently lying in 16th place. It's a Pro-Am car, but it is being driven almost exactly as quickly as Danny Junkadea's EDEX Sport car. So this is very frustrating for the Spaniard. Knows the track well. He'll know all the intricacies of how you pass in Catalonia, and he's going to have to hurry up about it. As they come up towards the crest at turn 9, he looks on the inside, no way through. Right behind him now, Inter-Europol's JB Simonar and Roy Nissany in the Duquesne car. He shuts the door on Simonar and also makes the move down the inside to the Proton car. So he's finally past the back marker, and the door is shut firmly in front of the yellow and green of Inter-Europol. Then Duquesne looking on the inside, he can't get through, and more company from behind. Two United Auto Sports cars currently 7th and 8th. The second of them, Gregoire Sosi, under pressure from behind. The red, white and blue of United and the turquoise and black Algarve Pros. Lorenzo Fluxa goes around the outside. The Spaniard moves up to 8th place. Iron Link's Proton showed great speed early on before retiring. Steph is down with Jonas Reed.
Yeah, well, we pitted. Great first. Yeah, the team did a good job, and then we couldn't start the engine anymore after refueling. So yeah, and then it just the whole good race anymore, and it's just a shame.
Spin here for car number 50. That's Custodio Toledo in the Richard Mille AF Corsa Ferrari. Just running out of grip. Little too ambitious there with the throttle. On board with the 74 Kessel Racing car. Dodged that bullet. Battle for third in traffic. Oh, and contact! JB Simonar hits Torsten Kratz. The WTM by Rinaldi LMP3 leader goes into the pit lane, but JB Simonar in the gravel in the final turn. Now, past him went the VDS Panis car that he was fighting off or trying to. Up to third, Duquesne, Vector APR, Inter-Europol United. They've all gone by as he finally rejoins Terra Firma, but going very slowly. Driver change, Clément Mature handing over the Aston Martin at Racing Spirit of Le Mans to Erwin Bastard. Here then is the VDS Panis car that just went by for third. Esteban Masson now chasing the orange and black EDEX Sport car of Danny Junkadea. Junkadea in traffic behind the LMGT3 car, and Masson really pushing hard here. Juncadella goes by the Ferrari. Masson's going to have to get by him quickly as well. Catching a slow speed corner though. Looking at the battle for fifth in LMP2, white and black, Vladislav Lomko for Vector Sport. Lorenzo Flusser, Algarve Pro, the man on the move, trying to put the move in for fifth spot as Olivier Panis, the VDS Panis Racing team boss. Enzo Fittipaldi, the race leader for CLX Motorsport. Former Cool Racing team have taken up where they left off. They had a 1-2 result in the Le Mans Cup race on Saturday. Oh, that's the racing spread of Lemon Aston Martin. And that is Erwin Bastard. He's only just taken that car over. And a long way through the gravel, trying to find some terra firma. Lesia Rivera leading LMP2 Pro-Am. 83 car for AF Corsa. And leading in LMP3, it's Ultimate with Jean-Baptiste Lahaye. Into the second half of this 4-hour race. Battle for second place here in LMGT3. Lorcan Hannafin in the Iron Lynx Mercedes, attacking Matteo Crisodi in the Proton Competition Porsche. Looks like Mercedes has got a little bit more pace up the hill. He's got his nose inside, and Lorcan Hannafin controls the run into turn 4. Through he goes for second. Battle for second place in LMP2 Pro-Am DKR Engineering with Georgios Kolovos from Greece aboard, but Mathieu Vaxivière, ex-Alpine factory driver for AF Corsa, slices through on the inside. He's up to second. Made no mistakes about that one. Gregor Sosi for United Autosport still under pressure from Algarve Pro's Lorenzo Flusser as they go by Roy Nissany, the Duquesne car. This is the battle for fourth place. United up to fourth for the moment, but down the inside comes Algarve Pro. We've seen Lorenzo Flusser make a pass around the outside. Now he does it down the inside into turn 1, and both times on McLaren World Endurance driver Gregor Sosi. That battle may not be over. Duquesne under pressure. Vladislav Lomko from Vector Sport passing Roy Nissany on the inside, and they've got more company behind. Nissany for Duquesne down to 7th place. The 37 CLX Pure Racing car right behind in 8th position. In the gravel, WTM by Rinaldi Racing, the long-time LMP3 leaders, now in the hands of Leonard Weiss. What happened there? Battle for second place. Danny Juncadella with a huge run on Esteban Masson in the VDS Panis racing car with the purple and yellow of the VDS organization. And through with the orange highlights goes Juncadella for EDEC Sport, up to second. CLX still the race leaders. Esteban Masson in the pits and taking over Charles Milesi, who races for Alpine in the World Endurance Championship. Oliver Gray there debriefing Esteban Masson after Masson's first LMP2 race. And we are under virtual safety car for car recovery. Track workers doing an excellent job. Meanwhile, in the pits, CLX Motorsport, Pipa Durrani taking over from Enzo Fittipaldi. Team boss watching on.
Okay, we kindly ask you all to queue up behind car 47 so that we can start working on pass arounds.
On board with EDEC Sports, Mathis Jalbert, he's in second place. There's his teammate Jamie Chadwick, who started the race for the team. Budge up, guys. They're all trying to watch the telly. We go back to green flag racing here, just over an hour remaining in Barcelona. Pipo Durrani leads them across the line with the orange highlights, Mathis Jalbert, with yellow highlights, Charles Milesi, and then blue and black, Theo Pourchaire. He's in fourth place for Algarve Pro, putting the Inter-Europol car right behind him. On board with Jalbert, sweeping up through turn 3, climbing up into 4. And then they start to drop down the hill to turn 5. Matthieu Jalbert looks like he's made a strong restart, but Pipo Derani, very experienced racer here in Europe and across the world. This is not going to be easy for Matthieu Jalbert and EDEC Sport. Jamie Chadwick started the car. Danny Junkerdea has just done the middle stint, and Steph is in the garage with him.
To race at home, and especially when we're doing so good, running in second now, it's, yeah, didn't expect to be that good for my first race in LMP2, but here we are, I take it.
The Iron Lynx Mercedes has been going really well in LMGT3, but trouble has brought 63 into the garage. This does not look like it'll be a quick fix. Iron Lynx short on experience with this car. They've raced it once in World Endurance, and this is their debut with the car in the ELMS. So although the AMG has been around for a while, in LMGT3 mode, it is still fairly new. Still all to play for in LMGT3. This is the battle for third. David Parel, Spirit to Race, the green and white Ferrari, with Conrad Lawson in the 51 AF Corsa car right behind him. Iron Dames lead for Porsche, then Kessel, Spirit to Race and AF Corsa, Ferraris second, third and fourth.
Yeah, I just come into turn 7 on that last lap, and the throttle pedal, the little spring, didn't bring the pedal back, so I basically had an open throttle. So hopefully that's the last time that'll happen. Definitely the first day I've had for me, and it's definitely not a nice feeling. So I'm not only gutted for me, I mean, just for the whole team, for the whole of Iron Lynx, the whole of Mercedes. We've done such a fantastic job at turnaround after Qatar. We were up with Master, fantastic job at pole, 2 great stints. I was closing in on Sarah little by little, so it would have gone to the end. I'm just gutted for everyone involved.
Here is the battle for the lead in traffic. The orange nose is Matthieu Jalbert right in front of us. There is Pipo Derani. So the CLX Motorsport car just inches in front of the EDEC Sport machine as they work their way through LMGT3 traffic. The AF Corsa Ferrari blocking the lead of air, and down the inside comes Matthieu Jalbert. He's got the jump on Pipo Derani in traffic. Derani held up again by the AF Corsa Ferrari, and now right behind him comes the VDS Panis car looking for second place. He's got the momentum. This is going to be desperate defense. The blue and black of Algarve Pro is there as well, but still in second place as they get to the apex of turn 1 is Pipo Derani. Puffer dust from the back of the blue and black Algarve Pro car, and Thierry Pourchaire is in trouble. Mathieu Vaxivière is right by him. He's going the long way round the outside with the chrome highlights, the AF Corsa car, and he has gone by. Vaxivière now in 4th place.
Very good job, Vax. Amazing job, amazing job.
Michelle Gatting getting ready to take over the LMGT3 leading Iron Dames Porsche. The other blue and black Algarve Pro car of Alex Quinn under pressure from Ben Hanley, the United Auto Sports driver, goes around the outside. The red, white and blue doesn't quite get through for 13th place. And he's got the TDS racing car right behind him. That's the number 29. Into the pits and into the garage, Duquesne. Looks like Rashad Dejeris has brought the 30 car in to retire. More action. Charles Malaysi for VDS Panis Racing with the yellow highlights just inside Pipo Derani for the CLX Motorsport team. Again, they're in traffic behind the 77 Proton racing car. And Derani having to work hard here. Looks like Malaysi has got the speed to get by. But can he do it? This is for third. Pietro Fittipaldi is right behind the black and white Vector Sport car. So the Brazilian adding a little bit of fire to this mix. And there is Louis Delatraz in the AUDJPY TF car. Doesn't seem to have been any contact. Looks like the car's just ground to a halt.
Yellow, cancel full course yellow, cancel full course yellow. We cancel the full course yellow.
Delatraz has got going again. Lead battle, EDEC Sport. That's Matthieu Jalbert with the orange highlights. Right behind him, Mathieu Vaxivière for AF Corsa, the 83 car. That is the Pro-Am leader, looking to become the overall race leader as well. Wouldn't be the first time that a Pro-Am car has won outright in LMP2. EDEC Sport and AF Corsa both into the pits. Just over 20 minutes of the race remain here in Barcelona. CLX Motorsport in trouble. That's Pipo Derani. Long-time front runners, and they are dropping down the order. Looks like he's parking it in a place of safety. Game over. Drive-through penalty being applied to DKR Engineering's number 3 car, and there's trouble for DKR's number 4 car as well. We've got a virtual safety car. Wyatt Brikacek has stopped just outside the pit exit. 10 minutes left on the clock. Virtual safety car. What more can this race throw at us? We go back to green. 2.5 minutes on the clock. That should be 2 laps to go. Matthias Jalbert leads for IDEXport. Charles Milesi for VDS Panis Racing. Pietro Fittipaldi third for Vector Sport. That's the white and black car that's 4th in the queue. Everybody very excited. They're on tenterhooks. This and 1 more to go. Can Matthias Jalbert hold on to win it for IDEXport? What about Mathieu Vaxivière there with the chrome and sunburst all over the back of Pietro Fittipaldi? Going the long way round, the Brazilian. Mathieu Vaxivière makes it work. Look at that. On the inside, he's up to 3rd place, right in front. The yellow highlights of VDS Panis. And there's the race leader. It is game on to the final lap. Down into turn 1. Vaxivière makes his move. Through he goes. Dive bomb. Charles Milesi in the VDS Panis car for 2nd. He's got a lap to win the race. Matthias Jalbert leads for IDEXport by less than a 2nd from a fired up Mathieu Vaxivière.
Debris at T3. Debris at T3.
Vaxivière with a point to prove after being dropped by Alpine in World Endurance. And this is the chance to show that he is a race winner. All over the back of Matthias Jalbert. Half a lap to go. And look at the way that the AF Corsa car is squirming. He's through on the inside. Straight in between 5 and 6. What a great move. A change of lead on the last lap. Pro-Am lead, AF Corsa's Mathieu Vaxivière leads. IDEXport's Matthias Jalbert denied 2 kilometers from the end of the race. Phenomenal finale here to the season opener of the European Le Mans Series in Barcelona. Mathieu Vaxivière, it's been a while since he's won a race, but he is on his way now, clear of Matthias Jalbert. 3rd place, Charles Milesi, who still races at Alpine in World Endurance this year, but it will be victory for AF Corsa as Mathieu Vaxivière brings it across the line. So AF Corsa, the 2-time reigning Pro-Am champions, win the season opener. CLX Motorsport winners in LMP3, though they're denied here in the overall category. And Iron Dames claim their first victory of the season in LMGT3. A celebration for our winners, Alessio Rivera, New Boy, Mathieu Vaxivière, and Francois Perrodo.
Yeah, I think at the moment I'm not really sure what it means because it doesn't feel quite normal. But yeah, it's like living the dream. It's amazing. I tried to do my best, keep it on the track, no mistake. And I knew that with a good car, the Alessio and Mathieu could do a good job. But they definitely exceeded our expectations. They have done a fantastic job. Super happy.
Of course, we're on the podium. 2nd place for Algarve Pro. 3rd place for TDS Racing. And in the Pro-Am category, it is AF Corsa who have the points lead. A great start to their title defence for AF Corsa. Victory in LMP2 going to IDEXport. Jamie Chadwick, Matthias Jalbert, and Danny Juncadella. A great result for the new lineup and a first win in LMP2 for a female driver, Jamie Chadwick.
It's cool. I mean, I'm honestly super impressed also. Obviously, Iron Dame's winning as well today, so it's a great day for women in the sport. But yeah, honestly, my work today wasn't the impressive bit. I think Danny and Matthias did an awesome job, and the team with with strategy, it was amazing. So yeah, great debut for us.
A brilliant start to the season for the new trio, especially given that Mathis Jalbert and Danny Juncadella had never raced an LMP car before. VDS Panis Racing taking second, Vector Sport taking third. Podium finishes all round, and that's how they line up at the top of the championship. And the EDEC Sport trio will have to back their obvious pace with experience and reliability if they're to carry on as the points leaders. New winners in LMP3, CLX Motorsport car number 17, Adrian Cromenil, Paul Lancher and Dane Theodor Jensen.
Yeah, it was a great race. I mean, Paul started off great with a really good pace, lost a few positions, but he came back. And then I jumped in for 40 minutes, and we had a virtual safety car, which kind of ruined our strategy a bit. But luckily, we got back at the end with the last virtual safety car. And then Adrian brought it home.
Another new trio of winners on the top step of the podium. RLR M Sport finished in second with car number 15, into Europol competition, third with their number 88 machine. So the crew of 17 leads the championship after the first of 6 races this season. CLX Motorsport have certainly carried on where their former iteration, Cool Racing, left off as one of the strongest forces in LMP3. After the disappointment of 2024, victory for the Iron Dames. Celia Martin, Sarah Bovey and Michelle Gatting claim the win.
But today, honestly, the job was made by Celia. I mean, she was amazing out there, of course, by Sarah as well. But Celia did the job today. I wouldn't say I got an easy finish because Sarah was putting a lot of pressure on me, but I stayed cool. I managed. I'm very proud of everybody today, but especially of the bronze.
That win for the Iron Dames helps put a smile back on the team's face after a big crash in the Le Mans Cup race for their team. Kessel Racing, a Ferrari in second place, and Proton Competition make it 2 Porsches on the podium and at the top of the championship as well. So the Iron Dames have the points lead. Could this be their season? Only time will tell. They have the speed, but will Lady Luck smile on the Iron Dames? There's only one way to find out, and that's to join us for round 2 of the European Le Mans Series as we say adios to Barcelona and bienvenue to the circuit of Le Castellet in the south of France at the beginning of May.
Enjoy spectacular racing, legendary supercars, great retro footage and much more in the Motorvision TV app. Get unlimited access to all of Motorvision, including our 24/7 live channel and premium motorsport streams. Download your Motorvision TV app now.
Welcome to the Coltrane Energy Hillsboro Charity Pool presented by Optima Batteries. You're checking out beautiful Hillsboro, Wisconsin, and we are so excited to be back here for another event. I'm Leslie Mears. I'll be calling all the action for you here trackside for our light pro stock tractor category. And this event is just second to none here. 2 beautiful days of pulling. The weather is always great here. It's about 75 degrees. You've got about 50% humidity. You can see we've got a nice breeze blowing our Lucas oil bottle in the background back there. And it just makes for some really enjoyable pulling at a wonderful facility. The driver of that International 1456 is Colin Burkholz from Wilton, Wisconsin, and he will be the first entry here in our light pro stock class, and the distance for Colin will be 3:07 and 26. Here's a look at our running order. It's a huge field here, and we're seeing tractors from all over the place, from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, and even South Dakota. That's where our final entrance there, the Rugrat Rampage, John Merrigan, is from. And so top competitors out here, and knowing that they're going to get a great track here at the Hillsborough Charity Pull, they're like, yeah, bring it on. I want to see what I can do against the big dogs out here. This is Dustin Hart driving Shaq Nasty. Beautiful pass there for the International, and he will go 2:99 and 28. So if that Hart name sounds familiar, you're maybe thinking about Hart's Turbos if you are in the drag racing or the tractor pulling world. And Dustin Hart and his brother had a pro stock tractor, and then now just concentrating on building turbos for machines that run in this class, drag racing and other tractor categories here on the Pro Pulling League. That beautiful blue Ford is driven by Mark Smith, simply called the Ford 8700 from Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. And he puts one on him here, 3:25 and 76. What a run here. Starts on that right sideline, drifts over towards our track official on the left, and showing his chops here, and he is currently 3rd overall in the points coming into this event, and they've got a handful to go. So this is kind of a critical juncture for the guys in our light pro stock class. This one's called the Barnyard Bandit. Evan Smoot from Eaton, Indiana. Another great pass out here. He's going to contend out there with that one. He goes 3:24 and 89. You know, it's great to see Smoot finally getting his legs underneath of him here in this light pro stock category. He drove a 4-wheel drive diesel pickup truck for a long time, competed competitively in the 3.0 class for a long time. And this tractor is just running so strong out here. Just goes to show that pulling is pulling. It doesn't matter if you've got 4 on the floor or if your front clip is up in the air, you can still get it done. Welcome back to the Coltrane Energy Hillsborough Charity Pull presented by Optima Batteries. We are pulling in the light pro stock tractor class, and this is the Deer Addiction, driven by Alan Paulson. Good looking pull here for Paulson. He'll go 3:23 and 15. So that's good enough for 3rd place. And the handful of vehicles we've had run so far. And you're probably thinking to yourself, what does it mean to be a light pro stock tractor? We'll take one more look here at the Deer Addiction. Well, this tractor weighs 8,500 pounds. and it's maxed out at 540 cubic inches. Running those same 24.5 tires like you see on the Super Farms or the Pro Stocks out here, but it does have an OEM chassis. And so it's limited on a pump, limited on cubes, also limited on the turbocharger out here. As we see that great looking international called Black Thunder, driven by Alan Cook on the line. So with turbocharger, it has a 5-inch intake, and it's limited to 4.5 inches on the exhaust. So it's sucking in a ton of air, but limited on that exhaust, and they got a ton of RPMs to push that smoke out. You can see that tight tornado coming out of the stack. That shows just how much air they're moving. Cook making it look easy out there. 3:32 and 20. And a huge pass just thunders out there. Puts himself on top of the leaderboard with this one, even though it gets squirrely on him out there. And it starts to try to get away from him on the starting line, and he whips it back into shape very, very quickly there and puts himself on top of the leaderboard. What a big run there for the Black International. Got some MX sheet metal coming your way here, courtesy of the Cruel Intentions. This one driven by Craig Webster from Bloomer, Wisconsin. And he puts in a solid pass there at 3:24 and 96. And keep your eye on the way that these tractors leave the starting line. We're seeing many of them do that shimmy shake right there. Once they get to about the 100-foot mark, you can see that those tires are really trying to settle into the track. They're trying to find their way to get hooked up. And so it's taking them about a to do that. And that's where we're seeing a lot of the movement, a lot of the braking and the steering for our drivers. And so it's all about that whole shot. This one called Black and Blue, driven by Matt Smith, currently 4th in our overall points here on the Hartz Diesel Silver Series. And he'll take it over there down that right sideline, and he'll go 3:09.12. So trying something just a little bit different with this cross-track effort. I think he wanted to stay on the high side, and the tractor just had other intentions. And so you can see him turning those front tires back over to the left. The tractor still taking a turn to the right, and didn't want to use those brakes, just wanted to let it roll out there because he didn't want to take away from the power that he was trying to put into the ground. So we'll come back with another New Holland. This one here, the Fast Forward, driven by Matt Smith. This one, your points leader. The wicked run, he's stretching it out there, and he's got it. 3:32 and 77 the distance. He'll put about 5 inches on Alan Cook and Black Thunder. And what a bad, fast run. I love that huge wheel stand coming there from Smith. And man, what a pass out there. He definitely found it. That's why he has earned podium points at all of our events so far this season. Tough Run and International here. This one's called Demented. Jeff McLoshie from Clifford Township, Pennsylvania. And it is a long, long way out here to Hillsboro, Wisconsin. But these guys are also chasing the lucrative belt buckle that is awarded to the competitor that competes the toughest over the 2 sessions of pulling, and he wants to take one home. And McRoshi says, hey, I see your 332, and I'm going to best you with a 337 and 57 out here. What is going on? These guys have found the road out here, and they are running it hard. Beautiful wheel stand off the starting line. And look how the tractor turns, and he just stays with it. No braking on that run at all. And he's like, hey, I came here to play. I am ready to rock and roll. Getting pretty interesting out here as we'll bring another international. This one called Too Relentless. Matthew is the driver from Tollsboro, Kentucky. Not only a puller, actually promotes that event in Tollsboro, Kentucky, and so he's seeing all sides of it for sure. And the Too Relentless will cross track here and go 321 and 57. So trying to keep it over on that sideline, and it just gets wicked on him out here. One thing you know about Hillsboro, Wisconsin, is that when you come here, you know it's going to be a good power track, and you know you better bring the tune-up if you want to contend. We're about halfway through here. Don't miss the rest of the action. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Coltrane Energy Hillsboro Charity Poll presented by Optima Batteries. We are just a little over halfway through our light pro stock tractor class. And you're looking at gray area driven by Andy Cartwright. We just recently had a lead change, and our current distance to beat here is 337 and 57. So the gray area going to stop a little short there, 322 and 17. Everybody is starting over there on that left sideline, trying to run the chalk, but just can't get it done. And this track is just making these drivers work, and I am loving it out here. It's so cool to see, you know, people start on the same spot and then have to really wheel it out there if they want to be on top at the end of the night. This one called Hostile Environment. Ryan Mitchell, our driver from Pella, Iowa. I think you can guess what his favorite evening beverage is, or maybe daytime beverage is, by the side shields on the tractor here. A fast run. Oh my gosh, he's past the official out there. That is crazy. What a hook out here. He goes 348.06. Holy smokes, what is going on here? Let's take another look at this. And he starts on that left, drifts to the right, but look at this. Brake to keep it in the center. Still going, still going. And he's not even hardly looking over there to see if he's past that leader cone or not. He's just so confident in this run that he's got going. I love, too, the wheel stand. You can see that tight stream of smoke coming out of the pipe, just showing how fast they're moving that air through there. And by the way, no intercoolers on these tractors, and so that is hot, hot air. We're dealing with some very, very high engine temperatures. That's why we're only at 540 cubic inches, so that block is a little thicker. It's not bored out as much. It can handle it. And we have a new distance on the board of 348.06. And this is going to be a hard one to follow, but Jared Plotz from Utica, Minnesota is going to try to do it. He calls this one the big one. moving a ton of dirt with those 24.5-inch tires, and he's really close to that leader cone out here, and he goes 346 and 84. When we started this class, I never thought that we were going to end up with distances in the 340s. We're going to stay tight there at 330, but not for these guys. That afternoon sun beating down on the track. Our Hillsborough Charity Pole maintenance crew has done an amazing job keeping moisture in the track, running the sprinklers on the graders out here, getting that track packed back in hard after every single pass, keeping it good and keeping it consistent for all of our pullers. So we've had two in the 340s here, and this will be Luke Ross, the tractor called Living on a Prayer. It's been so cool to really see the evolution of Luke Ross from a kid, you know, just pulling in the limited pro stock class and tuning on a few, and now he's building tractors in various tractor categories with the Pro Pulling League. It's a solid pass here as he goes 331.06. So that's good enough to mix it up. Looks like 6th place for Ross with this run. So with these tractors also in the lineup, a couple variables that they can change as they're watching these passes go. Obviously, they can change their tire pressure. They can't add pressure, but they can let a little bit out. They can also lower their hitch. They may not want to do that, though, because that's where all their power comes from, is that high hook point on the back of the tractor, and they do have a maximum for that. And then it comes down to the driver. What does the driver want to change? Do they want to also change the gear that they're running? Usually they've got about 3 gears up there that they can quickly choose from to try to make a difference in their run. And then they can always change the way that they leave the line, and we'll see what About Time and Stephanie Baileyville does here with her chance. Solid effort for the team here from Fox Lake, Wisconsin, and she'll go 321.07. So we've got just 2 to go, and it has been wild. Stay tuned. You don't know what's going to happen next in our Light Pro class. We've got just 2 to go here in our Light Pro Stock class at the Coltrane Energy Hillsborough Charity Pole presented by Optima Batteries. You're catching all the action from the Hartz Diesel Silver Series on the Pro Pulling League circuit here in Hillsborough, Wisconsin. This is Teacher's Pet, Matt Castor. I love that original 966 medal on the International. Not a lot of room under those side shields, though, for that big engine, and he will go 311.48. So down to the last one, and this will be Rugrat Rampage from John Narrigan from Dell Rapids, South Dakota. So exciting to see in this category. Not only is it a battle of red, green, and blue out here, it's also a battle of competitors from a far-reaching spread of the United States. And he'll spin it in. That'll be the last official hook for the class here. And the distance will be 332.77. So good enough to jump into the top 5 here as the final hook of the category. So a very consistent track here in Hillsborough. I would expect nothing but that here. And our competitors made great use of it here with some huge distances and some amazing competition. 5-point harness out there. Roll cage protecting our drivers. Safety, the utmost importance here as we take a look at our results. And so we saw the Rugrat Rampage there in 5th. Fast forward, and Matt Smith earns 4th place. Demented, Jeff Nicolosi 3rd. 2nd place tonight will go to the big one and Jared Klotz. And your winner here, Ryan Mitchell, in Hostile Environment. And it was a hostile environment for Pulley here in the light pro stock class, and unlimited excitement as well. This is just Hook 1 though from Hillsborough. You gotta come on back and see who's gonna take that belt buckle. Thanks for watching the Pro Pulley League and the light pro stock tractors.
Today, we're talking about bestsellers and evergreens. The Seat Ibiza turns 40. A look back at the journey and highlights of this compact car. And the big comparison, the Mitsubishi ASX faces off against its sister models, the Nissan Juke and Renault Captur. Who comes out on top? Seat best-selling model, the Ibiza, celebrates its 40th birthday. It was first introduced in 1984. Since 2021, the facelifted 5th generation has been on the road. To mark the round anniversary of this Spanish compact car, the manufacturer is releasing a special model, the FR Anniversary Edition.
For 4 decades, it has been built, spanning 5 generations, with over 6 million units sold. The Seat Ibiza is celebrating its 40th anniversary. And before we take a closer look at the special edition model, let's explore the Coches Históricos, Seat's historical collection. This collection includes some fascinating sports models, which have certainly contributed to the brand's success.
A hall on the grounds of Seat's press factory in the harbour area of Barcelona, Spain. 360 historic vehicles are displayed here. Among them are milestones such as the first ever Seat Ibiza produced. Production of the first generation started in 1984. The 3.64-metre compact car was designed by Italian industrial designer Giorgio Giugiaro. In addition to the VW Golf and Fiat Uno, this star car designer also created iconic vehicles like the Lotus Esprit, Audi 80, Maserati Ghibli, Ferrari 250 GT Speciale by Bertone, and the Lancia Delta. The Seat Ibiza was also the first independently developed vehicle from the Spanish brand. Previous models like the Seat 600 were Fiat sold under license in Spain as Seats. The Ibiza marked Seat independence as a car manufacturer. Alongside Italian partners, German firms like Karmann and Porsche were also involved in developing the compact car. Porsche developed the engine concept for the first generation of the Ibiza. Buyers could choose from 3 engines: a 0.9-litre Fiat engine with 40 horsepower. Under the system Porsche branding, the 1.2 and 1.7-litre petrol engines were sold, offering between 80 and 103 horsepower. Its modern design aimed to provide a compact yet spacious interior. The famous names behind its development also contributed to its success. In 1993, production of the first generation ended after nearly 1.35 million vehicles had been sold.
The Seat Ibiza is celebrating its 40th anniversary, and before we take a closer look at the special edition model, let's explore the Coches Históricos, Seat's historical collection. Here, we find every vehicle SEAT has ever produced, including some fascinating models. It's unfortunate that the collection isn't open to the public, but we can highlight a few notable cars, such as the first car owned by King Philip, which he received as a gift for his 18th birthday. It features a custom paint job and sits here, awaiting admiration. It's an SXI model with special brakes, fuel injection, and 100 horsepower. A standout sports model from the first generation of the Ibiza is the Bimotor, a Pikes Peak Special Edition, built only twice between 1986 and 1988. What makes it unique is its dual engines, designed for the legendary American hill climb, Pikes Peak. On a personal note, I had the opportunity to co-drive this car during the Eifel Classic Rally, an experience that remains unforgettable.
With its two 1.5-litre, four-cylinder Porsche engines on the front and rear axles, the car had all-wheel drive, a major advantage on loose surfaces. The Bimotor generated about 300 horsepower from a total of 3 litres of engine displacement, weighing only 1,000 kilograms. Its deafening 8-cylinder roar made it extremely popular with racing fans. Though it never competed in the legendary hill climb, it was successfully used in the Spanish Gravel Championship in the 1980s, where prototypes were permitted. The first generation set the bar high as a million seller. Can the second generation match that? Once again, Giorgio Giugiaro designed the second generation. Produced by SEAT in Spain from 1993 to 2002. After the Fiat partnership ended, Volkswagen stepped in, fully acquiring the SEAT brand in 1986. The Ibiza 2, following the Toledo, was the second vehicle of this collaboration, sharing its technology and engines with the VW Polo 6M, although the Polo was about 10 centimeters shorter. In contrast, the Spaniard was 3.81 meters long and had a sportier look. The second generation also made history on the racetrack.
The second generation of the Ibiza wasn't just the most commercially successful model, but also made waves in motorsports. With the kit car, SEAT won the 2-liter class of the FIA World Rally Championship 3 times in a row. In 1996, motorsport success may have contributed to the car's truly performed both on and off track.
Solid VW technology, Giugiaro's design, and the boost from motorsport successes helped the second generation of Ibiza reach over 1.5 million vehicles produced. Its success lay in using the front axle and engine mount from the Golf 3. This allowed engines of up to 150 horsepower, like the 2-litre from the Golf GTI 16V, to be installed. For the first time, the Ibiza was offered in the powerful Cupra trim, targeting customers seeking more performance. At the start of the 2000s, its successor entered the market with an entirely new design language from Volkswagen's in-house automotive designer, Walter Maria da Silva. After the boxy 1980s and 90s, 2002 saw a shift to rounder shapes. At 3.95 meters long, the car grew by 14 centimeters compared to its predecessor. 7 different petrol and diesel engines in various power levels for different markets made the model range increasingly complex. Yet this did not harm its success. It was built around 1.1 million times until 2008. Between 2008 and 2017, the fourth generation was sold. Like its predecessor, it was available in 3- and 5-door versions. With a wide range of models and engine options, as well as its broad power spectrum between 60 and 192 horsepower, it appealed to a large audience. It also shared its platform with the concurrently sold Polo 5 and, over its life cycle, reached around 1.5 million units built. In 2017, the 5th generation was introduced, and in 2021, the facelifted version hit the road. Over the years, it has grown from its original 3.64 meters to its current 4.06 meters. Today, it's based on VW's modular MQB platform, shared by several models from SEAT, VW, Audi, and Skoda. However, the Spanish Polo is now only available as a 5-door. A petrol engine is available with 95, 116, or 150 horsepower. Diesel has been out of the program since 2020. Even though it has a few years under its belt, its design still looks fresh and sleek. To celebrate its 40th birthday, SEAT has given its bestseller a refreshed edition. Externally, it's distinguished by its special graphene grey paint, paired with Cosmo Grey 18-inch alloy wheels. From the base reference trim upwards, LED headlights, daytime running lights, and a lane-keeping assistant are standard. The anniversary edition comes with sports seats as standard, offering excellent lateral support. Additionally, there's a virtual cockpit and a 9.2-inch media system with navigation. The anniversary edition, Ibiza, starts at just over €26,000 for the 95 horsepower version. Its 1-litre, 3-cylinder petrol engine develops 175 Newton-meters of maximum torque, taking it from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 11 seconds. It reaches a top speed of 186 kilometers per hour.
Even though the 5th generation of the Ibiza has been around for a few years, I must say that the new color and larger wheels really enhance its appearance, giving it a fresh look.
The anniversary edition comes with only a few visual highlights, but these refresh the now slightly aging successful model. With over 6 million units sold, the Ibiza has been a major contributor to SEAT's international success. The anniversary edition aims to boost sales once again, which have been impacted by the recent electric car hype. Mitsubishi has had its compact SUV ASX in its 2nd generation since March 2023.
The new ASX is a key vehicle for our brand. We've already sold 100,000 units of the previous models in Germany alone. This is a B-segment car, a B-segment SUV, and it's continuously growing. We expect this growth to continue.
Its sister model, the Renault Captur, is almost indistinguishable, except for the logo, front and rear bumper. Under the sheet metal, both cars are nearly identical. The French ASX counterpart has been on the market since 2019. And the Nissan Juke is also a very close relative. All 3 vehicles are best sellers for the Renault-Nissan-Mitsubishi alliance.
The Mitsubishi ASX 2023 shares its technical foundation with its corporate siblings, the Nissan Juke and Renault Captur. What I'm curious about is which car suits which buyer, and which is the best.
The 4.23-meter-long ASX offers 4 engine variants in 5 power levels. Its starting price, around €22,500.
We can't drive the ASX yet, but with a little trick, we can still make some comparisons. If we cover the logos, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Oh, you can read Captur, that's the Renault.
We put the three to the test in 4 categories. Which one is the best? Which offers the most?
In total, we'll evaluate 4 key criteria. First, technology, what engines are available, and what innovative powertrain concepts are offered. Next, design. How emotional and unique are the vehicles? This also earns a point. Then, price. What do I get for my money? Lastly, warranties, as they indicate how long I can drive worry-free. The first point is awarded in the technology category. Let's examine the engines. What powertrains and engine transmission combinations are available?
The point goes to the one offering the most choice for customers, meaning the most engines and power levels in the portfolio. The second-generation Nissan Juke has been on the road since 2019. It's available with either a 114 horsepower, 1-litre, 3-cylinder engine, which can be paired with a manual transmission or a dual-clutch gearbox. The top engine option is a 143 horsepower hybrid, combined with a multi-mode automatic transmission. Its 1.6-litre engine is supported by an electric motor. A top speed of 166 kilometers per hour is achievable. Under the hood of the ASX, 4 different engines in 5 power levels are available. Like the Juke, the entry-level engine is a 1-litre 3-cylinder turbo. Then there's a mild hybrid with a 1.3-litre inline-4, available with either 140 or 158 horsepower. Next is a full hybrid with 143 horsepower from a 1.6-litre engine. Finally, a plug-in hybrid delivers 158 horsepower. The full hybrid can drive up to 75 kilometers per hour purely on electric power.
Alternative powertrains are also a segment that's constantly growing and will keep expanding. These are strong reasons that make this car stand out.
The second-generation Renault Captur shares not only its technical foundation with the Mitsubishi ASX, but also the engine options. There's a petrol engine, a mild hybrid in 2 power levels, a full hybrid, and a plug-in hybrid. We're testing the mild hybrid with 140 horsepower.
The most exciting engine option for the ASX and Captur is certainly the plug-in hybrid. However, I also find the 140 horsepower, 1.3-litre 4-cylinder engine in the Captur very compelling. It offers a top speed of 196 kilometers per hour, 20 kilometers per hour more than the plug-in hybrid, and feels a bit quicker overall. The plug-in hybrid is 300 kilograms heavier and weighs over 1.6 tons due to carrying both electric and combustion components.
A key highlight is that the mild hybrid system was developed by Mercedes. A 10-kilowatt belt starter generator adds the electric boost for the 48-volt hybrid electrical system. For both the ASX and Captur, the focus is on the hybrid engines. Their efficiency is intended to replace the discontinued diesel engines. For the Nissan Juke, the engine range is rather limited, with only 2 options available. For the Captur and ASX, the lineup is identical, with 4 engines in 5 power levels, a solid offering.
The Nissan Juke, which came out in 2019, offers only 2 engine options and is not available as a plug-in hybrid. Therefore, this point is awarded to both the Renault Captur and the Mitsubishi ASX. We move on to design. Design plays a crucial role in car purchasing decisions. Over 80% of people choose or reject a car based on its design.
Appearance is a matter of taste. The point here goes to whichever has the most unique look. The ASX 2023 isn't visually new. With a Renault logo and only minor differences, it has already been on the road for several years. Nonetheless, it remains an attractive vehicle with 332 litres of cargo space, solid technology, and clever features. Thanks to the sliding rear seat, both the ASX and Captur gain an additional 69 litres of cargo space. This brings the trunk size up to over 400 litres. However, the rounded, mass-market-friendly shape of the Mitsubishi and Renault looks almost boring. In contrast, the Juke's sharper exterior gives it a more modern appearance compared to the Captur and ASX. Opinions may vary, but its striking lines make it look more dynamic, even when standing still.
The point for design clearly goes to the Nissan Juke for me, simply because it's the more distinctive vehicle. The other two look so similar that the Juke stands out as the individualist here. The next category is warranty. Which car offers the best coverage?
Each manufacturer offers different warranty packages for different vehicle components in Germany, which can sometimes be hard to follow. Renault offers 2 years of coverage for the Captur with unlimited mileage. Nissan offers 3 years, though limited to 100,000 kilometers. The ASX, however, provides more extensive coverage.
How do we differentiate ourselves from our partner models within the alliance? We have a very strong network here in Germany. We maintain close relationships with our dealers and customers, have a strong service focus, and offer a 5-year warranty on all Mitsubishi vehicles.
At Nissan and Renault, you can buy an optional 5-year warranty extension, but that costs extra, while it's already included with the ASX.
The point for warranty goes to the Mitsubishi ASX. 5 years of coverage easily beats 3 years and 2 years. Finally, let's talk about price, which is for me the most important factor. What do I get for my money? Which vehicle offers the most attractive overall package?
Let's consider the base price of the hybrid model, which is available for all 3 cars. Who takes the lead here? Like the Captur, the Juke has been on the road since 2019. The cheapest Nissan Juke starts at around 21,500 euros. However, the base price of the hybrid is more ambitious, at just over 31,000 euros. Renault's base 1-litre 3-cylinder model with 90 horsepower starts at 23,700 euros. The hybrid costs just under 30,500, over 500 euros less than Nissan's offering. The hybrid ASX is priced at just under 31,000 euros, about 500 euros more than the Captur.
The final score is 2 to 2 to 1. Both the Renault Captur and the ASX score 2 points each, while the Nissan Juke unfortunately only scores 1. The Juke is technically lagging behind, even though I personally think it's the most attractive. The Renault Captur and the ASX are almost evenly matched in terms of technology, but they differ in price. The Renault is slightly cheaper, while the ASX offers a better warranty. If I had to choose, I'd go for the ASX with its better warranty, because that gives me peace of mind for 5 years.
The United States of America, glamorous metropoles, natural wonders, and cult cars made in the US. Muscle cars stand for the American dream of wealth and freedom. SUVs and pickups guarantee spectacular off-road action. Join us on a sightseeing tour of a special kind. Experience the American drive style and the feeling of freedom and adventure on motorcycle tours on the highways of the United States. Discover the land of opportunity now on Motorvision TV and in the app.
Welcome to this episode of Gearing Up. It's the TV series that takes you around the globe following the hottest action from some of the world's most unique competitions. High skills, passion for technology, impatience for innovation, and pure love for adrenaline are combined at their best. So start your engines, tighten your seatbelts, and get ready to feel the G-force with some serious action. In our previous episode, we traveled to Turkey to witness action from an off-road adventure. The 14th edition of Trans Anatolia demonstrated how the event continues to grow in strength each year, with Turkey's stunning landscapes adding to the excitement of the adventure. The main purpose of Trans Anatolia is to offer unique stages, backed by top-notch organization and security. With each new edition, the event continues to reach new heights, aiming to establish this type of adventure as a distinct cultural experience.
My Trans Anatolia 2024, it's a very good experience for me. It was something that I want to discover and try, and so I'm very happy to discover this part of the Turkey. It was very different place, different track, and so it was very well organized. I take a lot of pleasure, and so I'm very happy to be here at Van and finish the race.
We also met Sparkle Smash, the newest addition to the Monster Jam fleet. Originally launched as a Spin Master exclusive die-cast toy, Sparkle Smash quickly gained popularity, leading to its design being featured in video games like Monster Jam Showdown and Roblox. The truck made its worldwide debut at the Monster Jam World Finals in Los Angeles, where it completed the Smash Mountain stunt and soared through a pile of crushed cars.
It's Smash Mountain down, man. She chopped about 4 cars out of that stack.
2 weeks later, Sparkle Smash made its competition debut at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, and has been thrilling crowds in both stadiums and arenas ever since. We also travelled to Argentina, where the 9th round of the Stock Car Pro Series took place. Buenos Aires set the stage for another thrilling season, with the action intensifying as we head towards the season finale. The main race of the Buenos Aires stage seemed destined to see Thiago Camillo on the top of the podium, but everything changed in the final laps. In a spectacular performance, Gabriel Casagrande dramatically closed the gap to Camillo and overtook him at the start of the last lap, taking the lead and securing a crucial victory for the championship.
Estou muito feliz, muito contente, só tenho a agradecer à equipe pelo excelente carro mais uma vez. Ontem já deu para ver que a gente tinha um excelente ritmo, talvez não tinha um carro muito bom em volta rápida comparando com os adversários, a gente ficou a mais de 2 décimos da pole, mas eu já consegui ver ontem que tinha um carro para brigar pela corrida, e largando perto do primeiro, aí você tem que contar um pouco com a sorte.
We kick off this episode in Greece, where a unique adventure unfolded. The 2024 Hellas 24 Hours Rally challenged ambitious riders to embark on a once-in-a-lifetime journey through Greece's most rugged and stunning landscapes in a non-stop, high-octane off-road rally. With Loutraki as the focal point, this rally was crafted for both experienced competitors and off-road enthusiasts seeking the thrill of tackling unpredictable terrain. They were all prepared for 24 hours of intense driving challenges, exciting night stages, and a true battle of endurance where every second mattered.
Expectations for the rally: try and survive. Try and just survive. The amount of rain, the amount of water still on the track. There's some slippery bits, but it's quite a lot of fun.
Ο αγώνας ξέραμε ότι θα είναι ουσιαστικά θέμα επιβίωσης. Θέλει να έχεις μία ροή, να μην χάνεσαι και να μην ρισκάρεις.
The highly anticipated rally kicked off in Loutraki, but the first day quickly became a grueling test of endurance and skill for the 35 participants. Battling through 2 intense special stages, the riders faced relentless rain, treacherous terrain, and an endless sea of mud. While the first stage presented tough but fair competition, The second stage evolved into a true survival mission. After a challenging first day, the organisers set up for an early start the next morning, with the participants determined to redeem themselves and push ahead in the race.
Η χθεσινή μέρα ήταν πολύ δύσκολη και για μένα και για τους συναθλητές μου. Είχε πάρα πολύ λάσπη, είχε πάρα πολύ κρύο, είχαμε αρκετή βροχή. Σήμερα θεωρώ ότι θα είναι κάπως καλύτερα τα πράγματα. Ο καιρός δεν έχει δώσει βροχή. Παρ' όλα αυτά, η βροχή από τις προηγούμενες μέρες θα έχει δημιουργήσει λασπερό τερέν. Ελπίζω όλα να πάνε καλύτερα.
While the weather conditions remained challenging, they were an improvement over the first day, allowing for exhilarating competition and unforgettable moments. Riders hailed the second day's stages as a highlight of the event. With expertly crafted routes through the breathtaking landscapes of the Peloponnese, participants experienced a perfect mix of technical challenges and stunning scenery. In the fiercely contested roadbook solo category, Ioannis Thevastopoulos earned a well-deserved victory.
We fell in love with Greece, so your country is really amazing. The shame was that we was too focused on the track, but we definitely need to come back. The people are so amazing, landscape is just insane. Hellas is what was promised. It's sweat, heart and passion, and we came to our absolute limit, to be honest. Yes, I was so close to stop crying, and we also thought about quitting, but we said, hey, no, quit is no option. We want to finish this one, and especially the 24 hours, the magic itself. I'm really happy that this category we won in the GPS is from the organization meant to be here, because this allows us also as complete newcomers, as starters, just to be part of the race. And this was the best weekend in my life since a long time.
Special recognition has to go to the rally's 3 inspiring female riders, who showed remarkable determination and endurance, completing the challenging event with flying colours. Set against the stunning backdrop of the Peloponnesian region, the Hellas 24 Hours Rally once again proved why it is one of Greece's most celebrated endurance events. Once again, our TV show brings to you the best highlights from South America's premier touring car racing series, now in its 46th season. The 2024 Stock Car Pro Series is taking the excitement to new heights, with each race packed with unexpected twists and thrilling turns. For the first time ever, the series hosted an event in Uruguay. El Pinar became the backdrop for the 10th round of the 2024 season, marking an historic milestone in Stock Car's legacy. The Stock Car Pro Series crowned its first ever winner in Uruguay during Saturday's sprint race. Enzo Elias, a rising star in the new generation of Brazilian motorsports, delivered an exceptional performance to claim victory at El Pinar, overtaking fellow countryman Lucas Foresti in the early laps.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy race. Daniel Serra was fast behind me, so I had to deal with everything. A hot day here in Uruguay, something that we hadn't experienced during all weekend. So I had to manage the tires, everything. The setup was kind of a guess, and it went really good. We did a perfect job today during the pit stops and everything. So I'm really happy with my first win here in Uruguay in stock car as a regular driver. So I want more. I want to fight for wins and championships. So thank you everyone that worked with me. Thank you to the team. Thank you everyone that support me, my family, my girlfriend, my friends, everyone. It's a really happy day for me. The first one to win here in Uruguay as a stock car. So really happy. It's a special day for me.
In the thrilling feature race, Felipe Fraga showed he was more than ready to secure his 20th career victory in the Stock Car Pro Series. Known for debuting at new circuits with either a pole position or a win, Fraga did it once again at El Pinar.
For my team, we did a pole position, we did several times P1 in free practice as well, and finally my first win with Blau Motorsport. Yeah, it was just a great weekend. The team deserved this win. It's like our second year together and we still didn't have a win. But a lot of pole positions, a lot of great results. But yeah, finally we are back at the top. I'm really happy. It was great to race in this track for the first time. So that was hard for everyone, you know, because everyone needs to discover how to manage the track in 1 hour of free practice. So yeah, we did P1. I'm very happy, and now I can't wait.
With just 2 rounds remaining, the excitement builds as the 2024 Stock Car Pro Series season draws to a close. Gearing Up will continue to bring the thrilling action of the remaining races straight to your TV screens. Join us as we dive into the thrilling world of Monster Jam in our TV show. We're all familiar with the electrifying spectacle of monster trucks dominating arenas and stadiums, and each year Monster Jam delivers an exhilarating lineup of vehicles and drivers, ensuring that fans are in for an unforgettable experience. However, Monster Jam is so much more than just the events happening weekend after weekend. By partnering with special collaborators, Monster Jam continually seeks to elevate the excitement. In this episode, we're thrilled to showcase an innovative initiative that promises to enhance the experience even further. Monster Jam has teamed up with Lucas Oil Products for an exciting special series called Swap My Ride. This innovative concept features Tom Mintz, the esteemed professor of Monster Jam University, swapping places with Morgan Lucas, the CEO of Lucas Oil Products. Initially, it was Tom Mintz who welcomed Morgan to Monster Jam University, where he had the opportunity to learn how to drive a massive 12,000-pound Monster Jam truck. An experience of a lifetime. Next, it was Tom's turn to step into the role of CEO at Lucas Oil. As Morgan guided him through their Indiana bottling facility and gave him the chance to run the company for the day. The excitement didn't end there, as Cynthia Gautier swapped rides with the Arrow McLaren IndyCar team at the iconic Indy 500. Cynthia had the incredible opportunity to sit in the pit box before buckling up in the Arrow McLaren and hitting speeds of over 200 miles per hour. Can I keep it any realer? Girls ain't a gallus, so shit ain't a dealer. I hit with a Meanwhile, the Arrow McLaren drivers experienced the thrill of jumping into a Monster Jam truck, where they were coached by Tom Mentz as they took on the challenge of driving a monster truck. Monster Jam knows how to thrill its fan base in countless ways. In our upcoming episodes, we'll continue to bring captivating stories and exhilarating action from its most prominent representatives right to your TV screens.
Anybody even listen to that shit anymore? What do you mean?
We now shift gears to high speeds on the water. The 2024 season of the F1 H2O World Championship is underway, and fans are in for another thrilling year of action in the world's premier international series of single-seater inshore circuit powerboat racing. In October 2024, the highly anticipated return of the F1 H2O World Championship to Shanghai, China, became a reality after a 20-year hiatus, bringing the thrilling world of inshore powerboat racing back to one of Asia's most vibrant cities. Race organizers were expecting large crowds, both from the local community and international visitors, making this Grand Prix a standout event in Shanghai's annual calendar.
Well, I think there is a very nice liaison. Shanghai is such a vibrant, dynamic, energetic, effervescent city. And Formula One is the same, is a sparkling, adrenaline-fueled discipline. So I think a better combination of these two elements couldn't happen. So we are very happy to be here in Shanghai, China.
In my opinion, it's very good that we are in these kinds of big cities like Shanghai, and that we're racing here, because the bigger the city, the higher the likelihood that people will come, people will look at our sport, and you know, that's the key to everything. So I am very happy with the decision to come here and to be in front of as many eyes as possible.
From the outset, it was clear that the weather conditions could play a big role in the Grand Prix, but drivers were eager to compete on the challenging circuit in the Baoshan district. The track offered a stunning backdrop of Shanghai's iconic high-rise skyline and futuristic architecture.
Conditions will change. We have the wind, we have the rain. It will be, like I said, it's very open, the water, so it will be a lot of waves. We have the big boats going outside in the sea, and we get those waves. So we have the small boats. We are flying fast, and we are flying low. So it will be tough, but it will be fun.
It's a fun place to be in race circuit.
In the pole position race, Rusty Wyatt of the Sharjah team handled the tricky conditions better than his rivals and claimed top spot. This victory also propelled him to the top of the F1 H2O pole position trophy standings. The following day was set for the sprint races, but the conditions prevented them from taking place. The Grand Prix of Shanghai came to a close on the final day with a dramatic turn. The race was red flagged after 11 laps due to deteriorating conditions on the Huangpu River, but Rusty Wyatt had already built a commanding lead of 7.236 seconds. This victory allowed him to extend his lead in the Drivers' Championships to 17.5 points.
The weather wasn't on our side this weekend, but we made it work and qualified pole to start the weekend, and we had to skip through the sprint races which leading us right into the Grand Prix, and we were able to get out front early and check out a little bit, and we got the win. The world champion would be the ultimate dream for sure. We're working really hard at it. We got a heck of a crew here under the charge of 10 with the government in charge, and Natural Steel, of course, crystal clear heated wiper blades. There, all the support, we wouldn't be able to do it without them all.
And it was very, very hard race for everybody, all the boat. But in the end, our driver, he do the best, and he won yesterday for qualification and today for the win. We are very happy, all the team very happy, as you see. Everybody is happy to get more and more close to the world champion.
This was a challenging yet rewarding return for the World Championship in Shanghai, with drivers and their teams pushing to make the most of the demanding conditions. So that's all for this episode. Gearing Up will be back next month with more action from the world's most unique motorsporting events. Don't miss it.
From the past to the present, these people have shaped the motorsport. From two-time Le Mans winners...
Gentlemen, start your engines.
...to current racing champions and their makers in history.
Cougar, the car that makes you feel like a real man, huh? Booyah!
We meet extraordinary people.
So that's the great joy of driving a vintage Porsche 911.
These people have one thing in common, their passion.
Remember, rock on and get out and drive.
On Motorvision Plus and in the app.
Can't get enough of motorsports, supercars, and classic cars? Download the Motorvision TV app now.
Hot drives on even hotter tracks. We take the speedometer needle to the max and make the hearts of motor fans beat faster. Milestones of car history. The most powerful engines, luxury cars, and roaring sports cars. Feel the airflow or lean back and watch when petrol heads shake hands on the hottest bikes and horsepower monsters on the racetrack. The craziest drivers and their unique stories. Motorvision TV Spotted drives the hottest cars in the world and on any surface. Asphalt and off-road, in the city and on the racetrack. Cool events, hot engines, mobility of the future, and real classics. Welcome to Motorvision TV Spotted.
It's probably one of the most exciting and dynamic roads in the world.
The most exciting hotspots. The hottest meteorites. And the craziest drivers on our planet. Motorvision TV Spotted. Now, drag racing, life-tired speed junkies in a state of emergency at 400 kilometers an hour in 5 seconds. In addition, the Route 66 Special, big adventure on a low budget in the footsteps of Elvis, Jimmy, and Marilyn. And the 2017 IAA, the mecca for car lovers and the temple of men's dreams. Here's the view.
Every Lamborghini is a legend. Always extravagant, always evil, always radical. Even the current models, the Aventador and Huracan, do not seem to be from this world. But it gets even more radical and eccentric. Thanks to material from space travel, the Mansory Trofeo should be the most exclusive Lamborghini of all.
Did we consider partial carbon? No, complete.
The car refiner Mansory makes her tornado from the Lamborghini Huracan. The Trofeo, the name a blend of toro, the Spanish word for bull, and the abbreviation of Super Trofeo, a Lamborghini racing series. The Trofeo delivers up to 1,250 horsepower.
You're sitting behind the steering wheel of this machine and have a kilometer-long empty runway in front of you. You just want to give it full throttle and just see what this thing can do. It pushes you into the seat, then it revs so high that you can't even keep up with the gear change. And then yes, it has all-wheel drive, and that means no wheel spins. There's no slip. The traction is just great.
With the look of a stealth bomber and the sound of an approaching thunderstorm, the Trofeo looks as if it had sprung out of a Hollywood action movie. The tranquil town of the brand in Germany is the realm of the most extreme and craziest car tuner in the world, Mansory. Head of the company is Kurosh Mansory. Mansory has manufactured components for the industry for years. In 2004, he decided to tune and refine cars. And today, Mansory realizes the visions of his customers. The most desired are luxurious, colorful, extraordinary, and unique alterations. The clientele comes mainly from the Middle East, Russia, Monaco, or Japan. And there, you want to attract attention at any price. A normal Rolls-Royce is too common? No problem. Mansory turns it into an incomparable, one-of-a-kind piece.
When cars get boring for him, he just makes furniture and clothes. And no matter what he gets his hands on, he puts carbon on it.
Carbon is more than just a lightweight material for Mansory.
Look, from the industry point of view, there is only one carbon, end of. We give the customer the opportunity to stand out from the standard carbon.
Whether off-road vehicle or sports car, Mansory uses a wide variety of carbon looks. In addition, the refiner builds complete cars from the lightweight and stable material. In 2014, a carbon Aventador, the Carbonado, caused a sensation. The latest carbon project, the Lamborghini Huracan, also known as Trofeo.
2 points of view. On one hand, it was pretty over the top. On the other hand, the carbon look and the tinted windows make it look super cool.
The new carbon body makes the Trofeo 50 to 60 kilograms lighter than the Huracan. Mansory design gives the car corners and edges, making its front 40 millimeters wider than the Huracan. Also inside, almost nothing is like the original.
Normally, the Lamborghini start button is in the center console. In the Torrefio, there's only a plaque with the name of the car. The start button has moved now to the ceiling.
Tell you what, it's making my hair stand up. That is something else. Stayed in. Down. I mean, what's going to happen here is, I mean, the crowd keep going like this, Laura. They're going to have to get a new crowd in for the next men's semi because they'll be mute. Won't have any voices left. 7-2 lead.
And
there we go.
3-7.
Looking to respond now.
I mean, this must feel like a little bit of a repeat for Macon from the Commonwealth Games, where he was in Birmingham at home and the whole crowd was going crazy.
And out. 8-3.
Being a silver medalist, losing out to Paul Cole in that Commonwealth Games final. That was over at the Birmingham University, just down the road. the cat pouncer. I mean, he crunched that. The ball was in the middle. But look at this aggressive, the hitting down on the ball, Laura. You know, David Campion made the point about the length, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from him with some expert analysis in between games. But I mean, that is superb. You know, winning a rally against Asal at the back of the court.
No let. 10-3, game ball.
I've never heard such a cheer for a no-let.
No, I mean, it's very, very
yes,
apparent. The let ball.
10-3, game ball.
7 game balls for Joel Makin. Was very, very slickly executed. Straight into the cross-court nick. How clever was that? How clever was that? He waited and waited, he stands up, the crowd are up. Miles Jenkins, who's getting out of his seat to fly down to talk to him, his best friend. Advisory service. The Golden Tiger has come flying out with his teeth bared. His claws are out as well. 10 minutes, he leads the world #1 and world champion by 1 game to love.
Well, we thought that Joel would have to take it to him. He did that in Optasia, and I think everyone's been talking about this, but look at the aggression and the positivity from Joel here. He's really come out firing, you know, being very positive, taking balls in, attacking the back corners like this one, being really aggressive. And he's really come out and set his stall out here, very aggressive again on that cross-court width and in. So he's really pushing forward, making sure that Asal is under the kosh.
Because the tides are really different compared to the...
Yeah, the championship has heated up.
Season gets underway. Now. Breaking away, and Top Rack dives down the inside. Motorcycle racing completes the podium.
Oh, it's such a good battle here at the front of the field.
This is what we've been waiting for all season long, isn't it?
The world's fastest riders, the most intense battles, every race, every turn, every heartbeat, live and on demand. This isn't just racing. This is MotoGP 2025. Stream it on SPO TV now.
You know, very, very promising start for Joel Makin.
I mean, David, I mean, there's obviously going to be a response from Asal, but he's exuding confidence, isn't he?
Yeah, and look, you know, we've been talking about this, the improvements he's making to his game. He's adding those attacks, and it's not just to the front, it's to the back. He's being more aggressive, a lot more variety, but this is what he needs to do. He has to take it to Asal. He can't just allow Asal to be dominant, and, you know, fantastic opening game from him.
Well, the music is booming. Along with the crowd.
Making leads, 1 game to love. Lovell.
Well, the Welshman that lives just down the road in Moseley, leading the current world champion and world #1 and defending champion for this event by 1 game to love.
So positive from making point of view there as well is how short it was. There's nothing out the tank yet, is there? He's just almost starting the match again. It's brilliant.
Well, there's another Welshman there, Alex Goff, chatting to Sarah Fitzgerald. So Asal, the one that's looking to build the rally, start to get himself into the semi-final. Oh, he wasn't far away. I'll tell you what, there was a bit of a stutter on the foot movement there from Asal.
1-all.
That's the exact position, isn't it, that Makin's trying to get himself into, work the opening and then show him the options. I think Asal, when he doesn't know which direction to go in, it's going to be tougher for him to cover the court with the way he moves.
It's a brick wall. Made of red brick.
Stroke to make it.
Honestly, like the cheer, I mean, it's just something else.
Yes, lads. 3-1 from the left.
I'll tell you what, Jason Foster is in the thick of it there, isn't he?
Interference, he would have got the ball, you were in the way.
What do you think to that decision? It's pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah, I did think it was just a let, actually.
No review, Asal on the no let decision.
Well, the review goes in. Let's have a look at this.